I went. Okay, morning. I'll start this morning's session. We have two keynotes followed by a panel discussion with experts in a slight change of the planned order. What we agreed to do was to run the two keynotes back to back. Is it better? This works? Is the echo gone? Excellent. So we'll have the two keynotes, and then we'll have a short coffee break, and then followed by the panel discussion. No, I still get the echo. Well, it was very clear. It was somewhere in the system. Yes. It wasn't a microphone. No. Hello, test number 2. Hello. It's still It's still picking up people in the room, yes. The sound of the laptop is off. Okay, apologies to the people online, mainly RIM. We have a slight technical issue with the sound. Okay, apologies to the people online. It's 5 kilometers away. Can you try again? I think that was it. Okay, let's try again. 1, 2, test number 4. All right, perfect. Seems to have cleared. So in the interest of clarity, I'll say it again. We'll have the two keynotes from Gramenos and Stephen first, then we'll have a break, and then we'll follow up with the panel discussion. So first off, Gramenos Mastroianni will talk about the global balance with no trade-offs.
Good morning, surviving colleagues. This is not a presentation, it's a request for help from a practitioner to science. For the 30th time now, states and other stakeholders have met to tackle climate change, COP30 in Belém, and is opened the usual ceremony, a glass half empty, half full, news comments on this line. It worked, it didn't work, etc. But the truth is that some things are happening in the real world, but not enough. And this is due to a misperception, which I invite economists to clear out as soon as possible, because it's really the blocking factor. The misperception which is guiding all the discussions about climate change is that there is a fundamental trade-off between environment and economy. That is, that whatever you do for the environment comes at a cost for development and vice versa. Now, in general, economy has already cleared out that this is not true. But it needs to be a little bit more precise because there is still a harsh fight pending, but it's not the one that is focused. Houston, we have a problem. The first one is that people expect the COPs to solve the problem, which they obviously can't. COPs are made to coordinate states. What states can do, they can set monitoring systems, ideal targets, but they cannot change the real world. This is up to society and economy. All but states can impose to the real world to do the right thing. You economists know well that this is an absolute illusion. In the year 301, Roman Emperor Diocletian found himself tackling the first well-documented case of hyperinflation. And he decided to tackle it the way of the emperor with a decree top down. He just signed a decree that said that prices from now on will not grow anymore. And what he obtained, that on the official market, prices indeed stopped growing, but all the goods transferred to the black market where the prices grew even quicker because of the decree. And it's the same that could happen with a COP that suddenly decides imperative measures, etc. You know, all the incentives, all the carbon taxes, they are only distortions if they are not understood by society and economy as something useful. So something is happening, but not enough. And this not enough is really dramatic. We're very close to tipping points, which can really mark the end of our civilization. And this trade-off I talked to you about is still governing the discussions. Sometimes it takes tones that are absolutely surreal. And I'll give you an example. COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. The president of the COP declared that leaving fossil fuels behind would imply going back to the Stone Age. It is understandable from the point of view of someone who represents a people who not so long ago lived harsh lives based on very difficult dry land agriculture and suddenly found themselves with the means to develop very quickly. But it also came from a person representing an area that the Max Planck Institute foresees to be inhabitable in 20 years' time. So we all see the contradiction. This contradiction has to be cleared out because it's really the stumbling block of every decision, and you economists have a huge role to play into that. The problem is that there is this misperception which is blocking, but in itself is a misperception. There is the false perception that of a trade-off between environment and economy. It's not the real problem. The real problem is that environment is not incompatible with development, but it is totally incompatible with unfair development. And this is what is, the fact that this is not understood is what's really blocking everything. I will just give you some hints, hoping that some of you, maybe, or some of your students could start developing a quantifiable approach to solving this problem. You know, whenever you fight for the environment, be it climate or biodiversity, actually you're fighting for a value that we do not visualize, which is balance. We don't care too much about balance, simply because it's, in principle, it's a superabundant condition. Just as we don't want to pay anything for air, although it's essential for survival, we don't give a value to balance because we are flooded with balance in principle. But what we are doing with all our attacks to the environment is destroying the balance of our system. Climate change itself is described in terms of temperatures, but it's actually a huge imbalance in the energy situation of a planet. Climate change is the over-intake of an insane quantity of energy in a system that once used to receive a certain quantity of energy from the cosmos and then send it back to the cosmos. Now, due to the greenhouse effect, where this system is currently intaking the equivalent of the explosion of 412,000 atom bombs a day. And this transforms not really in heat, or it transforms in a randomization of the system. It just destroys the balance of the system, so the system does not display anymore foreseeable cycles, which are essential for organizing a human society and economy. If you don't know when it rains, you don't know when to sow. And this is what's happening. The fact that you don't know when it's going to be hot or cold is much worse than the fact that there could be a flood. So we need to defend this balance globally, but this global balance is the compound result of a series of local and sectorial sub-balances and of their reciprocal relationships in balance. How can we try to put under control such a system? Normally, it's not the only solution, but the international community has chosen to take an instrument from mathematics, which is a matrix. A matrix in which the different cases are related to each other, and the quantitative analysis of the reciprocal relationships and state of the different boxes should give us the possibility to control balance. Sometimes I ask to my students out of the blue suddenly to tell me what's the first thing that comes in their mind if I say French Revolution. There are various replies, but there is one which is never missing, which is beheadings, guillotine. Well, few history books tell that 4 years before the French Revolution, there was a volcanic eruption in Iceland in the Lucky system, which filled the sky with ashes, which blocked sunlight on France, which determined 4 years of extreme cold, which killed agricultural productivity, so that when the French guys arrived at La Bastille with a knife in their teeth, it was not really because they were motivated by Voltaire, but they were motivated by hunger. We live in a system in which guillotines are connected with volcanoes. We need to put it under control. We can use a matrix at different levels of complexity, but there is one very, very, very basic, which has been selected by the international community. It happened through the Rio Summit's process, which is the one that you can see on the slide, that puts in dynamic relationship for macro sectors, which are also values. Environment, development, human rights, and peace. How does it work? Let us imagine an environmental event like a drought. From the human point of view, very often it transforms also into an economic event because there is a failed harvest. It concerns development. And normally the chain of consequences would stop there if this happens in a place where there are safety nets. If the farmers ensure their harvest, or if the state intervenes to defend them in moments of difficulty, it stops there. But if this happens in a place where there are no safety nets, the chain of consequences continue, where an economic event determined by an environmental event easily transforms in an event that concerns human rights. For instance, when a failed harvest makes the difference between sending or not sending your children to school. But then take an individual or a family, submit them to uncertainty about their subsistence and compression of their basic rights, and you have the recipes of conflicts and so-called migrations. What does it mean? It means that something destructive which is injected in one sector of our compound balance normally reverberates through the whole system as destructive. Vice versa, something constructive reverberates into the whole system as constructive. And I don't have time to describe how this gives us very powerful tools using the Keynesian idea of a multiplier, except that we extend the idea to sectors which cannot be measured with money. But let me just say, imagine that I put 2 solar panels on a poor school of a poor village. In terms of CO2 emission saving, I will obtain an infamous, irrelevant advantage, but in terms of giving children better opportunities to study and become aware of what's happening around them, I'm helping the environment hugely. Now, describing the situation as such probably does not surprise you. But if it sounds reasonable, I believe, but if you take one step back at reality, you will realize that we've organized society, economy, and all the rest according to the opposite principle. Not that there is a synergy and a coherent cascade of effects, but that there is a trade-off. We've always thought that if you want to obtain something in one of those macro sectors, which are also values, it will be to the detriment of the other sectors. And in this decision, we also decided that there is one sector which is more valuable than the others. We called it with a noble word, development, but we actually had in mind wealth, which is different. In the name of wealth, we decided that human rights could be neglected. Otherwise, why send 12-year-old boys 14 hours in a mine? And this happened in Great Britain, not in some horribly savage tribe, at the beginning of the Industrial Revolution. And I'm quoting this example because not so long ago it was quoted in many macroeconomy books. In the name of development, of course, we sacrificed peace. Every conflict has an economic motivation. And there is this fundamental idea that there is a trade-off between environment and development. If you want to develop, of course, you have to destroy the environment. Otherwise, how do you take the resources? But if you look in terms of balance at our system, the truth is exactly the opposite. It means that if we protect the environment, we're not giving up anything. We are entering into a quicker development, a stronger development. This is the truth, and this has been, in general terms, acquired by economy. It has also been acquired by the real economy and the real finance. We have witnessed a great increase in ESG investments in the big portfolios, and it was not motivated with the will to save the world. It was motivated by all the reasonings that showed that a sustainable, socially and environmentally sustainable investment presents less non-commercial risks, introduces a much better industrial relationship atmosphere, and all these advantages that I'm not going to list to you. But although economy already cleared out the fact that this trade-off perception is totally false, in the real world, not in the COPs, in the real world, this perception is still breaking all the progresses. Well, thank you if you continue crying out that there is no trade-off between environment and development. On the contrary, they are reciprocally amplifying, but still we need to identify what is the problem. The problem is that environmental protection, a sound environment, is not incompatible with development. It can foster development, but it is totally incompatible with unfair development. This is what created the problem. And this mainly for two reasons. One can be found in the origins of our thought. We decided that development or wealth was more important than the other sectors based on a very simple reasoning. It is true, if you want to build wealth, on the way you will create damages. But then if you become rich, you have all the means to take care of these collateral damages. And this is both liberal thought. Adam Smith knew very well that the invisible hand was going to create damages, but then justified it because you created wealth, and through this wealth you could take care of the leftovers. And this position is also sustained by the enemy sister of liberalism. We consider these doctrines as enemies, but they are twin sisters, which is Marxism. When Marx said that economy is the structure and all the rest is superstructure, is exactly the same conclusion. First, we have to build wealth, and even if we create damages on the way, then as rich people, we can take care of them. But then history proved that this idea is totally wrong. The collateral damages on the way created all the conditions that brought us to our close to tipping point situation. Well, it's not true, but it is true that an unfair development is really creating the problem. The first problem that it creates is that if you have a system in which the only objective is to create wealth, or to put it in very basic economic terms, the rational agent is the one who always and only looks to maximize his profit, you create a situation in which scale economies start to play. It means that those who start first will benefit from scale economies, and so they will have to run endlessly to an increasing in size. Otherwise, they could be wiped out from the market. It means that they cannot afford any social or environmental precaution. It would increase their production costs, in principle. This creates a cluster of very rich and very powerful producer, distributors, finance people that lives out the rest of the world somehow in poverty. But poverty also acts against the environment, because if you are in a situation of emergency, you cannot afford to take care of the future. Whatever it's beside you, you will use to survive today. Go and tell to a campesino who fled the Brazilian Nordeste because of drought and found as an only solution to burn down an acre of the Amazonian forest that he's not green. And you can imagine his reply. But then there is another reason why unfair development is not compatible with the system. Mother Earth was fair in distributing resources. They were different, but somehow equally distributed. Take energy. Those who don't have the sun normally have the wind. Those who don't have the cows have the camels. Yes, there are some environments which are less generous than other environments, but basically Mother Nature distributed resources in a fair way. If we build an economy in which, for scale reason, we need to concentrate, polarize all the time, then you get those areas that used to express a wonderful biodiversity, but are now only soybeans, only avocados, only textile manufacturing, this kind of things. This is totally contrary to the natural functioning of the system. The only solution that could unblock the cops is to have those who benefit from this clustering and polarization understand that if they go on in the same direction, it will destroy them also. It's exactly what we had to explain to the president of COP28. We understand that you want to defend oil, but if you do it, you're making your own country inhabitable. It's the same thing that needs. And do what? I don't say eliminate scale economies. They were very useful to take us out from millennia of scarcity, but apply them where they make sense and are useful, or build a system based on a quality scale economies rather than quantity scale economies. It means going back to the richness of a product that can be sold at a higher price, because it does not only deliver the declared function of the product, but it also delivers an experience. It delivers aesthetics. I mean, normally the farmer who produces for the great distribution is enslaved by the obligation to produce a huge quantity with no quality at a very low price. And is there any dignity in this way of being a farmer? Or isn't it better to produce something that you can sell more expensive, because it's not only calories, it's also the experience. It's also a visit in your country. Do you know of any value chains around a no GM cornfield. But I know of extensive value chains around some places where they produce that very special wine that costs what it costs every bottle, things like that. We need to convince the economy that is convenient for everyone, including those who are hyper billionaires because they control these clusters made out of scale economies, that this is suicide for them too. If we manage to explain this thing, we don't have to fear anything in defending. Even GDPs will grow faster. But we need to defeat unfair economy. And not only because we are generous guys and we think so much about those who are suffering, but simply because if we don't, it's the end for everyone. As I told you, this is not a presentation. It's asking for help to economists. In my day-to-day as a negotiator, as a climate negotiator, biodiversity negotiator, I feel this at every step. It's not only the bad owners of multinationals, it's also society that backs them. If you have a great plant in your city, despite it might affect your health, your quality of life, you defend it as providing jobs, So in this sense, the bad economy is unwillingly sustained by society. We need to clear all these misunderstandings. Otherwise, there is no way that we can save ourselves from what's looming. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oh, forest of hands. Questions?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning, EMANES, and really thank you very much for joining us. It's an honor to have the Senior Deputy Secretary General of the UFM, who has over 25 years of dedication and work in different negotiation spaces, water, biodiversity, climate, was the coordinator of environment within the Italian Development Corporation, and has really worked also in the academic context to also promote these ideas. So
I'm very good at baking pizzas.
And very, very good. And I think we'll take you up on that offer. And so really an honor to have you deliver this keynote speech. I think maybe these are perhaps some personal reflections after having also spent quite a few years in the COP context. I think we go down the wrong road when we define climate change as an environmental issue. Not just from the perspective of developing countries, but I think broadly speaking, climate change is a profoundly developmental issue. And at the risk of sounding anthropocentric, I think the planets can do well without us, but I think it's humanity that's really the first victim of climate change. So in that, thinking about how you bring society, markets, countries on board, I think the more clear we are in framing the climate crisis and climate solutions as an opportunity for development, for the economy, and for humanity, I think the better we are to make progress. COPs are profoundly political spaces, and we also assume that they are linear. We saw in Belém that they are definitely not. We had a couple of years ago language around fossil fuels that precisely, some would say thanks to the UAE presidency, we were able to get in. But then we saw backtracking, and obviously having a major player being out of the room also gives a lot of courage for actors to backtrack on a lot of previous commitments. So I think my first message is not to assume that COP processes are linear in terms of progress, and we can lose quite a lot of momentum that had been achieved in the past. To a room of economists and multidisciplinary thinkers who are working at the national and regional level, my question to you is, seeing where we are at the COP, and I share your sense that the COP can't deliver on anything, it's a coordination mechanism, and I'm personally not very optimistic for the next 3 years at least. How do you connect thought leadership at the national and the regional level, particularly with your experience at the UFM, where do you see the role of regional coordination spaces as complementing the lack of momentum that we are seeing at the COP space? Thanks very much.
Regional versus global. Well, you know, first of all, this is political, it has global implications, but we need to remember that sustainability has its own natural space. And the natural space, it's called a concrete territory. It's a place where a certain civilization was expressed by a certain environment. And if you want to call me a determinist, you're right. Yes, I am a determinist. I think that the environment shapes societies. And this normally doesn't have a fixed measure. You can have a huge concrete space like the Midwest in the United States, which is homogeneous. It's the corn belt, it's the wheat belt, or if you go in a territory like the ones that we have around the Mediterranean, normally it's extremely small. You have concrete territories which represent a certain sort of wine, or which represent a certain village with all things like that. So, you know, global, regional, yes, it's essential. We need to coordinate, but it's not exactly the measure that catches the real work that we have to do. The real work that we have to do is local, and it joins what I said. I mean, we have to foster local development according to the potentials of every ecosystem. It's the only way in which we do not harm Mother Earth. But still, the regional level is smaller, so it allows you to be more concrete. And thank you for offering me the opportunity to boast about the fantastic achievements of UFM. But we do really have something. You know, in climate negotiation, the Mediterranean does not exist. It's fractioned in 3 different negotiating groups: the Arab group, the European Union, and the other ones who belong to, we don't know too much what. These groups often are on opposite sides on many issues, take loss and damage. But if you look at it from another perspective, we are all sharing the same destiny. The Mediterranean is a concrete territory. I don't have the time to explain you how the specific climate conditions of the Mediterranean made it possible that the most important revolution in history, the agricultural revolution, happened systemically here, which defined us as a place of great civilization and gave us and things like that. All this now is being destroyed. So although we perceive ourselves very often as enemies, different and things like that, think about it. What is Europe? Europe is a totally artificial idea. I mean, if we define, according to the criteria through which we define the other continents, we shouldn't exist. Our name should be West Asia. We exist as a continent with its own physiognomic, environmental, cultural identity, because we are the product of a certain very special climate, which was given to us by the Mediterranean. The same thing happens with the southern shore of the Mediterranean. It's Africa, but it's not Africa. It's part of our bubble. We think we're different, but if you take one step back, we're just the same people. Ramadan and Carême, Eid al-Fitr and Easter is the same thing, which is the ways old ladies dressed, both in Christian and in Muslim, they dress the same way. The value is the same. And we look alike. Semites and Indo-Europeans, they look alike and they're different from. So can we recognize that, okay, we sit on opposite benches concerning loss and damages, but we have something in common that we need to defend. And what we did is we had all the states realize that, okay, I mean, of course, you can have your fights about loss and damage, but there are some things that we need to defend together. And we came to this conclusion, which goes in the direction of what I told you, which is based first on the fact that the Mediterranean region is a real hotspot. It's very dangerous what's happening here. It's going to be a geostrategic bomb very soon. And it's so dangerous not only because climate impacts, forecasted climate impacts are very severe, but also because it is an asymmetric region. It's a place of rich and poor people. The same impacts on a region which is uniform in income distribution are not so dangerous. In a place like ours, where you have demographic trends which are opposite between the North and the South, there are rich people and there are poor people, it's really explosive. So what do we do? Well, we recognize one thing. Even though there are the rich ones, nobody around the Mediterranean, not even the richest, have enough resources to face a crisis of this space and magnitude. But if we put together all our differences, even those that made us have disputes in the past, we end up having a basket of solutions which is much larger. Take energy. Europe wants to decarbonize by 2050, quantitatively impossible without relying on the solar potential of the South. But in turn, the solar potential of the South cannot develop based only on internal markets. There wouldn't be enough finance. So I need you, you need me. Take food security. Climatic bands are migrating north very quickly. If you're familiar with the wine and vine sector, you know it. I mean, we're talking about producing champagne in Denmark, which is the aim. But anyway, it's going north very fast, and it's not only that. Well, we are witnessing a spontaneous increase in cooperation in agriculture and forestry. Governments did not intervene. Why? Because of the so-called phytogenetic heritage of the south of the Mediterranean, the plants, crops, and things that are commercially viable, will be the ones that will save Southern Europe economies in not so many years. So I need you, you need me. It's not only I need your argan oil where I used to plant my olive oil, but I also need you to teach me how to take care of that. Because we think that in the North we have absolute knowledge. No, I'll give you one last and final example. There is a chapter in climate negotiation which stands, and it's called technology transfer. It's somehow related to loss and damage. And it stands because, let us be sincere, technology transfer is perceived as the generous gift of the beautiful, advanced, and whatever to those who are not. But what is technology? Technology is not only the latest computer. Technology is know-how on how to use the territory. If you go along the Silk Road, and here I talked to a Persian lady, you will often find some buildings which are cone-shaped, and they're called yakchal. Yakchal is a Persian word that means the fridge. They were used by merchants to deposit perishable goods. And they have one characteristic. No matter how hot it is outside, inside the temperature is always between 0 and -4. Electricity expenditure, 0. The Arabs and the Persians exported to Europe a technology called the Qanat that allowed to have gardens flourish in the desert. Please understand me. I'm not here to say that we have to go back to the beautiful era in which there were no antibiotics and no science. On the contrary. But imagine science applied to this huge knowledge. And then there is no more technology transfer. I need you, you need me. And in the Mediterranean, we started talking about knowledge sharing. Yes, at the COP, it's technology transfer. But among us in the Mediterranean, it's knowledge sharing. And what is the end result of it? Is that it creates the basic condition to respect the environment. Because if you imagine an economy, an economic basin in which we start sharing energy systems, we start sharing food systems, we start sharing manufacturing, it implies a place where people start to circulate a lot, much more than the quantities that we fear so much of so-called migration. But it's a positive movement. It builds peace and it rebalances income distribution. So if we do the right thing to tackle climate, actually we're doing also the right thing to tackle the root causes of climate change, which is lack of justice. This is the experiment that we are running at the regional level. And I must say, I'm very proud to say that it's going very well. It does not surface too much. And Chatham House rules, I also tell you why it doesn't surface too much. We explain it at the COPs or in this Congress, but we don't cry too much about it because it implies having some people who in principle shouldn't be working together, work together. If you have
Thanks for the interruption. We're streaming on YouTube.
Okay, that's all right. Thank you.
That's where the Chatham rules apply.
No, but it's okay. I mean, I'm not saying
Everybody
anything. I'm not saying anything, but I mean, if you have two peoples, and I'll leave it to you to imagine who they might be. work together and it surfaces in the media, there will be the political obligation to state, no, this is impossible because they are the horrible enemy. But if you keep it under the media threshold, then it's fine. I mean, we understand it's necessary. And I'm not obliged to take those principled positions that would block everything. This is why you don't hear so much about this project. But this project is advancing hugely to the point that the European Union, for instance, has uptaken all our construction concerning the integration of energy system and has transformed it also in one of its largest programs called the TMED, which will be financed very consistently. I think I've taken too much of your time.
Okay, thank you. I need to give the word to Rim because she was looking at me very sternly for the past 15 minutes. Rim, can you keep it short, please? Pretty please.
Yes, I will be. Thank you, Gramenos. Very inspiring. You made a very important comment on the trade-off, environment and economy. And also you made a comment on moving from quantity-based production to quality-based production. The first thinking I might tell you is the price will go up. And then this will only create further problems for the poor countries and the poor people who will not even have food to afford. So having 9 billion on the planet, how can you deal with all the necessities, particularly the priorities, especially for low and middle income countries? And then at the same time, if we look at those countries, not only there is the climate change induced destruction, but also you have the man-made destruction. So my question to you is, what are the solutions that you may propose to bridge these trade-offs at a global level, dealing with the situation we have today?
Thank you, Rim. You are the economist. I am a practitioner, so I will reply to you. I cannot reply to you with comprehensive data. I can reply to you with my own experience. I come from development cooperation. Starting with food, you know, we are so scared of the moment in which we will be 9.5 billion people, but we currently produce enough calories to feed 12 billion people, except that they are distributed so as to have distributed and produced so as to have 2 billion people who are sick out of eating too much or badly. And this has a huge cost. Only obesity is considered to weigh on public health systems the equivalent of the GDP of my country. Then add diabetes, heart diseases, and things like that. OCDE considers only obesity as the cause of the equivalent of the lack of 68 million people in labor market every year. This produces another pole, which are the desperate ones, because on one hand, we have 2 billion people who are sick out of eating too much or eating badly. On the other hand, we have 1 billion people who are in food insecurity. The two things are related. One produces the other, but also this other pole costs the economy an incredible amount of money, unless you want to say that being obliged to finance Frontex or secret services or armies is good for the economy because it fuels the demand side and things like that, which can also be considered. On the other hand, I've witnessed experiences like take slow food. Slow food has a spin-off which is called 10,000 Gardens in Africa. What do they do? Well, no, let me take another angle of this, which is clear. Between the two Americas, wisely it has been decided that there should be a biodiversity corridor because these very rich ecosystems were fragmented by roads and things like that. But there is also the coastal side of the American biodiversity corridor, which is more difficult to manage. The fragmenting factor is not infrastructure, but is industrial fishing. Industrial fishing just disrupts all the connections between all the different ecosystems, which are reciprocally reliable. So they decided to tackle it with a methodology called a slow fish. What does it mean? It means I go community by community and ask them, what were your grandparents doing? What did they fish? To discover that the grandparents were respecting seasons of reproductions and were extracting richness of diversity from the objective diversity. So, okay, let's go back. How did they use that crab, the traditional recipe? Based on that recipe, then they developed the value chain. This very specific dish that no one knew about. And I'm talking about food because it's simple, but we can talk about manufacturing, we can talk about services and things like that in the same perspective. It entered the hotels, it enriched the touristic experience and things like that. And the result is that fishermen who were enslaved by the power of the centralized buyer, generally big fishing ships that would immediately freeze everything, that would tell you, no, I don't care what you have. You need to fish tilapia. And if you want to survive, you need to fish it irrespective of the reproduction periods. What did they get out of that? Mere survival and being enslaved to a price which was set by the centralized buyer. What did this operation do? It freed them from this slavery and greatly increased their income because they were not selling, again, calories anymore. They were selling the experience of grandmas, which can be sold a lot more expensive, so quantity diminishes. Again, you are the economist. Who am I to tell you, to explain to you that a green economy is actually a booster of growth because it redistributes employment.
Okay, can we?
Yes.
Sorry for jumping in. Can we leave it at that? So, Rim, the answer to your question is this is your homework. Thank you. Can we give thanks to Gramenos again, please? This was a very good talk. I have plenty of notes, thank you, to follow up on and think about. One thing Gramenos mentioned was wine production and shifting climatic patterns. So I will use that to link to the next talk, which is Stephen Newman, who will be talking about how to merge production and biodiversity into one functioning system.
Is it working? Yeah. So thank you very much for inviting me. I'm very honored to try and present today. Very much moving from the global, you know, we have a saying, think globally, act locally. So I'm using the vineyard as a metaphor for what I call radical regeneration. So this is a radical approach. So I come from Kent and in England, and we've recently had £600 million invested in vineyards. So we have a very positive side to climate change. We can plant new crops. We're also growing olives in England. So this is positive. The negative is that they're just moving a very toxic value chain from the continent to England. And by toxic, I mean very toxic. So we now know that we've nearly lost 80% of insect biomass in Europe. This is a catastrophic change. And I think it's largely due to pesticides and sprays. So this is very toxic. So the title of the talk is The Economics of Resilient Nature-Based Solutions, looking at the UK vineyards. So how do I move that? Is it, which one is it? The side, is it the side thing? On the side, yeah. So my background, I run a company which we've been very lucky to be involved in major environmental economics linked activities. We one of the most important things we're doing recently, we've just had a budget of $1 billion in Bangladesh for nature-based solutions for coastal resilience in relation to climate change, involving tree-based approaches. So this complements heavy engineering to give climate change resilience. Mangroves, agroforestry, a whole range of things. I'm also visiting professor at the University of Reading. So resilience in the English language means bounce back. The bad news on climate change and the biodiversity crisis often overwhelms individuals. It's too much. So we need to look at the energy for change in people and identify exemplars, build on the positive energy for change. That's the only way forward. The aim of this paper is to find solutions, or at least spark discussion, on climate change resilience and nature restoration in the context of vineyards. So how can we find the positives and the energy to have a revolutionary approach to regeneration? So why invest in regenerative English viticulture? Well, climate change has enabled a new opportunity by completely looking at different ways of vineyards. We can make them multifaceted. So they produce carbon investment, biodiversity net gain, technology, artificial intelligence, and housing. So the question of where do we want these vineyards and what functions could be is very, very broad as multi-use landscapes, not just toxic monocultural plots. There's a big market for no-spray grape juice, mixed juices and wine, but not organic. Unfortunately, the organic label has lost the plot in relation to wine because they're allowed to use copper sprays. So we need to have the concept of no spray. So using regenerative economics, we can find weaknesses in the adapted value chains and look at opportunity, deconstruct the whole elements of the system to find out where do these crazy ideas come from and what are the factoids. Factoids are ideas that have no evidence whatsoever. Just some very assertive individual tells people this is the way we do things, and they get away with it without any evidence. Capitalize on diversity for more products and increase natural capital. Regenerate above and below ground biosystems and regenerate the whole social aspects of the system. And then we can use bioeconomic models to optimize return on capital and the regenerative pathway. So our bioeconomic model looks through time at what the gross margins are and returns on capital, at the same time looking at the growth of the crop, or the tree in this case. Now I'll move on. Where we used to think they were all competing for the same resources. We now know that they're in multidimensional niche space. They're not in the same environment at all. They're using different resources, and we're looking at complementarity and synergy and not competition. So all the ideas of chemical agriculture based on monoculture turn out to be irrelevant. So it's a combination of trees, crops, fungi, livestock, including fish and poultry. What's the benefits of having specific species together? Not all of them will work. You have to look at where the synergy is, which ones work best together. The key features are you can get synergy from combining them in terms of increased yield or more economic efficiency. There can be different starting points for agroforestry. You could start with the crop, like a wheat crop, and put trees in it. You can start from a woodland and grow ginseng in the woodland or whatever. Or you can start from a pasture, a plantation, or an orchard. Not only can it be more profitable, but it can be a very powerful nature-based solution, a profitable nature-based solution to protect people from adverse weather or other issues. And it's particularly relevant in the face of the bioabundance crisis, which is this lack of insect biomass. Insects are absolutely critical for, the bird populations. They're also important for pollination. So these are fundamental issues. We talk now more about bioabundance problems and biodiversity problems. So we work with farmers in England. This is one of my farmer trials. Again, another climate change opportunity. That's a standard wheat field. We then grow walnuts in the wheat field, and they grow incredibly well. And there's no effect on the wheat yield. We get a full wheat yield, and then the farmer gets extra benefit from the walnut. So the return on capital is better, the asset value is increased. And now we're exporting both hazelnut oil and walnut oil to China from England. So the world's a very different place than it used to be. Incredible opportunities for new tree crops and products. This is an example of an agroforestry system with a very high value timber and sheep. If livestock have their mean body temperature affected by +1 or -1 degree centigrade, the live weight gain or the dairy efficiency reduces. So with having shade from trees, it has a massive economic effect on the economics of the livestock. In addition, we can reduce the vet's bills from health issues. The animals can eat tree leaves and get resilience from lots of pests. Right, so when we're looking at the vineyard, we're saying, can we diversify the income streams, improve the environmental profile by doing agroforestry? So within the vineyard, where can we do this stuff? Well, we can plant things within the alleyway between the vines. We can plant things around the edge of the vineyard to give a better microclimate. And we can get income from all of these things. And we can also grow things within the vine row and allow the vine to climb up the trees and benefit from the mycorrhizal association of trees in the row, so they can resist major diseases like powdery mildew and downy mildew. So deconstruct things, look at how it's better to do things in a mixture. What place should the vineyard be? Should it be a peri-urban area where it's providing houses as part of a food forest? Where should it be? What should it look like? So these are some images I've generated to look at what it might look like. So this is a good one. Stone pine, the most valuable nut in the world. That would be a good combination with the vineyard, and the shade of the pine could improve the quality of the wine. So you're improving the price of the wine by having pine nuts. This is a very provocative picture. So actually the vine, where does it come from? The vine actually comes from the side of a stream on the edge of a forest. So it normally would have its feet in the water, and it would also climb up the tree. So it would invariably have benefits both from what's living in the water and what's fungi or mycorrhizally associated with the tree that it climbs up with. So this is an absolutely radical, revolutionary insight, and has been buried from the whole milieu. So by deconstructing and asking basic ecological questions, it's a revolutionary approach to regeneration. This was common in the Americas, the idea of the water being the substrate, the floating gardens of the Incas. We're doing lots of floating gardens in Bangladesh. Incredible economic opportunity, a nature-based solution. The Chinese are real masters about having fish and integrating fish with trees. We can learn a lot from them. So what is a grapevine? Well, it's a thing that grows next to water and climbs trees. Think about it. So, you know, we've been, for 8,000 years, we've got off on the wrong foot. So these errors do carry on for some time. Right. These amazing animals have got the ability to provide all the fertilizer you need. They've got the ability to eat or speed up the mineralization of the leaf litter. The leaf litter is the host for the powdery mildew and the downy mildew, which is the reason why vineyards are the most toxic system in the world in terms of sprays. So we've got arable crops, you've got a certain amount of spray. Then even worse, orchards, they're terrible, sprayed every fortnight. Vineyards are even worse. They are the most toxic in terms of spray intensity. And even when we look at the data on the amount of sprays put onto crops, it's worse than that because we're using different surfactants and materials that make them far more toxic. Even with a lower volume, we were kidding ourselves. They're more toxic than they were 10 years ago to birds, insects, and everything else. Mechanization. Now we've got incredible opportunities for robotics, and we can grow the crops and space the crops to fit the mechanization. It's not rocket science, it's incredibly simple. So when we're developing these systems, we have 3 levels of analysis: economics, agroecologics, and ergonomics. Ergonomics is how to mechanize, use AI, use robotics. So this machine can go harvest the grapes and the blueberries all together. I've just finished a £14 million commission in Portugal to integrate nuts with blueberries. These are all superfoods with incredibly high value, amazing return on investment in Portugal. Look at the spacing. We can have the vines incredibly wide, and then we improve the microclimate. We're planting the vines far too close. We're creating the environment for the fungi. There's not enough airflow. It's perfect habitat for all the disease. In addition, the human eye is absolutely terrible at understanding how much light there is. So when we see a closely spaced vineyard, the eye accommodates and thinks there's enough light between the rows. There is not. There's about 40% shade when you use a measuring instrument. So the lack of UV, the reduction in UV, is also allowing the fungus to grow. All these ridiculous factoids, you know, this is the best way to do things, they're complete rubbish. There's no evidence whatsoever that this is the best way to do it. Again, you know, let's let the vines climb up the trees and have higher production. We can now use machinery to harvest at higher levels. That allows us to have wider spacing between the rows. There are lots of benefits from that support, and it might have a beneficial effect on wine quality, the taste. So we know that tannins and various sugars are affected by trees. That's vines on apple. Right, so now we move on to the financial analysis, the economic analysis. So we move on to something I call the treadmill. Why can't we be more adaptable? Because we're stuck on a treadmill we can't get off. The first step is when you get sold the ridiculous idea that it costs £36,000 a hectare to establish a vineyard. What a ridiculous notion. So if you've spent that money, you're very unlikely to lay off the sprays because you're risking such an absurd investment. So the first thing to do is to see how we can reduce the density of those, because what you're going to change is not the final yield of what you're going to get, but the precocity. So it'll take a while for the vines to fill the space, but with agroforestry, you're already getting income from the poultry or the crops. So we can do that. We have the law of final yield. So we can have at least half the density, half the establishment cost. So these are some of the strategies for the regenerative approach. And this is the most important thing, to find the energy for change, the exemplars. So the COPs look very bad, you know, and all the bad news comes out. But underneath, there are people doing incredible work with renewable energy, incredible growth rates, incredible successes, but that's often overshadowed by the global bad news and a lot of ignorance, really. So find the good news. The climate is getting warmer, spring frosts are getting later and less severe. Identify profitable solutions. So like the speaker said before, you know, income and economics are not opposite to environment. We can use environment to give us wisdom, to save money and make things more profitable. The two go together. Let's use that synergy. Identify win-win-win situations. Reduce the toxic sprays, reduce diet-related disease, create jobs, hospitality, rural enterprise. Locate and build on energy for change. In my company, we use this technique called appreciative inquiry, which is a very powerful technique to locate energy for change in individuals and communities. And that's been very successful in our work on poverty reduction in India, where we raised 33,000 families above the poverty line using worms and harvesting wild silk, mainly by women doing that, building on their incredible energy. The most important thing of all, find a way of having fun. It's a happy experience, that being success. You know, young people need to have fun. Don't burden them with all the bad news. Let's have fun together. In my day as a hippie, we'd have incredible fun at a protest or a free music festival. Maybe the message to stop killing the whales might not get through in the afternoon, but we've had a blooming good time putting the message across. That seems to be missing from today, having fun. Environmental activism linked with fun. I've just started a new thing in England called Earth Sonic, where we're making music from plants and the environment, and young kids can't get enough of it. We're all together making music, and it's increasing environmental activism. The music is the environmental activism. That's what we need. Build on the positive. Try to have fun. More festivals. You're going to meet some amazing people at the festival or on a demonstration. Do action and have fun. That's the most important thing. This is all the nonsense about the establishment costs. I believe by having the vines climbing the trees, changing the density, we can halve that. And this is amazing when we look at gross margins, how much we can do very quickly. Management costs, spray costs and related labour and fertiliser, that's 30% of production costs. Again, remove it, we don't need that. Labour, don't just do heavy work. Why don't we just have fun and let the machines do the heavy work? Robotics, that's going to be the future. Targeted actions, reduce fertiliser. These are all the ways you can do it through agroecology. Reduce fungicide, reduce insecticide. And since Brexit in the UK, we're now getting some very interesting incentives. So you can have a no spray payment. You can have a biodiversity crop payment. So we're moving in the right direction for incentives. What's missing, though, is law. We need greater law to stop the farmers polluting and also the water companies polluting. We do need the stick as well as the carrot. Return on capital. Well, when you look at the income from crops, fungi, and livestock, you can dramatically increase the internal rate of return or net present value. You're going to get this stuff early on. You don't have to wait. A vineyard, normally the payback year would be 10. So that's a crazy system. Why don't we have a more diverse system? Income stability. So this is data from a Kent orchard that show the ridiculous variability of the grape yield in England. It's all over the place. Look at that. So you can't rely on a system like that. So let's have more crops, in the bad time, maybe it's good for walnut or whatever. Yields, so diversity means stability. Diversity means choice. Diversity is the way forward. Diversity of opportunity for different people. So I'm doing lots of work in Kent with refugees at the moment where we're foraging together and we all eat together and we have incredible fun. So, eating together, foraging, sharing each other's ecological knowledge. That's, for me, where it's at the moment. Behavioral economics and the treadmill and the toxic advice culture. Get people off the treadmill, give them the freedom to make a choice and help them recognize toxic business models, toxic value chains, and give them the energy to work against it. So we've talked about this. Once you've paid £35,000 a hectare, it's a very brave person indeed that doesn't spray. You're worried about your investment. The problem is you've been given the wrong varieties. They're very not resilient at all. They're very spray dependent. That's part of it. So you get these toxic advice. So you find out the guy that's telling you to plant them at a certain density is running a nursery. His business is a nursery business, so he's hardly likely to say, don't bother to buy so many plants. Don't follow that Steve Newman saying that you only need half the plants, because he's got a nursery business. He's got a conflict of interest. Most of the advisors that will come around now in England for agriculture are actually selling the sprays. So there's a conflict of interest. So there's a toxic advice culture. Also, these so-called advisors, when I give them a basic test like I do to my student, they would not be at the level of even having A levels, let alone having a graduate degree. So they're not qualified either. So they've not got any ability to think outside the box. They don't have the confidence because they don't have the education to do that. So we also need to look at new metrics for regenerative systems. And I've tried to look at actor-specific metrics. Obviously, that's an old one, and equity investors looking at internal rate of return. But now let's think about the most provocative thing. Where should we have this food production? Where should we have the viticulture? Well, in England, during our development of planning, we used to have something called the green belt around every urban area. And NIMBYs, we don't need any development in the green belt. Well, that's ridiculous. Now we call it the green life jacket. So that's going to save us. That's the key to climate change resilience, the peri-urban area. We've got the market. Young people don't want to work in the countryside. There's an incredible level of urbanization. We need to address that. The peri-urban area is the future. And that's a lot of this $1 billion we just spent in Bangladesh is concerned with that peri-urban opportunity. So the best thing is to have this peri-urban area with a share of the equity and build housing there. Housing that restores nature, that doesn't go against nature. So housing, the rental yield of the land shared with the investor is part of the new regenerative model. It's not just income from the grapevines, it's income from rent. So we need to think very broadly about new business models with multiple income streams. So what I'm doing now is to have various events where we're trying to come up with a collaborative venture across Europe to look at this, you know, regenerative viticulture, and we want people from the industry, we want people, academics, we definitely want economists on board to help us to build exemplars of amazingly useful, climate resilient wine gardens and forest villages, you know, looking at integrating the whole lot. Moving on to policy now. What kind of policy do we need to underpin these ideas based on agroecology and regeneration? We don't want production subsidies anymore. So we've just done a review of all the support for agroforestry in Europe, subsidies, and they've had a net negative effect. They actually delay things. The most fundamental problem with subsidy for production is it suppresses innovation. It really has a very negative behavioral effect. What we do need is subsidies for what I call carbon synergy partnership. So when we set up Carbon Action Yorkshire, working with Lord Stern, it was amazing. We got the biggest coal-fired power station in Europe. How can we get them to work with Yorkshire Water, where each side tries to reduce the carbon footprint and at the same time increases profitability? That's the starting point. It's like a dating agency. You're allowed in the room. You definitely want to reduce your carbon footprint. You can come in, and you can't leave the room until you've both worked out how you're both going to have a more profitable business model. These are called carbon synergy partnerships. Subsidize farmer-to-farmer collaboration and subsidize innovation. So very clear messages for instruments of policy. We're doing the wrong ones at the moment. We're just giving subsidies for inputs. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Steve. That was excellent. Riv, if you are still listening, the answer to your question is have fun at the festival. I look forward to seeing you in Welling.
Absolutely. I am still there. Thank you, Steve, for providing me fantastic answer, because the answer is in collaboration and multidisciplinarity. And this is how economists may be able to give solutions and long-term solutions. Absolutely. Thank you.
All right.
Very
thank you.
inspiring.
In the interest of time, one question. Gamenos?
Sorry if I take the floor once again, but also I have to leave. First, thank you so much. I mean, I think that what we said was totally complementary. I just wanted to add that among the many advantages, maybe you forgot one, which is portfolio diversification. And I'll take it from Syria. Although it is still a little bit disputed, there is an analysis that says that the Syrian crisis, on top of all its historical and political causes, was accelerated by a 4 years unprecedented drought. But what we know is that the Syrian traditional agricultural tissue, which was mainly family farms, would have resisted this drought. Family farm opposes to income farm. In a family farm, you produce everything that the family needs, and if there is some excedence, you exchange it on the market. So by nature, it is an agroecology approach. It doesn't make you rich compared with the income farm, which is the place where you produce nothing that you directly need, but you produce what the market requests. But compared with it, it also has an advantage which is highly valued in Wall Street, which is portfolio diversification. If on your farm you have a few goats, some olive trees, some and here that something might arrive that is harmful for wheat, but you still have your tomatoes. And what happened in Syria is that with the best intentions in the world, this tissue of family farms was encouraged to shift to large-scale production of cotton, which drinks a huge amount of water. Again, maybe through what I said before, it sounds like I'm against multinationals or big clusters. No, that's not the case. I mean, we wouldn't have some essential services within big clustering like, I don't know, cancer treatments. You cannot develop them only with small farms. But let's keep this concentration, this monocultural concentration, which is not only in agriculture, it's also in other things, where it makes sense. But again, thank you so much for giving such a concrete demonstration of how much we need to go back to what our territories can naturally express.
All right, thank you. I'll call it a day in the interest of time because we have people online which are joining for the next session. Sorry? Okay, so since Praina is online, what we can do is to jump in straight to the next reforest session. Hang on. Okay, so break or no break? Break. Okay, so 10-minute coffee break. And we restart at 5 past with the reforest session.
Yeah, so for me, it's all about land. The land is really all access. And having to share the betterment about land. So you know, you're in the land itself. So when we were doing work in Africa, if we're going through the text, then there's no everybody better. Yeah. You're almost like having shared. And then they're part of it. Well. So the most yeah, I mean, I've got to like go to sure it's it's land. Yeah, and what about the road? So we have to run it from the road. Here's the hotel. And then coupled with really so we've got basically let's go on the 100 days guaranteed pay. So we try lots of ways to get
Hello, my name is Martin. This is just for the benefit. We should be able to start the session in 5 minutes. How are you? Thank you. Okay. All right. Can we sit down, please? Oh, there's Praina. Right. Thank you for waiting. And again, apologies for the delay. So what we are doing now is a panel session, which is dedicated to reforest project. My name is Martin Lukács. I am the principal investigator for the project. I will run the session, but the main participants are Praina and Tiago, and also all of the audience. I will explain. What we want to do is to show you what we have achieved so far in the project. That's the two presentations by Praina and Tiago. And what we are after is feedback, suggestions, proposals from the audience, because clearly we cannot think of everything ourselves. That's not possible. So just very briefly to set this up, Reforest is the aim of the project is to mainstream agroforestry in Europe. Agroforestry can be broadly described as farming with trees. So what we want to do is to make sure that more tree cover is present in Europe as we go forward. Agroforestry obviously is one of the regenerative agriculture techniques or strategies which we can use. And one of the reasons why we have the project and why agroforestry, despite all its attractions, is not currently something that farmers would consider automatically is finance and access to finance before you start agroforestry projects. And this is what Praina and Tiago will be talking about. So without further ado, I will hand over to Praina, who is joining us online from Bonn, and we'll do the first presentation today.
Great. Thank you, Martin, and thank you all for being here. And I apologize, I could not be there because of teaching duties and budget constraints. I hope I am audible to everyone. Yes? Yeah, wonderful. All right, then, yes. So I am Pragna, and I work at the Indus Horticultural Sciences University of Bonn with Professor Ludling, and we are working together on the Reforest project with Martin and Tiago. And our work mainly involved identifying the institutional barriers, what are the different incentives that are present currently, and then how can we best support the decision-making towards adoption of agroforestry within Europe. Okay. Yeah, so as Martin mentioned, we really wanted to understand what is hindering the widespread adoption of agroforestry, despite it being a multifunctional regenerative land use strategy that actually very strongly aligns with European Union's climate and sustainability goals. Yeah. So what we found was that despite all of this, the paradox does not seem to stem from the lack of interest or whatever environmental relevance that the practice in itself has, but rather from this complex set of institutional, financial, regulatory challenges that persist across different member states within the Europe. And this is something that we came across not only with the literature that we have gone through, but also with the two key stakeholder workshops that we conducted for the project as well as outside the project back in 2023 and 2024. And what we realized was there is a need to actually capture these institutional barriers, and we thought of doing it country-wise and identifying what are these different barriers. So we started off with the document analysis, policy analysis. We dove into different CAP strategic plans of all the member states and extensive literature review. We also spoke to the regional experts. These includes the agroforestry associations in each of the countries, as well as different our living labs and the project partners who are actually the experts who work continuously with the farmers in the locality and know very well what are the different barriers that the farmers face for adopting agroforestry. And we kind of ended up complementing the reports that EMEA published in their 5.1, the deliverable that they submitted on mapping reports for agroforestry, sector finance and policy 1. With that, we were actually also able to qualitatively assess the practical insights into the funding structures and how does it influence the economic viability using the dynamic management tool that we developed. All of this is actually captured in the deliverable that we submitted as part of our work. So the project is it's titled Country-Specific Mappings of Institutional Barriers. So a little bit peeking into what the report actually contains, right? So what we identified, the very first institutional barrier for adoption of agroforestry is the definition of agroforestry itself. While there is a very general definition that Martin just spoke to us about, what the EU did was to actually legitimize the agroforestry as an agricultural activity and ask the member states to define it within their CAP strategic plan. What it led to was each country or each member state having their own definition, giving their own specification, and these were defined in terms of uniform density, which all of this I will go one by one and explain why this actually becomes a hindrance. Yeah? When we talk about uniform tree density, what happens is that this is dependent on what is the optimum spacing that is available for a farmer, what are the species they are growing, what is the crown of the tree, and what is the climate, crop type, and what is the machinery that they work with. However, if you end up giving a uniform density of tree caps, then it actually forces to adopt the least denominator for the design, and it completely prevents from actually exploring this technically sound, innovative combination of tree and crops that could be actually very much beneficial for the specific site. And next is also there is the within the definition, it also captures, certain countries do capture the static canopy threshold as well. And this regulation or this inclusion, what it does is that it kind of brings in a fear within the farmers that a single satellite image could reclassify their agricultural activity as a forest plot, therefore retroactively invalidating all agricultural payments and invoking forest compliance costs then. Yeah. The next was the crop line criteria. So if you are having crops, the production from grassland is going to be very different from high input horticultural sites, and ignoring this contrast when it comes to this light requirements and equipment needs, it is essentially not enabling the adoption of agroforestry. It actually kind of underutilizes the sites where high tree densities would actually thrive and would be agronomically appropriate to be included. And there is also exclusion happening. This is with respect to species where negative lists are provided within the member states, or with respect to certain systems like the short rotation coppice, which is completely excluded as an agroforestry system. These are systems that are very much environmentally beneficial because there are certain species like Robinia that are nitrogen fixing, or for example SRCs that can have these nitrogen fixing shrubs and essentially prevent erosion control, and and can be something that actually diversifies this income very well for the farmers. But these exclusion of this kind of prevents them from actually having it on their land, and thus essentially even if they have it on their land, then they wouldn't be getting access to the subsidies and incentives that come with adopting agroforestry. There is also the issue about bureaucratic transaction cost. This includes things wherein if there are multiple funding lines, then you would have to apply to each of them, the paperwork that is involved, as well as having these, the small scale farmers do not necessarily have the GIS skills to actually map everything out and do these submissions. A farmer that we very closely work with on a different project also informed us that for him, it took 2 consultants over 3 days of time to actually make the submission to get these incentives and subsidies. And that actually ends up being a huge transactional cost for them. And there is also the problem with the policy silos and inconsistent land codes. So where their agriculture and forest falls under different ministries, for example, in Hungary or in Spain, then the agroforestry parcels must be satisfying 2 sets of requirements, and this ambiguity essentially discourages uptake. Farmers prefer very simple schemes with clear and stable compliance criteria that they can easily understand and easily fulfill. And the definition is not just the semantic of it here. It essentially determines which parcels or which plots qualify for funding under CAP Pillar 1 payments. CAP is Common Agricultural Policy, and it also establishes if the forestry regulation takes hold for an harvesting comes into play once the trees mature. So this is a very important reason why defining agroforestry systems within the member states and all over the EU is very, very important and needs to be reconsidered across all member states. The second institutional barrier that we came across, which is commonly talked about and also mentioned by the previous speaker, was the high upfront cost for establishment. This is essentially there. Every farmer faces this. They are transitioning from the existing familiar system into a system where they are bringing in a lot of variables. So they are also worried about the delayed and uncertain returns that comes with implementing trees into their farms. There is also the cost of upskilling themselves as well as their laborers when they are introducing trees into it, changing of machinery that is required, and changing essentially the entire management style as well. Then there is also the inadequate or poorly designed financial incentives. And we did kind of a deep dive by looking into all the member states' CAP strategic plans. And we started off with the countries or the member states where our project is working on, and then slowly we are still expanding it. And what we find that these are most definitely poorly designed, and we tried to also capture it in detail in the report. I will not mention further here. And yes, and there is this uncertain policy framework. So over the years, since agroforestry has been legitimized in the CAP, There has been policy shifts with respect to design, funding levels, eligibility criteria, and there sometimes are talks about kind of withdrawing some of the incentives as well. What this does is that, again, it creates the fear and of not wanting to invest so much time and resources for the farmers when trees are actually multi-decade investments. And this actually drives them away from adopting agroforestry. And lack of advisory services and knowledge dissemination is also very much a key point. There is limited capacity building and extension support available to farmers when it comes to agroforestry. There is a very immediate requirements to have advisory training, education, and field-based demonstration sites that can actually disseminate the knowledge of how agroforestry needs to be designed and needs to be very site-specific and not a very generalized thing. And for it is very much essential for farmers to know that whether for their plot, whether this particular combination that they want to work with actually does it yield them whatever is their expectation. One of the last points that we mentioned in the report is also the lack of market access and value chain development, though there are so many products that can come out of agroforestry systems, including the wines from the vineyard that the speaker earlier was talking about. There are several products, but there is institutional support lacking in this case, where there is no clear, trustworthy product certification available for agroforestry products or labeling available that actually clearly distinguishes the agroforestry product from the conventional production. This is very much important so that we can emphasize what are the environmental services that comes alongside the product quality from an agroforestry system. This is severely lacking, which, if in place, would certainly boost the confidence of the system within the farmer community. So, yeah.
Raina, sorry for barging in. You have about 5 minutes.
Oh, wow. Okay, then I will be quick. Okay, so yeah. So essentially, these different barriers rarely address, the current institutional setting and regulatory framework rarely address all of this. And this is actually corroborated with the findings from the farmer survey that EMEA conducted. Okay, I will try to run through the next of the slides then. Okay, so currently I want to give you a very quick peek into what is the financial support in Germany. So out of the 16 federal states, only 10 of them as of 2024 have implemented support schemes which can be classified into subsidized agroforestry consultancy schemes or investment-based support schemes. As you can see, the rest of the states are yet to adopt this, even though it has been specified and funding support has been given out to these regions. Yeah, the same, and it varies from region to region, as you can see. And this is pretty much the same thing that we can see all across Europe in different countries. And that's why we try to capture all of this as a database where for the current CAP. And this is available in Zenodo. And whenever you have time, please feel free to take a look at it and see for yourself how is it defined for each country and what are the different schemes that are available. What we did with the dynamic management tool that we developed for agroforestry systems within the project, essentially we developed this to help farmers decide whether they want to adopt agroforestry or not. But then after this, analyzing the institutional barriers, what we wanted to do was also to use it as a testing platform to see if the support measures are actually promising what they are or providing what they are promising. So in this tool, we essentially use the decision analysis approach, which is used in business analytics, specifically in the field of energy and pharma, where we try to include everything that matters. We make use of the local and knowledge and expert knowledge We consider uncertainties, risks, and we identify the uncertainties that have impact on the outcome using the value of information analysis. It is a kind of a sensitivity analysis that we use, and we update the model with the new whenever we get new information. So essentially, we keep the tool in perpetual beta phase. So for this, we needed the conceptual model, and it is a comprehensive conceptual model of agroforestry system that captures all the different costs, all the different benefits, and different modulating parameters, which includes institutional barriers, produce failure due to extreme weather events, market opportunities, market risks, and all of this to compute net present value. And this is something that can be adopted to different systems based on what your agroforestry system is. So essentially, in our modeling process of developing the tool, we use this conceptual model and we kind of translated it into mathematical formulation in R and using the decision support package that was developed here at Hotibon. And then we essentially use the Shiny to turn it into a user interface app style. So we currently have 4 catalog of systems where one is based, 2 are from the German systems. One is an apple alley cropping system based on a real farm, and the other one is multiple species honey production with traditional orchard. That was actually a plan that was developed for a farmer here in Germany. We also used the living labs of the project. We used the Belgian living lab, wherein it is walnut alley cropping with vegetable production. And we use the MINREM, that is the UK Living Lab, to actually simulate the silvicultural agroforestry system, silvopastoral system, with where we also compare 2 different designs. All these tools, they actually provide the net present value as a result. I mean, this is an example for the MINREM one, where we are comparing 2 different designs, and they compare it against the treeless system, which we consider as the baseline in this case. You can also check out what is the difference between having an agroforestry and not having an agroforestry system, as well as there is the cash flow and cumulative cash flow. So I will go back to the slide so you can scan the QR code and see for yourself if you're interested in it. Yes.
Thank you, Praina. That was excellent.
I hope it was on. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a message from Galina who correctly pointed out that all these tools are available on the Reforest platform. There is a link provided there. She beat me to it. Keep your questions. We'll go straight to Tiago, who will talk about how to finance this show.
Thanks, Martin. Thanks, Prajna. It's a pleasure to be sharing the stage with you and also talking here at EMANES. I'm also glad that I'm coming at last and also after Professor Newman. This makes my life much more easier because the first part of my presentation, I can go much more quicker on presenting the insights and the main results of, the main results of last 3 years of research that we have conducted on the Reforest project. And then I can spend much more time on the financial scheme, which I think it's where the core of the presentation is. So, as you know, the ultimate goal of Reforest is to upscale agroforestry in Europe, and we do that by designing and testing a very specific sustainable finance scheme for agroforestry farmers. But then, as you may guess, for that, we had to first understand the EU's current policy and finance landscape, which means understanding the underlying conditions, what are the barriers, opportunities, drivers, incentive mechanisms, existing gaps and trends. And these were the main questions, if we have to separate this into policy and finance. These were the main questions that have been motivating our research. I'll just skip them now in terms of time, but then this resulted in the series of mapping reports. And here is very important to say that the first 2 reports were prepared and published by Ivan, who's here with us. I have inherited lots of work from him, so I'm very grateful. And then the third one was prepared and published this year. And there, what we are basically trying to do is to look at the most recent EU level regulations and certifications. So we have we came up with this timeline of a series of regulations where we have deeply read and identified the impact of these regulations for agroforestry farmers. We have also assessed innovative and blended finance incentive mechanisms to, yeah, okay, they don't hear it. Is it better? Hopefully. And then we have also assessed innovative and blended finance mechanisms. So this is the narrative that we are trying to push here. We are looking to incorporate the ecosystem services that agroforestry is able to generate, carbon capture, water retention, soil health, and biodiversity enhancement into the business plan of farmers. So that is like to translate these public services into nature capital assets in order for farmers to be able to attract more investment, also to attract investment from the private sector, the philanthropic sector, and so on. We have also looked into economic literature review on payments for ecosystem services, economic valuation of agroforestry farmers against monoculture and conventional farming. And we look at cost-benefit analysis models as well. And on top of that, we also look at the global level. We have considerations of COP and trade policy agreements. And on the finance side, as I said, what we have found is that agroforestry is capable to deliver strong long-term benefits, enhancing farm resilience and generating social and economic value compared to these conventional and monoculture systems. But yet, of course, yeah, the adoption remains very low of all the barriers that Prajna already presented. And the thing is that when the valuation studies, these papers, they show that when these ecosystem services are quantified and monetized, agroforestry delivers higher total economic value. So even in terms of productivity and returns of investment. And then motivated by this, we came up with this financing scheme. And these are the two reports that presents the theory and the application of the scheme into the reforest living labs. And what we have here is more or less the main pillars of the scheme. So this is not necessarily a model, but more of a framework where we have grouped different type of payments into boxes. So we have separated payments that are referring to the upfront barriers, so the entry barriers for agroforestry farmers, then payments that are related to their actions, payments related to results they're able to present on the field. And of course, advisory services are very important to be incorporated over the time of the project. Here, I think I'm going to skip these tables, but it's more or less the methodology that we have developed. So it follows a 6-step approach where this is more or less how we'll summarize what we are seeing now as the current scenario, the baseline scenario of subsidies. So what Professor Newman mentioned, the subsidies on production, this is more or less what we are observing on Living Labs farms and all the farms that have been connected over the project. So if the first column we are separating, this is more or less the timeline of the project. So prior to the project implementation, of course, these are where the ex-ante payments trigger. So we have, on our report, we have identified from the CAP, from these subsidies and direct payments and state aid, where farmers could get their grants and payments from. So on the implementation of the project, the CAP Pillar 1 and 2, they provide this planning and initial setup grants. In terms of action-based payments, are quite important. Then in terms of hybrid payments that consider action and results-based payments, there's on pillar 2, the rural development, where farmers can get operational state aid and direct payments for basic income for compliance to sustainability practices. But this is quite limited. This is what we find on our surveys, is that this sort of scenario is not enough to cover farmers' costs and their long-term investments. So this is where the application parts come from. We have conducted several surveys and interviews. In terms of data, we rely to secondary data. So we have done this EU policy mapping, so a more large-scale mapping. And then we have also done country-level analysis to explore the heterogeneity of these countries in terms of land tenure, ownership patterns, farm typologies, and so on. And then we have also looked into the specific farm-level analysis for all the 14 reforest farms. As I mentioned, we have also conducted surveys to 38 farmers inside and outside of the reforest scope, and interviews to these farmers, and also interviews with the financial sector to guarantee funds, for example, development banks, to also understand the investment side of the thing. And then this is the descriptive data of the reforest living labs. So in terms of area, starting near organic livestock, you can have an idea how these farms are differentiate between each other. And we have farms from Belgium, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Denmark, Germany, Hungary, and England. What these living lab surveys show is that there are 3 clear gaps that we observe. So what farmers say on average is that their current financial scheme, it's not enough. They are not happy with the scheme that they are being offered by subsidies. Less than 40% of farmers have access to private sector funding. From Hungary and UK, none of them. And also access to advisory services appeared not to be very uptaken as well. So this is I think the main takeaway of our surveys. And the scheme that we're trying to address is really touching on these 3 gaps. This is what Prajna has presented before, but just for you to see the numbers, it's also presented on the report if you want to check this later. These are the main takeaways from the interviews, but what I really would like to move now, I think we are quite short on time, is really to the reforest scheme on a more visual way. So, and this is what me and Prajna, we are trying to accomplish with the upcoming research paper. We're trying to quantify the reforest scheme by using the model that she presented. So what we have here is a typical, stylized, typical agroforestry farmer financial projection in terms of cumulative cash flow. And what you see here is that to break even, it's usually around 5 to 20 years, depending on the system that they have. So it's a very long investment. There's also a huge initial investment entry barrier. And you see that over time, it takes long, and then there's huge volatility and uncertainty of returns. And what we do with our scheme is to plug all the components that we have into this cash flow projection, right? So the ex-ante payments should be triggered to the entry barriers, the action-based payments to the first years, hybrid result payments once farmers are able to show results, right, in terms of biodiversity, carbon, and so on, these ecosystem services. And then what I think is the most interesting part is this de-risking and blended finance mechanisms that I will present now as a way to reduce the volatility and also to connect farmers to more investment streams. So escaping from this subsidy scenario. So what we have done, we have identified on your first column the incentive mechanisms that we would like to explore. So, and then on the second column, we explained in an economic rationale how this mechanism it's able to support farmers. And then the third column, it's what we are exploring with Prajna's model on how to incorporate these payments and incentives into the model. And on the last columns are real case study examples of actions that are, or projects that are in place that are able to offer the mechanism that we have identified. So the first one, we are looking at seed funding and grants from NGOs. So these are other type of fundings to cover the upfront barrier. And we are considering them as either one-time upfront or annual periodic seed funding. So these are usually coming from donors, from grants, from catalytic funds, and impact-driven platforms. We are also considering, of course, nature capital markets, identification schemes. So these are basically the carbon market credits that are able to also generate cash flow for farmers. We're also considering impact investment blended finance crowd lending platforms. So these are platforms that investments, they're able to provide a more patient capital where the repayment of the loans are longer. There's a longer grace period for repaying them, and farmers hopefully are able to assess lower interest rates and in this way improving their net present value. In terms of risk mitigation and sharing instruments, we are considering, of course, insurance, so parametric insurance and other type of more modern insurance that some of these farmers, they are not related to. And as you can see, on the last column, there are examples where this is actually in practice, so it's not really only theoretical. And we have already mentioned the advisory component. So in terms of funding channel, this can reduce, this can improve farmers' decision making, so improve their productivity. And we are considering, of course, the consultation cost, and perhaps if there is any public advisory or any subsidies that reduce these costs, we are liking to address that on our model as well. And then the integrated value chain. This is where we are looking more into the whole value chain of farmers. So if, for example, these farmers are able to join cooperatives, so they have more bargain of power of you know, and also they're able to share the cost of their equipment. We are also considering advanced purchase agreements. So these are long-term contracts where, let's say, isolated or like a farmer, it's able to sign a long-term contract to a supermarket, and this will give them a much more certainty in terms of prices, in terms of also value chain distribution. And the last component of these incentive mechanisms has to do with the innovation part. Professor Newman also mentioned the mechanization, digitalization on the field. So if these farmers they're able to invest on MRV measurement, reporting, and verification instruments, and this, of course, will allow them to show better results more transparently. And of course, if there are any sort of subscription of these digital tools, if there are any discount on that or any subsidies, we're also accounting on our cost-benefit analysis. So I think this will summarize what we are hoping to show on our paper, is that we are comparing this baseline scenario where I mentioned that we are seeing today, where farmers are seen as isolated and only really reliant on production subsidies. And what we want to show is that if agroforestry farmers are following our reforest scheme and able to address to these incentive mechanisms, they will present a much healthier and profitable results in terms of financial indicators. So here is also, again, a stylized cumulative cash flow projection. And what we see is that on the first years, these farmers that are following the reforest scheme, they have a much lower entry barrier. Their break-even is also earlier because of all these new income streams and also access to advisory services that help them to make better decisions early on. And then the volatility, as we're trying to show on the graph, it's slower because first they are diversified. Of course, agroforestry farmers, they have different products that they can, so they're less exposed to shocks. And they're more resilient in terms of their field. So if there's any shocks in terms of floods, fires, droughts, they're more prepared to respond to these shocks than conventional monoculture farmers. And this is hopefully what we would like to show on the paper that we are building. So this is the QR code if you want to scan and check the dynamic management tool, where we are already addressing the financial scheme. And there we'll have the projections of in terms of net present value and so on. And here are QR codes for joining the platform and working groups that we are hosting through Reforest. And I think a couple months from now, we are also going to be delivering workshops on policy recommendations. So please join us there. And finally, if I can summarize the presentation is that, well, the narrative that we are trying to show is that we would like to incorporate these ecosystem services into farms' business models, so we can help them to escape from subsidies only into more blended finance scenario. And this is hopefully what we will show on the research paper that are coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiago. Thank you, Praina. So this was a short overview of one of the things which we are working for in Reforest. Praina showed us the problems, then slowly started to tilt it to solutions, and then Tiago took it a little step further and tried to illustrate how we can finance the transition to more agroforestry. Any questions, comments, please? There's a question here, then Stephen. People online, you can either speak up if you want or just pop the question into the chat. We can see it, so we'll pick it up from there.
Hi, I have a question for Tiago. My family is a family of farmers, okay? And of course, your project did not include Italy, but in my example, 85% of Italian farmers are over the age of 60, okay? So if you have a break-even entry point of 5 to 20 years, they will be all dead, okay? So do you think that an alliance between farmers and young farmers who are coming back to agriculture, because in Italy there is a huge movement called neo-ruralism, which is actually bringing young people from the cities to the countryside to embrace rural life and rural jobs. So do you envisage financially, I'm not an economist, so this is why I'm asking you, a financial mechanism which could allow the entry point of young farmers, because 85% of farmers in Italy are old?
Thank you, Francesca. This is very important, and it's also something that is different across countries, right? We have looked at the Reforest case where we have 8 countries, but most of them are facing the same problem. And what we see from the CAP is that there is a mechanism of providing subsidies to young farmers, but this itself is, I don't think it's sufficient to promote this cultural movement, this all this, you know, as a social and cultural movement to bring back the new generation to be interested, and as Professor Newman said, to have fun on farming. So I think it requires lots of effort, not just on providing a subsidy for young farmers. This is important, of course, but then it provides, it's necessary to have this financial, in structure to convince these farmers in a more holistic way. And of course, this exchange of expertise and knowledge between old generation and new generation is key. Something that we also are also considering is the contract type and land tenure, because in some countries you're only able to rent the land, and these contracts are usually quite short-term contracts. And what kind of farmer would like to invest in a 20-year break even if they only have the land which is not even belonging to them for like 5 or 10 years, right? So this is also something that is institutional. There's this gap of understanding the long perspective of these investments and the contracts that are quite short term. So I think we have to look at quite a big picture and holistic view.
Yeah, Praina, I think you would like to chip in.
Yes, and adding on to what Tiago said, I think it is very essential that we tailor it to the boundary requirements of the farmers. Yeah, if they are at the age of 65, then go investing in something like a walnut based alley cropping system is not for them, because one, it requires a lot of management effort. Two, it is also something where if you are doing it for timber or even nut harvesting, it has a lot of labor activity involved. However, there are other agroforestry systems that they could adopt depending also on their spatial and site specific conditions, like whether it is hedges or something like this, which can still yield them some form of diversified income, but not be that much labor intensive.
Okay, thank you. Good point, that. Stephen, and then Victor online.
I've got 2 points. That last comment was of critical significance, very important. And it means, again, we need to deconstruct that issue. So the origin of the word farmer is Latin firma, which means contract. So it's more about a contractor than a place or a culture. And if we then look at through that lens at the young generation, so who are the new food entrepreneurs, or the ones that want to make high income from the food or other value chains, and what do they want and where do they want to live? In my experience, attempts at re-ruralification, getting young people to the countryside, doesn't work. They're not interested. So what do they want? They want a lower rate of indebtedness. So if you can provide low-cost housing and you can provide cheap, good food, they'll move to that position. And where is that position? It's the peri-urban areas. So let's leave the rural areas for rewilding and bringing back biodiversity, and let's create a new horizon for young food entrepreneurs who will have equity in the development of the peri-urban area. The second point is about where do we focus on finding the exemplars for agroforestry that we can replicate. So I mean, it's all right finding where the investment is, but before that, you need to find out where the profitable systems are, which are worthy of the investment. So by asking that question, you come to ultra high value agroforestry. Because the problem with agroforestry is the complexity of management. You're trying to do 2 things at once. You're also trying to do things over a long time period where conditions change every 5 years. It's a different system. So I've only been able to find 2 ultra high value systems one in England and one in the Iberian Peninsula. So the one in England is cricket bat willow, where we can sell the trees standing at €2,000 per cubic meter within 10 years. So that's ultra high value. The other one is, you know, I was eating it this morning, is Hamon Iberica. So if you calculate the value of a pig, if it's, you know, if it's raised for that product, it's about €2,000 a pig. And that's an agroforestry product. It's acorn fed. And you can have a PDO, you know, just like we can have English cricket bat willow as a PDO. These are the exemplars. These are incredibly investable things, very high value, high return. So I think if reforest could face that challenge to go past the cricket bat willow barrier, instead of the sound going faster than the sound barrier, can you go through the cricket bat willow barrier or the ballotta pig, you know? That would be tremendous.
Okay, thank you. So there's a data point there. One pig equals one cricket bat willow. €2,000 each. Tiago wanted to add some.
No, maybe just a quick comment that I've thought on Francesca when she mentioned new ruralism. If I'm trying to link this conversation, what we have discussed over the last days on brain economy transition as well, what we are seeing in the new generation, some of them, is that of course there's this increase of anxiety and mental disorders, and there's also some people are feeling the necessity to go back to nature to reconnect and slow down the stress level and everything that's been generating this anxiety and so on. So this could also be a channel to be explored on incentivizing young farmers and young people to move and populate the rural communities. As I'm trying to create any link between brain capital and brain economy and new ruralism here. And I think Victor has his hand up.
Okay, thank you. Victor, you've been waiting for some time.
Thank you. Hi, everyone, and thanks a lot both for your excellent presentations. I had a question to Prajna first. I was wondering if you could share a bit more insights into some of the barriers you identified, especially those related to those I think you called value chain development. And a question to Tiago, again related to value chain barriers, but I was wondering if you could, or if you did look into the blended finance mechanisms that would integrate or incorporate some advice to farmers to tackle those value chain or market access barriers. Perhaps just one last thought, and that's maybe lower priority, but I think Steve Newman, you made a comment or a suggestion that farmers should relocate to peri-urban areas. That's a very interesting comment, but I wonder if, given that farmers are already struggling with their business models, if the land values in peri-urban areas would not hinder or challenge that idea. Again, thank you very much, everyone, for your presentations.
Can I just deal with that last point very quickly?
Okay, but very quickly. Thank you.
So the point is, you know, if someone in the street outside says, what's the best way to get to England from here? I'd say, well, I wouldn't start from here. So if the best way to get to regenerative agroforestry is not to start from here, from farmers, it's rethinking who are the new players in the future. So I'm not suggesting that farmers move to the peri-urban areas. I'm saying that there is an opportunity for an incredible peri-urban livelihood for the young people that is healthy in terms of food, highly profitable, and can really benefit from their creativity. So they're the people I'm talking to, not the farmers. The farmers are not the ones to involve in this. Let this be a natural evolution, that way of life, you know, maybe it's best that they're not there, that we have more rewilded areas, more wilderness, more amenity. and you can have an easier way of life in the peri-urban area. And that peri-urban fringe can be the life jacket for the city. This is the most important part of green infrastructure. If you draw a ring round a city, that's far greater in land area than the green space in the city. This is the savior of the urban future.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think there is probably the next session next year of EMANES, there is a development opportunity, brain economy opportunity, plenty of things in there. That's a good topic. Praina, Tiago?
Yes. If I could answer Victor's question. So you asked about the value chain development barriers, right? So what we have seen is that farmers develop a lot of products out of agroforestry, whether it is packaged nuts or fruits with different quality grades and stuff like this. But when they are competing with the intensive horticultural production, they are on the losing end, because while they are providing better environmental services, they are never acknowledged for that. And they are also doing this production in the same, the LER of their production is actually much higher in an agroforestry system than in an intensive production system. So, which is why what we find is that there are no well-established infrastructure to kind of send out these products into the market. Additionally, what we find is that consumers are not aware of agroforestry system and its benefits. So that, for example, when we talk about organic products, right, everybody is ready to pay the extra few cents because it is organic product. So this kind of awareness about agroforestry, we currently do not see it. And we think this is also because there are no standardized, for example, certifications are not there for agroforestry, where it is classified, okay, this is a really good product from this type of agroforestry system, or there are not no labels available. So it is also, what I'm talking is standardized. Yeah, there are labels available. Here in Germany, we have something like Anbau in Agrofo system, which is like produced in an agroforestry system. Or there is also in Catalonia, you know, these cattle that graze is under the understory to prevent forest fires. They are also have their own branding, but these are very localized things and not in a standardized way. And what we firmly believe is that if such a standardized practice is available, this would actually kind of aid farmers in pushing out their diversified products into the market with a competing edge. Thank you. I hope that answers it.
Yeah. If I may just compliment Brajna and to answer Victor's question, we do have a work package that is specific to value chain within Reforest. But what I have learned from their outcomes is that agroforestry farmers tend to benefit, at least the ones that we are connected to. But I think it makes sense that they benefit from short value chains. Of course, they're not economies of scale, so they cannot compete against conventional large-scale monocultures, of course. And then there's the gap on connecting to consumers because they are not aware of the ecosystem value of these products, and there's not enough labels and so on. So also this marketing branding part, it's missing. So and then from the blended finance point of view, it's really looking for advisory and finding ways to connect the farmers and translate the values that they generate into the end consumers, and prioritizing short value chains. And also, I think there's quite important the culture and social aspect, because if you're supporting, I mean, your product, your farm is supporting local supermarkets and the region. I mean, the region is sponsoring your farm. They know you. They have like social connections to your farm. They even there's some exchange projects that they can pick some of the or they can act as
eco-touristic spots as well.
Yeah, exactly. So what I'm trying to say is that there's the social and cultural aspect that is very important to be considered on the value chain, and then this will promote the premium price that these farmers are hoping to achieve.
Yeah, okay. Yes, this is an interesting discussion. Just one quick comment. Do we need standardization? As in, do we need a label for agroforestry, or can we just go with the local markets and feed agroforestry off the cultural context of different European landscapes? I don't know. Open question. There is a question online. This is from Jared. It's about the scenarios and blended finance, which we explored earlier. So the question is, are some types of blended finance more amenable or suitable for different scenarios? That's one thing. And the other one is, can an individual farmer, agroforestry farmer, do this alone, or do we need to consider bundling them into or aggregating supply demand?
Yeah, these are very good questions. I think that we are looking into, of course, all the incentive mechanisms that we have mentioned there. We are not expecting any isolated farmer to be able to address all of them at once, because we're thinking about a progressive way to incorporating them into the business model. So what we will try to look at the research paper is doing sensitive analysis scenarios where, for example, we'll address one of the incentive mechanisms to a farm, and then compare these mechanisms to another mechanism on the same farm to really see the marginal gains of the blended finance mechanisms. And there, I don't think we're expecting to see farmers already uptaking them all at once. And I think the aggregate question is quite important. So in terms of farmers by themselves, or if they are able to join cooperatives, I think this is how they can improve their bargaining power and also share costs and mitigate risks and share risks as well. So I think we would like also to explore the decision to join a cooperative and how this projections. So hopefully I have covered Jared's. I see you online, your questions. I think Prajna also raised a hand.
Yeah, just to add to what Tiago said, I think we are also, with the tool, our idea is also to figure out which combination works best for which system. Yeah, we are starting off with the fruit alley cropping system, but this is mainly because this is the most prevalent type of agroforestry within the European climate. So, which is why we are starting it there. And our idea is to actually figure out which one would work for best in general. But however, like I said earlier, that it needs to be tailored to the specific objectives of the farmer and the site boundaries of the farm. Yeah. So always keep in mind that whatever we talk is always in general, but when it comes to a particular farmer and their spatial extent of their farm and boundary condition, it needs to be tailored to them. Thank you.
Thank you both. Looking forward to the research paper as well.
There is a comment online, it's from Victor. It's about the graph that Tiago showed us with the net present value. And the comment is, it would be good to see a comparison between the agroforestry and conventional.
Actually, the graph, the red part is the conventional subsidies. But then I think it will be interesting also have no access to none of the subsidies. And I don't think any farmer will have this data from any farm, because then this will be impossible for financially impossible for a farmer to have an agroforestry system without any support. So, but then of course we could add another graph there. But I think Rim has her hand up.
Yeah, it's a good point. I know farmers who farm in Europe without any subsidies because they just say, I can't be bothered with this, I don't do it. So it's possible, but we need to find them. It's not easy. Rim?
Yes, on the previous question on the blending finance, I would think one can discuss with the European Investment Bank to develop a fund which could be dedicated to agroforestry farming in Europe, in which they have the capacity, in fact, EIB, European Investment Bank, they have the capacity to integrate all those mechanisms into a specific scheme which would be offered to agroforestry farmers in different life cycles and different scenarios. Obviously, our ideas when developing the financial scheme at EMEA was to provide a complex mechanism that would fit into different necessities or needs of the agroforestry farmers, as it is a more complex production system. So in reality, European Investment Bank is the green bank of the European Union, and actually globally, and it's the biggest financial provider in the world. So why not having a bilateral discussion with them to implement such a scheme, which is a multi-functional scheme, financial scheme, which takes into consideration what we have proposed, and then design those blended mechanisms for agroforestry farmers in Europe, of course, in collaboration with the European Union and all of this. So really moving from the system of subsidies, which we know, to a system that is reinforcing this blending finance thinking that we are proposing.
Okay, thank you, Rim. Any more questions? Yeah.
Like a short comment on the label of agroforestry, and I think it's a great idea because, as you know, and we had this discussion yesterday about the brain economy and the work we are doing. We also work with the Food and Mood Center in Australia, and they have like solid evidence that what we eat has a very direct impact on the health of our brain, health of our body, and also like neuro connections we have in our brain and the diversity of the soil. And a diversity of microorganisms in the soil has a direct impact on our health, basically. So having, we have organic food labeling is out there, it's working, it's normal to charge extra, and everybody is willing to pay for because we find it's helpful for our body. But having agroforestry label, it makes total sense because if we just need to mainstream this information, this knowledge, which is already out there, the scientific evidence is out there that this diversity of microorganisms in the soil have a direct impact on our health. We can also like market it the right way and have it as a standardized as like organic food, which is, I think, even better than organic food because organic food is only absence of chemicals. Okay, absence of poison in our food, but but I think the agroforestry label would tell that in that food there is actually something very good for our brain and our body. So let's go for that.
Okay, let's go for that. There was a comment there, and then Stephen.
Yeah? Yeah. Okay. So from my experience with the labels, like before I was working at the World Bank financing projects in agriculture, and an issue that we see in a lot of countries, and it's in Europe, but in developing countries as well, is when you start putting a lot of labels, it starts to add a lot of cost to your production. If you have an organic label, it can be 20 to 30,000 euros. If you want to apply for EU subsidies, you need lawyers, et cetera, et cetera. Then now we want an agroforestry one. So you're starting to put if you put all of this together, we're going to go to 100,000 euros just to have paperwork done. And then what we are having is only like medium-sized or larger farmers start to go for all of this, and all the smaller ones or the younger farmers or women farmers, all the people you initially wanted to help, you're not helping them. So I'm wondering if you are not setting a trap by asking for too many labels and overwhelming with different distinctions.
Yeah, so then my final point is on scale. So agroforestry as a nature-based solution is best looked at the 1,000-hectare scale. So at the moment, most of the research is looking at the plot scale. We need to look at the landscape scale. So then when we go down that line, we say, what is the product? The product is the land betterment value. So you're taking 1,000 hectares of agricultural land, purchased as an agricultural regenerative approaches to add land betterment value. So you're wanting to get rental yield from that 1,000 hectares from people living in forest villages, all built from wood, and so as an integrated economy in your forestry village, it's a micro agroforestry economy at the 1,000 hectare scale, and the investment's phenomenal. So in England, we buy agricultural land at €20,000 a hectare. With a bit of magic and imagination, it's very quickly worth 2 million. So that's the kind of the kind of dialectic. That's the kind of driving force. The land potential, the land betterment value, and this is to, we've got an old discipline that's very familiar with this called land and rural and urban planning. So they're very familiar with this investment model. When you also move to this scale, the opportunities to financing are very exciting. So in my former career as director of one of the directors of the largest forestry companies in UK, our biggest clients were pension funds. So the pension funds in the UK worth several trillion. Those are the people we should be talking to. That's the scale of money we need for climate change resilience. Also, people paying into the pension fund would feel very happy of what the money is being used for, as opposed to supporting toxic value chains and fossil fuels.
Yes, thank you. Very good comment to close with. People like trees. Okay, Prina, sorry, last thing. I didn't see you.
Oh, thank you. I thought you would close the session. Okay, just to add, why do we need a labeling, right? There was a question from Stephen, I believe. I think that when we want to scale agroforestry to a wider scale adoption, that is when labeling comes into picture, labeling or branding comes into picture. As it is, farmers who have adopted agroforestry are marketing their stuff locally through community-supported agriculture or to directly, selling it to restaurants. But when we want that competing edge, that is when it comes into play. And the idea of about having the cost, right? Like, my thoughts on this is that when we talk about establishing the advisory services and it being easily accessible to them, my hope here is that such advisory services and the subsidies to cover these advisory services would compensate for this extra cost that would befall on the farmer. I hope that's
okay,
useful.
Thank you. I was going to close the session and I'll do it now. Thank you all for your contributions. I think we clearly have quite a lot of work to do in order to connect all the pieces in the right way. I think there is a good solution on the horizon. We just need to figure out a way how to get there. One thing that was obvious these 2 days is the link between the food we eat and our brain and the brain capacity. And in that discussion, I think there's a gap, a big gap, because nobody mentions the link between our brain and what we drink. And speaking of that, we now have a 10-minute coffee break. And then we continue with the next session. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Very expensive. Renewing. In the old days, you were allowed to walk with your building, but it was made it so that you didn't there. How are you doing? Yeah. Very Yes. Participant in the previous session.
To start the session.
No? Okay.
Yeah, but then,
No,
that's
fine. No problem.
sit close to me. Yeah. So let's start the next session. So we are running a bit late, but then we will have a very long lunch breaks. It would be shorter. It would be like 1 hour. So that's we are fine. Danny, it's Ivan's slide. If you can put it on. Perfect. Thank you so much. So thanks again for being here and surviving the third day of the conference. It's been a bit intense, a lot intense, but I think we are achieving a lot, and we have very nice sessions. Yeah. Yeah. So this is our 6th academic session on green growth. In this session, we're having 3 papers on energy, green transition, and a just transition, and also about the industries and how they transition in their decarbonization. So that's a very nice session, and we call it green growth, and that's where we hope to go there. Thanks, George. So the first paper is by Ivan Hečkovič from École Polytechnique Fédérale de Lausanne, and he's a fellow researcher at EMEA, and it's about the EU policy on renewable energy and biodiversity, promoting synergies and addressing trade-offs. Also, before we start the session, I will also announce that we have, at the end of the day, we have the award for 2 papers. And Sami, please give room to others also, because so yeah, let's continue. You have 20 minutes, and you know the drill. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me well? So good afternoon to everyone. It's a pleasure to be here as every year. So I'm very happy to present the paper entitled "The EU Policy on Renewable Energy and Biodiversity, Promoting Synergies and Addressing Trade-offs," co-authored with Beate Jessel. So stopping the loss of biodiversity and promoting the expansion of renewable energies are 2 important objectives in the face of climate change. So while renewable energy sources offers various socio-economic environmental benefits, the rapid expansion can also lead to conflicts with landscape and nature due to the decentralized development, the extensive land use, and the growing demand for energy. Several studies have shown that certain renewable energy sources can negatively affect terrestrial and marine biodiversity by disrupting ecosystems, threatening habitat and species, and undermining the provision of essential ecosystem services for human well-being. It's therefore important that renewable energy projects are integrated within integrated policy framework to align renewable energy expansion with biodiversity conservation, to minimize conflicts across sea and land use, and to promote synergies with biodiversity wherever possible. A key challenge for policy design is the scale mismatch between the local biodiversity impact, which occur at the site or landscape level, and the broader expected benefits of renewable energy sources such as climate change mitigation, economic development, or energy security, which are realized at a national or global level. So this misalignment can lead to conflict between local nature conservation objectives and broader national climate, energy, and economic priorities. In addition, despite the growing scientific evidence of the links between climate, biodiversity, and energy, the EU policy has traditionally treated them as a separate issues. So this may lead to ineffectiveness as potential synergies are not realized and conflicts remain unresolved. To address these cross-sectoral challenges, the principle of environmental policy integration was established in the EU. So in this paper, we refer to environmental policy integration as an analytical lens to assess integration of renewable energy and biodiversity objectives, and to examine whether mechanisms exist to enhance synergies and address trade-offs. So we specifically focus on the European Green Deal because it represents the most recent efforts of the EU to integrate climate, biodiversity, and energy within the single framework. So the recent literature has explored linkages across sectors such as food, water, energy, and resources, and broader socioeconomic issues. However, despite the growing scientific evidence on how different renewable energy pathways can affect biodiversity and ecosystems, little is known about how the EU policy can effectively promote the synergies and address trade-offs between them. Several recent EU studies emphasize the need for an integrated management of marine ecosystem and for mainstreaming biodiversity protection into sectoral policies, especially for
offshore wind energy. However, a holistic approach to integrating biodiversity across a wider range of terrestrial and marine renewable energy sources and within EU policy still remains underdeveloped. So in light of this consideration, this paper examines whether the EU has adopted a more integrated approach to renewable energy development and biodiversity in the design of the European Green Deal, with a focus on both terrestrial and marine areas. So our analysis referred to the objectives of the biodiversity strategy, which aims to protect and restore ecosystem function and diversity, and to conserve habitat and species. So drawing on the literature, we define synergies as mutually beneficial relationship in which renewable energy policies support biodiversity objectives, and trade-offs as a negative relationship in which such policies can undermine biodiversity objectives. We also consider the reverse relationships, namely how biodiversity policies can affect renewable energy objectives. So the paper is structured into two parts. So in the first part, we examine the synergies and trade-offs between individual renewable energy sources and biodiversity, and the planned measures to manage them. And in the second part, we analyze several cross-cutting issues between renewable energy and biodiversity policy areas, focusing on both opportunities and challenges for policy integration. So we conduct a qualitative analysis of 25 European Green Deal policy and 15 legislative documents. So these documents were selected and grouped into four categories based on their content and relevance to renewable energy and biodiversity. So each document was reviewed using predefined analytical categories to identify synergies, trade-offs, and planned measures. So planned measures typically include legislative initiatives and other types of interventions, such as programs, research projects, funding instruments, networking activities, or other monitoring mechanisms. So the analytical categories refer explicitly to reference to biodiversity and ecosystem conservation. Indirect references or terminology related to biodiversity and ecosystem integrity, such as habitat, species, natural capital, ecosystem services, or ecological connectivity. The cross-cutting issues between mechanisms to manage potential conflicts or enhance synergies. Our analysis is complemented by a review of the scientific literature, which allowed us to compare, to assess how the European Green Deal measures align with existing knowledge of the interactions between renewable energy and biodiversity, and to identify potential gaps where synergies may be overlooked and trade-off insufficiently addressed. I'm now going to present the main results of this research. So in line with the existing literature, energy and biodiversity policies emphasize that the use of biomass for energy production can lead to land use changes, which can lead to ecosystem disturbance and biodiversity loss. So the most stringent instrument introduced by the European Green Deal to ensure that the harvesting and use of biomass for energy purpose does not harm biodiversity is the strengthening of the sustainability criteria outlined in the Renewable Energy Directive. So the directive extends the non-go areas for agricultural biomass to include forest biomass and set harvesting requirements, such as limits on large clear cuts and deadwood extraction. EU countries should also design support schemes for biomass, applying the cascading principles, which aims to ensure that biomass is used according to its highest environmental and socio-economic value, prioritizing material use over energy use wherever possible. In terms of synergies, the use of biomass residues and agricultural waste can help reduce environmental impact associated with methane emissions, waste generation, and the use of raw biomass. Some biofuel can displace food and feed crop, which is an important trade-off, increasing land pressures and potentially driving agricultural expansion into high carbon stock areas, such as forest or peatlands, which can contribute to greenhouse gas emissions and biodiversity loss. So the EU sets limits on biofuel characterized with a high risk of indirect land use change. while exempting fuels certified as low risk. The European Green Deal also emphasizes the potential of algae as an alternative to traditional biofuel feedstocks, but it stressed the need to better understanding the environmental risk of algae to ensure that their cultivation does not harm aquatic ecosystems. Solar energy development can lead to ecosystem change and biodiversity loss, mainly through habitat loss and fragmentation due to the large land areas required for solar installations. So the European Green Deal emphasized the multiple use of land as a way to prevent conflicts between important priorities, such as food and energy production and environmental protection. So the solar energy strategy of the European Commission promotes innovative solar technologies, such as agrivoltaic and floating PV, while emphasizing the need to understand and to study their effects on the environment, in particular on aquatic ecosystems. For example, agrivoltaic allows the dual use of agricultural land for both energy production and agriculture and yield stability, and is promoted under the incentives, with incentives under the Common Agricultural Policy and through state aid. So overall, the European Green Deal addressed the environmental impact of solar energy development through land use planning, circularity measures, environmental impact assessment, and other mitigation and compensation measures through species-specific impacts, particularly on birds and aquatic species, are not fully addressed and require targeted mitigation. The European Green Deal addressed the environmental impact of onshore wind energy on habitat and species through environmental impact assessment and mitigation compensation measures. It also emphasized the need to increase the circularity of wind energy technologies to reduce their environmental footprint. The biodiversity impact of onshore wind energy, such as birds collisions, habitat loss, or landscape alterations, are well documented and mitigation measures exist. However, specific guidance for biodiversity protection is often fragmented across jurisdictions. In contrast, offshore wind energy development often take place with informal maritime spatial planning and regional coordination structures, which provide more standardized procedures and more detailed guidance for biodiversity protection. However, further progress is still needed to monitor and assess cumulative impact of offshore wind on habitat and species. In the EU legislation, the Water Framework Directive and the Environmental Impact Assessment Directive address the environmental challenges of hydropower, mainly changes to river morphology and fragmentation of river system, which can impact wildlife and ecosystems. So the impact of hydropower are largely confined to rivers and their floodplains, while this contrasts with the expected long-term benefits, such as renewable energy, electricity generation, and climate change mitigation. So this underlines the need to balance local biodiversity protection with the expected long-term benefits. So while the literature emphasizes the impact of hydropower on river ecosystem and species, the European Green Deal primarily addressed them through compliance with EU directives and impact mitigation measures, through site-specific and cumulative impact of hydropower development require further attention. The literature emphasized the impact of ocean energy development, particularly on marine ecosystems and habitat and species, while the European Green Deal addressed them primarily through spatial planning, governance, and monitoring. So here, the maritime spatial planning can serve as a practical test case for the ecosystem-based approach promoted by the European Commission, which emphasized the protection of marine ecosystems and the maintenance of ecosystem services. So it illustrates how cross-sectoral coordination, the multiple use of sea, such as, for example, for aquaculture and offshore wind, and environmental impact assessment can help ensure that ocean energy development is aligned with marine ecosystems protection objectives. The environmental impact of the European Green Deal addressed the environmental impact of geothermal energy, mainly through planning requirements and environmental impact assessment required during project approvals. So compared to other renewable energy sources, the biodiversity impact of geothermal energy are less studied and not explicitly addressed in the European Green Deal, highlighting a clear policy gap. So this may be due to the highly localized nature of this impact, the overlapping of responsibilities across energy, water, and land use authorities, and potential differing political priorities, which can lead to fragmented oversight and limited policy integration. The European Green Deal also emphasized the need to align biodiversity conservation and restoration with renewable energy objectives. So it promotes several practices, such as establishing and maintaining mixed forests, maintaining healthy soil, and restoring marine ecosystems, which can support energy production. However, it lacks concrete measures to promote these synergies, a robust framework to monitor their impact, and clear and generalized guidelines for such assessment. The current designation of a renewable energy acceleration area on both land and sea is an essential step to identify suitable areas for renewable energy sources with minimal environmental impact. So countries should use tools such as wildlife sensitivity maps and data on habitat and species to identify suitable areas, in particular areas with a low environmental value, and exclude protected area and major migratory routes for birds and marine mammals. So the renewable energy acceleration area can be seen as a mechanism to integrate biodiversity consideration into energy planning. However, its effectiveness depends on how these areas are designated and implemented in practice, the application of mitigation measures, and the enforcement of biodiversity safeguards beyond protected and sensitivity areas. The analysis of the cross-cutting issues between renewable energy and biodiversity policy areas reveal also several interesting findings. So first of all, increasing the circularity of raw materials in renewable energy production can help minimize environmental impact on climate, water, soil, fauna, and flora. In addition, increasing energy efficiency across the energy chain can help reduce land and material use and biodiversity loss. However, there are several energy efficiency measures, such as using renewable energy sources in new buildings and renovation, that can lead to increased resource extraction and waste, creating significant pressure on ecosystem, which requires careful management. On the agriculture side, the use of renewable energy in organic farming can help improve the health of ecosystem by making more efficient use of resources and reducing waste and carbon dioxide emissions. Finally, the transition to a low carbon transport can have direct impact on biodiversity and material consumption due to the raw material extraction required. So to conclude, the European Green Deal recognizes several links between renewable energy and biodiversity, but it does not fully capture the wider range of synergies and trade-offs identified in the literature. So this gap between scientific knowledge and the policy coverage highlight the need to better understand the links between renewable biomass residues and agricultural waste for bioenergy, agrivoltaic, increased energy efficiency, greater circularity of raw materials in renewable energy source technologies, and the use of renewable energy in organic production can all contribute to biodiversity objectives. However, there are several important trade-offs, particularly in the maritime spatial planning, where energy, climate, biodiversity, and economic objectives are often difficult to reconcile. Particular attention should be paid to the potential negative impact on biodiversity and ecosystems of land use change associated with biomass energy production, the uncertain impact of offshore wind energy and floating PV on aquatic ecosystems, the environmental risk posed by ocean energy installations and large-scale algae cultivation, and the river fragmentation and wildlife changes caused by hydropower. So to reconcile renewable energy development with biodiversity conservation, the European Green Deal highlights spatial planning, stakeholder involvement, funding mobilization, collaborative projects, the strict application of environmental legislation and an integrated maritime policy as key policy tool. However, further efforts are needed to establish clear guidelines and targets and to monitor and assess the individual and cumulative impact of renewable energy sources on ecosystems, habitat, and species. So these results have several practical implications. So first of all, renewable energy policies should adopt a cross-sectoral integrated approach that integrate technological, economic, environmental, ecological, and the social aspects in spatial planning and site selection. So the ecosystem-based approach promoted by the European Commission represents a good first step, but it needs to be fully implemented. The European Green Deal also promotes several mechanisms to address the scale mismatch, including strategic environmental impact assessment, spatial planning, renewable acceleration areas, and sustainability criteria. It's also important for the EU to strike a balance between policy coherence and complexity to ensure that the European Green Deal provides clear guidelines, but at the same time, it gives the flexibility for countries to adapt the measures to their specific conditions and challenges. Several policy recommendations can be made based on the results of this paper. So first of all, a more integrated approach to energy planning should be adopted to incorporate biodiversity protection into energy and cross-sectoral policies, ensuring that biodiversity conservations are integrated into spatial planning and site selection, as well as in project design, permitting, and implementation. It's also important for the EU to standardize strategic environmental assessments for all national energy and climate plans with a focus on assessing the cumulative impact of renewable energy sources. And this should be complemented by specific guidance for renewable energy technologies. Finally, there is need to develop robust monitoring mechanism to track biodiversity outcome with aligning EU funding for renewable energy sources projects with payment depending on the achieved biodiversity gains to ensure that policy intentions translate into measurable benefits. So while the European Green Deal forms a cornerstone of the EU policy, its effectiveness ultimately depends on how the planned measures will be implemented in practice. So it's important that future research assess the implementation of the planned measures across different policy areas, temporal and spatial scales. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yes. So thank you very much, Ivan. We move directly to the discussion by Sami Ben Jaber from the US Business School.
Thank you, Ivan, for your presentation. I read the paper and I found it interesting. The paper examines a timely and important topic about climate change and biodiversity. Why? Because recently, two high-ranking journals among the environmental economic journal, we have Ecological Economics has published recent years a special issue about biodiversity risk. And last month, Review of Finance is the top journal in finance has also published a special issue about biodiversity risk. I have my first comment in order to improve your paper. You need maybe to improve the theoretical framework based maybe on this on several papers published in Ecological Economics or Review of Finance. My second comment: why you have used 14 documents and how the qualitative analysis was conducted. Maybe you need to add some key reference from top journal to justify using your this methodology. My third comment is about the keyword related to biodiversity risk. You have used a bit spices, several keywords. For example, Galileo in the recent paper in Review of Finance has identified 100 keywords related to biodiversity and the climate change risk. Maybe you can take a look on this paper. It's a very, very good paper because this first time the author provide a new measure of biodiversity risk at firm level and macroeconomic level. For the literature review, maybe you also, I have found a paper published in Ecological Economics, also near to your topic, The author has used also report from European firms. Maybe you can take a look. Other paper also published in Review of Finance and several paper published in high-ranking journal like Global Environmental Challenge. Maybe you can improve your literature review based on this. Finally, maybe you can also adopt mixed methods. You can maybe add an empirical par based on available measure of biodiversity. You have some database that you can provide biodiversity risk measure at macroeconomic level, and at firm level, you can find the paper of Giglio and Review of Finance that to provide biodiversity risk measure at firm level. And my last comment is about you state the limitation in page 7. Maybe you need to state limitation on the conclusion, and you can provide future direction and in conclusion, not on the page number 7. And maybe you can strengthen your contribution. You can write a paragraph in the introduction to state clearly your contribution compared to available literature. Overall, you have a good paper, and good luck for the publication.
Thank you very much, Sami. Are there any questions from the room?
All right, thank you. I have a quick question, fairly straightforward. Based on your analysis, Ivan, does bioenergy and biodiversity, do they mix? As in, can I have bioenergy production and can I optimize biodiversity on the same parcel of land?
Yes, so first of all, I would like to thank you, Sami, for the very good discussion and good suggestions. So indeed, I need to submit this paper by the 21st of December, a revised version. So your comments will be definitely helpful. Indeed, one of the remarks of the reviewer was to include a more exhaustive list of terms that were used to conduct the qualitative analysis. So I'm currently working on that, and thank you very much again for your comment. And I will also check the studies that you suggested to strengthen the literature review part. So yes, thank you, Martin, for your questions. So unfortunately, due to the time constraint, I was not able to present in detail the findings from the scientific literature, because I think that in this context, it's very interesting to compare what are the measures that policy provides with the scientific findings. So this was one of the objectives of this paper. And there are indeed several synergies that are currently a bit overlooked in policies. So I think that this is going to be key to think about these different renewable energy sources and to develop measures and mechanisms that can promote potential synergies. Because scientific literature showed that this exists. And I think that this is going to be key, because I think I mentioned several times environmental impact assessment during the presentation, but this assessment should not focus only on preventing a negative impact, but they should also consider what are the biodiversity benefits that give through effective renewable energy planning and implementation. So I think that what you have mentioned has to play an important role over the coming decades to ensure alignment between renewable energy development and biodiversity conservation, and to promote synergies between them.
So let's collect all the questions and then go for the answer.
Thanks so much, Ivan. Really a pleasure to hear that and learn. I'm unsure as to whether we can look at the European Green Deal in isolation without looking at the Clean Industrial Deal as well. And I'm wondering in your policy recommendations if you've also taken that into account, just because this is a very live policy space. And so if we're making policy recommendations, it'll be good to have a little bit of a broader picture. So it'll be, yeah, I'd love to hear from you if you've taken that into account as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, while you were presenting, I was thinking on Andalusia, where they are building very big photovoltaic plants. There are a lot of conflicts there, also olive oil producers that are expropriated. So I was wondering if when you did your review, there were some indication on the size, no? Well, thinking on solar energy, because I think the trade-off can be very different depending on the size of the plants and installation.
No, actually, I want just to stress what she now said, because you are speaking about biodiversity benefit and so on. But I think it's most important to use this research for contrasting the short-term market push the use of photovoltaic panels that you can see already in the landscape, landscape where at least in Italy, I see vineyards area that are substituted by these panels, and basically is an unsustainable way of using renewable energy, really unsustainable. So I think that if you strengthen the biodiversity impact in any scheme of policy about renewable, is important not only for underlining the benefits, but for avoiding even new damages. It's very important, I think, if you can just include also in the paper at least a mention of this about a possible policy recommendation or research for the research. So I want to stress the same point.
Thank you. I was wondering if there's a projection on the energy demand so as to correlate it with the energy supply in terms of renewable energy, and maybe think those offer and demand together in terms of what the demand is going to be and the supply of energy, of renewable energy can actually face.
And one last question, and then you have 1 minute to answer.
So I'll be 2 seconds. In the analysis of the trade-off, how do you see the interaction with technology and artificial intelligence?
Okay, so it's quite a challenging task to answer in 1 minute, but I will try. So I think that, yes, it's true that the approach in this paper is quite broad because we focus on the EU policy, but the next step is to clearly study how the provisions of the European Green Deal are translated into national policies and to study more specifically their local impacts. Because as I said, there is this scale mismatch, and while the expected benefits of renewable energy sources are generally at a national or global scale, the real impacts often occur at the local and landscape level. So next research should definitely focus on studying this impact at the local level. Regarding the other questions about solar PV, I think that this is also related to what I just mentioned, that indeed biodiversity impacts depends on the project size. So for sure, for example, environmental impact assessment apply generally to big projects, but not to all. But it's important that even for small projects, that there are some mitigation or compensation measures for any habitat loss or maybe species or negative impact on species to ensure biodiversity and ecosystem protection, because even small impact can become big at a large scale when multiple projects are implemented. Regarding the question, I just forgot the last. Yeah, sorry, Augustina. Yes. So this is indeed a quite important challenges because the demand for renewable energy is increasing. So indeed, it should be renewable energy development should be carefully planned and implemented to ensure that it promotes synergies with biodiversity instead of having potential negative impacts. So I think that this relates to the point that I mentioned during the presentation about integrating biodiversity considerations into the site selection and spatial planning, and as well as in the project design, planning and implementation, because this is important, because these considerations should be integrated in each step of a project to minimize impact and promote synergies wherever possible.
So thank you very much. Another round of applause for Ivan.
Thank you.
So we move on to the next paper by Fiona Imami from Copland Institute of Habitat Development. And the paper is entitled The Risks of Purposive Transition in Albania, Navigating the Just Transition in Light of Post-Socialist Legacies. The floor is yours. You have 20 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to present the paper here. And especially thankful to present here the context of a Western Balkan country such as Albania. Thanks. So what I'll be presenting is the risk of purposive transition in Albania. This path towards navigating the green transition in light of post-socialist legacies that we have been having as part of the Western Balkan and more specifically in Albania. I've written this paper jointly with my two colleagues, Anila Beko and Professor Besnik Aliyev from Polish University. And our core concern, or what we'll be discussing in this paper, is not whether just green transition is necessary, because it clearly is, but how this unfolds in countries that are already burdened by unfinished and exhausting transition from the past. So Albania and more broadly the Western Balkans, we are not entering green transition on a blank slate, but we are entering it within layers of unresolved reforms. Weak institutions, on the other hand, spatial inequalities, and what we can describe as transition fatigue as new concept that we have brought forward with this paper. So to set a bit the context and to give a sense of the abstract, I wanted to start the paper with citing Baumgartner in 2009, stating that sustainable development is fluid and ongoing process of transformation, where sustainability transition, and here is the core concept that we work on, represent the continuous effort to balance changing human demands with the biosphere adaptive capacity. So in our paper, we try to understand a little bit and to examine the just green transition in the broad framework in Albanian post-socialist transition, drawing between two parallels. The first one, trying to decode the theoretical concept of transition, especially contextualized and conceptualized for the territories like the Western Balkan. And secondly, we try through a comparative approach to examine Albania's post-90s transition with the existing new transition, highlighting especially on the governance, socio-economic, and spatial challenges that we've been unfolding. So when we see to Albanians' development, it's better to where we could clearly see the overlapping of the post-90s socialist transition at the beginning. It doesn't, okay. So the post-socialist transition in the beginning of the 90s, then the EU integration path, a new transition that unfolds for us, and the state building process in these years. And now, in the end of the path, the just green transition, which is derived or largely by the EU Green Deal and the Green Agenda for the Western Balkan. So each of these transitions represented in this sequence, it has been purposive, meaning goal-oriented, externally framed, and normatively charged. And in the end of the day, they are only partially implemented for countries like us. So this kind of purposive transition, they have created spatial fragmentation in our spatial sphere in Albania. From the 90s, the ruralization and the urban distribution, then coming to the 2001 with the urbanization and concentration in only some of the main cities in Albania, unfolding to the metropolitan now in 2024, building of the data from the instead, the urban concentration, but also high migration, unfolding, shrinking of the cities. So before starting with it, as I said, the first core the for the purpose of this paper, what we try to do on the methodological approach, we try to see first on the policy overview, trying to understand the EU Green Deal and a green agenda for the Western Balkan as the main policy documents reflecting on how just green transition could be unfolded in these territories. Then we tried to unravel the theoretical concept of just green transition by trying to understand transition, green economy, and sustainability as a concept within, but also the justice and sustainability as this specific element. And lastly, because part of this paper is part of a larger research work that we have done under a Horizon project, we try to go and research on place-based cases, on case studies, where we try to define the pros and cons and benefits and cost of the just green transition happening in countries like Albania. But for the purpose of this document and while we were trying to unravel the transition, we saw that the concept that we want to draw upon is the purposive transition. It's a concept drawn by Petrov and transition management literature, which is in the essence teleological. It assumes an end state to the end. It's strongly reliant on external norms. So it comes from external policy and policy scripts, and it often underestimates local institution, capacities, history, and that is why it's called purposive. So it has its purpose to the end of this transition process. And Albania, it quite fit to this purposive transition, which is overlapped with all this other fragmented transition in the last 35 years, which have created a lot of changes, but also disillusion in terms of participants, stakeholders, in terms of processes that gets to an end with successful outcomes, and has produced in the end this transition fatigue. A new concept that really embedded what Western Balkan countries and Albanian stakeholders do feel in the process of integrating new policies. So in terms of methodological and comparative lens, so there are 3 layers of analysis that we are trying to do: the spatial analysis of urban growth and the regional disparities. So trying to read Albanian's urbanization trajectory, national statistic, urban footprint data, and satellite imagery. Then we try to review the institutional framework of planning and governance reform, trying to understand and examine policies, legislative shifts that shape Albanian urban and territorial governance. And then we do the comparative reflection of these 2 transitions happening for these countries. So starting from the 90s, we have this very first phase of collapse and informality. So after the 90s, the market collapsed and collapse of centralized planning. Or institutional guidance. So this was the very first phase of purposive transition, which gone adrift. And it was the very first delusion that we had as a country, because the system was designed to liberalize, but in the end, it lacked the governance to steer the preferred outcomes and the successful outcomes. The second phase, from 2000 to, let's say, 2015, which we call the phase of reforms, but also the phase of speculative growth. The state sought to rebuild the control. There were a lot of planning laws, donor-driven modernization, and later we had the territorial reform in 2015 that consolidated municipalities and tried to bring some order in terms of spatial development, but also the development as such. But while this process tried to be formalized, it was also speculative in the same moment, because it was marked mainly by the private capital it started a vertical densification and land valorization. And it also had a purposive logic in terms of having reforms imported from abroad, which were technically advanced but could not be implemented in a country which didn't have the proper governance structure. And in the end, it was socially uneven. So this element of justice wasn't still there. And now, fast forwarding to 2020, we are facing now another major transformation, the transition, which comes as a transition with the aim of adhering to the EU, being part of the EU, with a negotiation process, but also with just green transition, which comes as an advance of the green agenda for the Western Balkan. So this agenda aims for climate neutrality, circular economy, inclusive growth, but it is also unfolds in the shadow of unresolved past reforms. So old legacies in this moment of informality, mistrust, limited capacity, they cannot let us transition into another unfinished or less adapted local reality for the moment. So what we do in order to start assessing that, the second part is that we build on the governance and cohesion challenges, trying to unravel the concept of governance, encompassing the institution, processes, and actors that are in place for the moment. So we do that by analyzing four main pillars: the multi-level governance, assessing the coordination among different levels of government, the policy coherence, evaluating the degree in which different policies complement rather than conflict each other. Then the regulatory framework, which is being adapted at the moment, somehow translated from the EU policies or trying to be embedded in more place-based initiatives. And fourthly, the stakeholder engagement, trying to assess the active participation of all actors in this process. So as part of this broad research that we have done, we started to do a mapping of just green transition in the Western Balkan policy actors and projects at the moment. So in terms of policies, we did map around 202 policies that mainly addressed each green transition pillar by the country. And it seems that especially on the decarbonization, climate change, clean energy, transport, maybe because of the profit that they would bring to the actual economy, they are quite advanced compared to the other sustainability, food system, and rural areas, for example. And we also tried to map the actors which are active into pushing forward the just green transition in the Western Balkan. And if we see in all of the countries, we see that the government seems to be the main actor who is trying to push the agenda, rather than other actors like civil society, academia, or even industry itself. And we have done this case study approach to identify challenges in Albania. So we, for each of the pillars, we tried to see the national level institution being at the top to push forward the agenda, while at the local level, the 61 local government units, they are present, but they are just the recipients of these high national policies being implemented. In terms of policy coherence, we have in place the national climate change strategy and a lot of DCM that try to help in implementing the just green transition, as well as the regulatory framework. But in terms of stakeholder engagement, as I said, we see only the government part being in the forefront of this process and not really translating the just green transition for the real outcomes that it should have at the local level. So there are a set of governance and cohesion challenges that we have found out during the process. The first one is that there is a governance fragility. So we have frequent political turnover and high politicization disrupt in continuity. So we have reforms that restart with every new government, making policies reactive and short-lived. We have institutional discontinuity, so reforms are rarely survive electoral cycles with weak institutional memory. So that is another challenge that we need to overcome. And it has happened across all the transition that we have been going through. It's not just the green transition that we're speaking of. We have the fiscal constraints, so municipalities, the local level, they depend on central transfer and donor funds in order to implement just green transition. And in this regard, limited revenues restrict infrastructure, but also service and co-financing capacity, making local innovation and integrated projects remaining unfunded in the end of the day. We have the public distrust, and this is like the more crucial point coming because of this transition fatigue concept that we presented, of uneven reforms, eroded public confidence, with citizens viewing new transition with skepticism and also low engagement. And this builds also or brings forward the stakeholder trust deficit in current governance overlooks and place-based priorities at the moment. In the end, we also have weak support structures and accountability and transparency gaps, which because of which we're implementing or trying to translate the EU policies to a country which is trying to adhere the EU Union, but we are not putting forward the monitoring indicator. So we are not doing properly the communication and engagement of all actors in order to understand what this transition means about, and then to start to jointly implement together. And of course, being a country in the edge of EU, and also with all the discussion happening right now with the EU budgeting of 2028, 2034, there is a risk that there will be less resources to complete or to comply with reform agendas that do not reflect the development needs for these countries. So there is a big question ahead of countries like us. So what happens to the place-based development or the genuine territorial lens that it requires the transition in order to happen? So I'd like to finish the presentation with a general recommendation, I might say, which states that policy coherence does not necessarily imply the orderly transfer of policy from the supra level to the national authorities and then to subnational authorities. But transition without stakeholders' participation are doomed to fail. And we have the clear example in countries of the Western Balkan happening so. And they could even worsen, provoke major damages to the local communities. So the cooperation between key actors can somehow ensure the implementation of some specific projects initiatives in order to broaden the societal interest into the upcoming just green transition process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we move directly to the discussion by Eva. Thank you. Or you have 5 minutes. He has slides, Paula. Can you?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, first of all, I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to discuss this very interesting paper and to congratulate Fiona and her co-authors for their very good work. It's not working. Can you move maybe the slides down? Okay. So I'm going to briefly summarize the paper. So this paper examines the risk and opportunities of Albania's just green transition in the context of the post-socialist transition. So the authors conduct a comparative analysis of Albania's post-socialist transition and the just green transition using several theories such as the multi-level perspective, the transition theory, and the justice framework. So I found that the study is context-driven and policy relevant as it combined both historical and contemporary perspective, which is, in my view, the strength of the paper. So the paper reveals that the Albania's just green transition is shaped by historical legacies, governance gap, and societal transition fatigue, that it requires context-specific strategies that balance environmental objectives with the socio-economic realities of the country. According to the author, the success of the implementation of the just green transition depends on how justice is operationalized through targeted support for vulnerable groups, investment in education and skills development, the engagement of stakeholders, and the applications of lessons from past transition. I'm now going to provide a few specific comments and suggestions, and so I hope that you will find them useful. Okay. So in the introduction, I found the links between Albania's post-socialist transition and the just green transition very interesting, but I think it could be made a bit more explicit. So you could discuss how past experience inform or contrast with the implementation of the just green transition to strengthen your comparative argument. I would also recommend you to clarify the research methods or the analytical approach that you use in order to improve the transparency of your methodology in your paper. The following sections about the multi-level perspectives, the purposive transition, and the post-socialist transition are very insightful. But I would recommend to more explicitly link these theoretical insights to the reality of Albania's context and to show how the historical legacies, governance gap, and the societal dynamics influence the risk, opportunities, and the feasibility of the just green transition. Section 2.4 provides a comprehensive overview of the challenges. But I found the discussion of the opportunities somewhat general. So I would recommend you to elaborate further on how, for example, stakeholder engagement, economic diversification, and frontier technologies could be harnessed to advance the just green transition. Sorry. Okay. So the conclusion is very detailed, but I think it could be improved by perhaps shortening the discussion on the historical perspective, which is already discussed in details in the previous sections, and by providing more concrete and actionable policy recommendations for Albania's just green transition. So you could discuss potential next steps or priority actions, or discuss how the past experience can inform the just green transition in Albania. I would also recommend to include a summary table to highlight the main findings, challenges, and opportunities in policy recommendation to make your insights clearer and more accessible for readers. Overall, I found your paper very insightful, and I think it's a very good work. I would just recommend you to develop this specific point, which could further improve the quality of your paper. Thank you very much.
So I think it's better to collect a few questions from the room and then you react to all of them. First, we start by Shahir and
for the presentation. I learned a lot because I'm not familiar at all with the Albanian context, but I think it will be important to link the paper to two. The paper, I mean, will benefit from two strands of the literature. The first one is the literature on time inconsistency and policies, in the sense that it looks like that this transition fatigue comes from the fact that most of the policy choices that are made in the short term, they tend to be suboptimal in the long term. And this looks like very repetitive in the Albanian case. So I think linking your argument to the literature on time inconsistencies and policies will be valuable for the paper. Second thing, it was not clear to me, but perhaps I missed it in the presentation, to what extent the different elites and domestic political actors, regardless of what's going on at the EU, helps explain also the dynamics of this transition fatigue. So I think linking also the paper to the literature on political settlement in general, and which actors they matter, and what is the bargaining power between different domestic actors, will also help us understand why this transition fatigue is persistent. And probably it's not a cyclical issue, it's more a structural issue that becomes part of the characteristics of the Albanian economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fia, for your presentation. I have just one question. How you measured this transition, environmental transition? For example, the European Commission provide a transition performance index for all European countries based in 4-pillar: economic, social, environmental, and governance. You can, the index is available also on the website. You can download it if you want. Thank you.
Thanks. I want to add one more than question, one suggestion about, again, the part in which you speak about the transition fatigue, especially the slide where you show that the approach could not be only a kind of, there is the risk that it's a hierarchical approach, while it's important to have more horizontal networking among the actors in the community for the just transition process. You may consider to do a more to strengthen the linkage with the cross-race research, because actually cross-race is on regenerative innovation ecosystems. We are developing in the project the concept of research and policy innovation living lab, and the living lab is actually a methodology for creating an environment of policy co-creation more open to the different actors. So I would just suggest to include some more development of these ways of contrasting the transition fatigue, and according to what you already highlighted in that slide.
Yes, I have just a question and a comment. The question is, to what extent an investigation taking into account age groups would make differences regarding this fatigue sentiment or assessment? Is it a shared view, or is it distinct according to age groups? And my comment, my suggestion is, in as much as you mentioned special justice, what kind of econometrics could you use in this respect? I don't have the answer, but this is why I'm, of course,
Fiona,
raising the question.
If you can wrap everything in 3 minutes, that would be amazing.
First of all, thank you for all the comments. It really helps to delve deeper into the paper, and also to try to see and explore different avenues on how to explore that. Yeah, I really like the comments that we need to link the paper with the strengths, especially on the timely and consistent policy. So yeah, that we need to do that, because that's the main reason why we have developed this transition fatigues, because we have had all these overlapping policies. With regards to the elites and the political power influencing and also bringing forward the structural issues in terms of advancing the just green transition, I also mentioned briefly in the slides is that unfortunately, because of this overlapping transition, always the governmental elites that were supposed to drive the right way, let's say, of transition, they have only constrained themselves in political mandates, which have produced more chaos in the end of the day. So that is something that we haven't looked specifically, but it could be sensed during, I could be sensed all over the discussion of pushing forward agendas in the Albania. To answer to Carlos, yeah, indeed, what we have did so far is that we only mapped the actors in the Western Balkan context, mainly a desk review on mapping these sectors, but also engaging in some co-design processes in order to conceptualize what this green transition means for the Western Balkans. So that was the step in which we build, but we haven't gone to the local level. So that is something that for sure we should and we could explore in the cross race and trying to understand here also the regards to age groups. I mean, for the moment, we don't have any, we haven't done any specification or distinct between different age groups and how they perceive the just green transition. So it's a more generalized comment. So yeah, we could further do that also through further research with the cross-race project. And to answer that, I don't for the moment have the answer yet on what kind could be the indicators to measure the spatial justice. Yeah.
Round of applause. Thank you. So we move to the third, last but not least paper in this session on decarbonization in sunset industry, how industrial quality shapes corporate environmental strategies by Sami Benjaber. Please, you have 20 minutes. No, this is the discussion. We should go to the... Yes, that's
yeah, thank you. Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to thank EMANES for this organization, for this invitation. Today, we present our paper, Decarbonization in Sunset Industry, How Essential Quality Shapes Corporate Environmental Strategy, who write with my colleagues Qiushan, Nicolas Taif, and Mohammed Ali from Leeds University in UK. As we has discussed during the conference, we have discussed different risks, among them biodiversity, the loss of nature, circular economy, and the environmental transition. I think it is interesting to discuss the recent development in finance and ecological economics research. Recent research has focused recently in biodiversity risk and water conservation. As I have discussed during the event presentation, among the top journals, for example, Ecological Economics and Review of Finance published recently several papers related to biodiversity risk and the climate change concern. Also, the global transition toward decarbonization places sunset industry, oil, gas, and mining among the largest contributor to green gas emission. The climate change risk and biodiversity are the two or most pressing environmental challenges, and firm need to combat this climate change concern by also policy or government need to provide more policy regulation and rule of laws to investigate the effect or to minimize the damage of biodiversity risk, water conservation, or ecological risk. In the literature, there are several papers that have discussed the biodiversity risk that has also provided a measure of biodiversity risk, but little literature has focused on the role of essential quality among them, for example, governance, rule of law, or regulation, and their impact in ecological economics. Our research gap in this paper, we try to investigate the role of essential equality in shaping firm adoption of decarbonization strategy, specifically for sunset industry, oil, gas, and mining. Limited evidence exists in how governance environmental interact with climate risk and biodiversity at firm level. To draw our hypothesis, it is important, first of all, to provide our theoretical framework. In this paper, we have used two theory framework. The first one about institutional theory. This early in 1980, several authors has provided this institutional theory to explain the influence of institution on political organization. We have the seminal work of North in 1990, and the second theoretical framework is based on resources-based view. This theoretical framework focuses on entrepreneurial capability to enable firms to adapt and sustain competitive advantage in evolving regulatory environment. This resources-based view provides a lens to institutional theory by emphasizing the role of firm-specific resources and capability in shaping strategic response to environmental challenges like biodiversity risk, climate change concern, and higher carbon emission. We have stated three hypotheses. Our first hypothesis is related to legal compliance and essential driver of decarbonization in corporate firms. Several authors found that strong regularity and governance framework emphasizes corporate environmental community. Also, predictable and transparent institutional environment support the adoption of decarbonization strategy as recommended by Cavaros et al. In 2022. And weak governance and corruption can delay the effectiveness of environmental regulation as highlighted by Cole in 2027 in Ecological Economics Journal. Based on this, we have our first hypothesis, the likelihood of sunset industry adopting decarbonization strategy is higher in environmental with higher level of compliance. Our second hypothesis is about a higher level of administrative effectiveness should incentive in sunset industry to adopt decarbonization strategy. This has highlighted by several literature, such as that stringent environmental regulation can act as innovation driver, pushing firms to reduce waste and to develop new technological solution as highlighted by Porter and Van der Rijn in 1995. And the last hypothesis is about environmental regulation, moderate the relationship between institutional quality and decarbonization strategy among sunset industry. This also has discussed under literature, for example, by using the resources-based view or institutional theory by North in 1999. To give response to our hypothesis, we have collected database 673 listed firm from Bloomberg Telegram. This number is constructed by the have used the random effect probability model because when we use the classical probability or fixed effect probability, that can provide based results compared to random effect model as highlighted by several econometric paper in top journal. For our dependent variable, we have used 4 dependent variables. Supply chain, this is the many variables because here we have in qualitative econometric models, we have our dependent variable stated 1 for supply chain if the firm has implemented any initiative to reduce the environmental footprint. For quality management, we have also dummy variable that identify firm that introduced any kind of environmental quality management. For biodiversity, also we have dummy variable that indicates whether the company has implemented any initiative to ensure the protection of biodiversity, and also for water conservation, this dummy variable 1 and 0. For essential variable, we have collected from World Bank database. We have control of corruption, government effectiveness, regularity quality, and rule of law. For financial variable, we have used several financial control variables like return on assets. We have included also macroeconomic variable for World Bank, and for environmental regulation, we have used the FOLEX database. Also, dummy variables, for example, when you have energy, this is variable indicated 1 is the list 1 new environmental regulation concerning energy has been detected by 1. Also for Lloyd and soil, wild spacey mineral resources. Our first results, here we have applied the probability model, and we can see that regulatory quality has constantly increased the likelihood or the probability of adopting supply chain or quality of management. On the other hand, governance effectiveness reduce also gross domestic product has negative effect that has been also provided in the literature that gross domestic product has negative effect in decarbonization initiative. To support our analysis, for the third model, biodiversity and water, we have the same results. Regularity quality has a strong and high significant positive effect on biodiversity and water conservation. This support partially our second hypothesis that institutional quality improve environmental or decarbonization initiative. To support our analysis, we have conducted several robustness tests. For the first robustness test, we have divided our sample on a small firm and large firm. For the small firm, we can see that only governance and quality management reduce the quality management initiative. But for large subsample, we can see that the regularity quality improve biodiversity and water conservation. This can be explained that large firm has more resources, or can large firms also to improve their reputation that be engaged on more institutional quality initiative. To our second robustness test, we have also include alternative financial variables. For large sample, we can see that regularity quality increase the adoption of environmental protection or initiative. For the second, we can see also for biodiversity, regularity quality also improve biodiversity and water conservation. Our third robustness check, we have used the environmental regulation or transmission channel. We can see that while space regulation increase supply chain in a small sample, mineral resources also regulation reduce supply chain. For large sample, we can see that land soil regulation increase supply chain, and mineral resources specifically emphasizes biodiversity conservation. For water and biodiversity conservation, we can see also for now we have subsidized our sample in developing and developed country. And we can see clearly, for example, for developing country, while space regulation increase supply chain. For developed country, we can see that land and soil regulation increase supply chain. Mineral resources regulation increase biodiversity and water conservation. For environmental transparency, we have used this channel to see if our variables remain statistically significant. We can see regulation quality remain statistically and increase the supply chain also. But however, rule of law has negative effect specifically for quality of management. Also for robustness, we have, and to avoid endogeneity problem, we have used an alternative econometric methodology based on weighted probability regression. And we can see that governance strongly reduce quality of management, rule of law increase biodiversity and water conservation. For the second dependent variable, we can see that our results remain robustness. Governance continue to reduce quality of management. Rule of law again has strong and positive effect in biodiversity and water conservation. Overall, our findings confirm that regularity, specifically regularity quality, remain statistically significant and emphasizes decarbonization strategy, specifically on the developed economy. But in developed economy, regularity quality emerging as dominant driver. For government effectiveness, I think we think that the government should provide more initiative for firm to adopt this initiative, specifically, for example, to emerge new taxes or initiative to adopt more decarbonization strategy. We contribute to the availability. We extend institutional theory by providing for the first, to the best of technology, relationship between associational quality and decarbonization initiative. Specifically for, we compared between developed and developing economy. For further analysis, we can use other governance indicator. We can also maybe use the report provided by firm based on natural language processing to measure this different government effectiveness, and more to extend our study to more country, specifically for a specific country like United States or China. Thank you for.
So thank you very much. We move directly to the discussion by Fiona. You have 5 minutes.
Tame for the very interesting paper. I indeed read it twice. The first time because I'm not an economist, so I skipped all the tables and trying to understand more. So apologies beforehand if I misinterpreted any of your results. Secondly, I read it because it was really interesting as I found out that a lot of your conclusion could be embedded in my research as well, because they sustain really what I was working on. So more than just comment, I have written also some questions because I got curious while I was further reading the paper. So first of all, as a summary, the paper investigates how institutional quantity in different countries influences the adoption of decarbonization strategies among sunset industry firms. And they have done so by measuring control of corruption, government effectiveness, regulatory quality, and rule of law. But what I found more striking, especially on the conclusion of the paper, is that better regulatory quality, especially the regulation governing mineral resource exploitation, is the most important institutional factor which drives the decarbonization in sunset industries. But what is really interesting, and it wasn't the result of this paper and also surprising, is that high government effectiveness can sometimes reduce the firm's willingness to adopt certain environmental initiatives. And that was really interesting because while I was arguing in my paper that, yeah, we need regulation and all, okay, we have some results that show it otherwise. And that's where I got really curious. There was a small comment with regards to the representation of firms that you have considered in your research. You have 673 firms across 56 countries. And as I'm trying to read, I mean, the majority of them comes from the US, China, and the Canada, right? So maybe it could be a little bit of bias goal interpretation. So maybe some explanation to give on that regard that will it produce this bias information or not? So when it comes to the two question or 2 points that I really got curious about, the first one is this paradox of government effectiveness. So in the paper, you find out the counterintuitive negative relationship between government effectiveness and the adoption of environmental management system and biodiversity initiatives. So that goes a little bit in contrast, right, with the institutional theory that could predict. So I was having a question there. How do you maybe explain this kind of paradox that more effective governments correspond with lower uptake of voluntary decarbonization initiatives? And is this, or is it purely financial? Does it really have to do with the financial aspect? Or might more effective governments substitute private action with stricter mandates, resulting in fewer voluntary initiatives? And that was my very first question. The second one is with regard to the dominant role of regulatory quality, which emerges as the most consistent and robust determinant across all the models, especially in the development economies. And the question here is this: does this role of regulatory quality capture more than just institutional quality? For example, does it also reflect political commitment to low carbon transition, administrative capacity, and so on and so forth? And lastly, which are more notes to myself, as I said, is our assumption about the relationship between the state capacity and sustainability, and its findings resonate deeply with the cases like Albania, as I said before, or broader in the Western Balkan or any other developing countries, where regulatory credibility, and here only that, not the administrative capacities, is the cornerstone for a just and effective green transition. So the note to take back as a reflection to my own research is that it really provides this analytical bridge to understanding why purposive transition in the Western Balkans are so vulnerable to governance deficits and transition fatigues as well, because where regulatory quality, not general government effectiveness, is the true driver of change, countries which have also this weak, inconsistent, and externally driven regulatory frameworks could be or could struggle more to generate further credibility. So that I found like really interesting to incorporate further.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Let's gather all the questions from the room and then you react. So first I have Rim here.
Thank you, Semi, for a very interesting paper. First, on the institutional quality captured by the regulatory quality on environmental aspects. Of course, you are basing your assessment on quality. And what is quality? If we're talking about several countries, specifically in the extractive industries and mining industry. So, of course, the departure point there is a little bit, I mean, I don't know, it's a bit questionable, okay? Because between regulation and implementation, there is a huge gap. So if, for example, you have a regulatory, even in the European Union, I mean, I've been working on those regulations, directives, and all sort of laws. I mean, there is always an adoption plan. So how much you adopt from the regulatory frameworks. In many countries, I can tell you, they fare extremely low in terms of the implementation. So this is one very important element. Now, of course, if we look at the sample, I mean, of course, you have EU, you have US, China, and you put all of this in the same pot, right? Of course, in the same sample. Now, my issue here is other countries may have the regulatory frameworks, but they are not implemented, they are not enforced. So there is also implementation and enforcement. Now, how can we conclude that regulatory quality, whatever means by quality, because I don't know, would impact, you know, environmental performance? I don't know. Through which channels? I don't know. So these are all elements that are extremely qualitative elements, which in reality, we need to look at them almost on a case-by-case fashion, because at the end of the day, we cannot just make recommendations. We say, okay, regulatory quality has a positive performance on a positive impact on environmental performance. I challenge this conclusion simply because we do not know, first of all, the channels. We do not know what is the implementation versus enforcement power in those countries. And another aspect, which is a key in the institutional quality, we've been working on institutional quality for years, and I think this is key for any economic development model, is a corruption. we're talking about mining industries or extractive industries. Call it extractive mining, whatever. So there, if you look at the role of certain players, and I'm not going to name them, the level of corruption and the level of opacity in the contracts, it's huge. We don't even know what they're doing, what type of take-off agreements that they will have in the future. So China, for example, in Africa is it's having all sorts of agreement that nobody understands what it is. Even the countries, they don't know what it is. Imagine a little bit. So they don't know when it will kick in, when they will have to pay certain royalties. They just don't know it. So it's completely opaque. So one needs to find other indexes on the opacities of the contracting inside those type of extractive industries. And there is data. You just need to look for it. But then again, when one plugs all these data, beautiful models and all of this, and we have the tools without really understanding, the dynamics of extractive industries in each country, I mean, I have my doubt that we could even go and take any policy conclusions, because maybe it's an experiment. I mean, because you have some data, you want to link certain indicators, and you find positive or negative interactions. But the key for this type of it's not to look at the average effect, but rather the extreme effects. What really changes the picture within the assessments. Thank you. Shahir.
Thank you, Igane. Thank you, Sami, for the interesting presentation. I have some comments that are a bit similar to what Reem said, but perhaps I will propose also some technical solutions for that. Because first, I think introducing all the institutional variables at the same time, government effectiveness, regulatory quality, and rule of law, as far as I remember, well, governance indicators are highly correlated. The correlation coefficient is almost 0.9%, 0.9 between these variables. So if you introduce just one of them, it will be sufficient, because you are almost measuring the other. So that's why you get, for some variables, counterintuitive signs. This is just because of the multicollinearity between the variables. Even more, if you introduce, because as far as I remember, you didn't introduce country fixed effects, right? You don't have. And I think this is a key issue, because all the macro variables, they are capturing macro characteristics that might not be necessarily reflecting the variable itself. So I think even more important than the macro variables, if you simply introduce country fixed effects and then try some macro variables, the results will be more robust. And this perhaps will address one of Reem's comments, that observable for the country itself. And you will really avoid all the problem of having US, China, and so on, because you are controlling for their unobservable characteristics. A third comment on the FAULEX, because I have also a similar problem in one of the papers I was using. I was using this data set, and the main problem of this data set is that you count the number of laws, whether they exist or not. And clearly we don't even talk about implementation or enforcement at all. So that's why perhaps if you want to give a sense of enforcement, I suggest that you interact the environmental regulation variable with the institutional quality of the country, because this will give, to a certain extent, to what extent just having the law depends on the general institutional setup of the country. And one final point, my understanding is that your sample includes only firms operating in mining sector, right? Yeah, but I mean the same bunch of sectors, right? So I think that the first question that a referee might ask, what is the counterfactual? Because all those sectors, they are polluting, and clearly the results are largely, to my sense, are largely driven by the sample itself. So I don't know whether in the data set that you use, you can have firms operating in non-polluting sectors, and this will show the differential effect. Thank you very much.
I will be very brief because two of my comments are already taken by Shahir.
the country fixed effects and the interaction effect. But I have a very quick comment to further elaborate on what Rim has said. When it comes to institutional quality, it's a bit very tricky, not only in terms of measurement errors, which you will definitely have in your econometric issue, but the institutional quality is also time invariant. So which means you may not capture well. And I don't know, I see the different robustness checks you have did to tackle. I see a lot of reverse causalities related to corruption, for instance. Firms who are very pollutant may be lobbying the government to reduce the pressure on enforcement. So maybe check that aspect. The final minor comment could be, if understood during your presentation, you are looking at developed versus developing. I think the better way to capture could be sorting the subgroup analysis in terms of, let's say, those geographical focuses who are very much towards green versus very high polluting, for instance, rather than the usual developing versus developing countries may give you more insight onto why this paradox, for instance, could happen, because it may mask when you aggregate both different policy regimes. But it's a very good work, so.
Martin and Ivan, very quickly, please.
Okay, thank you. Very quickly. Thank you for an interesting paper. This is not my area, so it was good to see how you approach the same thing from a different perspective. I have two questions. The first one is naive. Why is mining a sunset industry? Because it appears to be very much a sunrise industry if you just look at the dash for rare earths, for example. And the other one is talking about oil and gas. The only meaningful decarbonization to talk about in that sector is if these companies cease to exist, which leads us to the actual environmental problem here, as in who is going to pay to make good on the environmental damage they caused. So never mind global change, big thing, but even just the local decommissioning of all the infrastructure, because if we make them disappear, who is going to pay for that?
Doesn't just make it to select one variable on that, or not having the principal component that recently used by payments, that is to construct a single composite indicator for your program indicators.
So Sami, you have as quick as you can.
Yes. Thank you very much. All recommend welcome. Still working on the paper. I agree with you and Reem for the institutional quality. There is difference between implementation and institutional quality pressure. And for your comments about we will include I think will sector. We still working on the paper. And I think I confirm also, if for the various causality, and maybe we can include other econometric modeling, and we're still working on the paper. And many thanks for your comments. Thank you.
We're going to have lunch and come back here at 3 sharp. Yeah. So we have one paper. I think it's not and to me, it does not go in practice. Yes. Yeah. But just repeat it.
Carlo. Carlito. Probably yes. We went to the loop. Okay, wait a moment. I found the gun. Oh, good. One gun can go. You could have come. Copy. No. Come on. Yeah. It's much better to get a good picture than creating AI photos. Okay. One. That's good. Oh, okay. I'm ready. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Hey, Trump. I think we're fine. Let's see. Yep. Yep, you look great on. Of course.
Ah, very nice. It's okay. Great. We are all, oh, plus we are all smiling.
Yep.
Lovely. Oh,
Please, go guys.
You know, the club was current, the traders.
More pictures.
More pictures. Give. And this one?
No, this one.
Okay, just $100 or so, yep. Say Trump. Let's see what we did. I took 3, 4 to be sure that.
It's okay.
Now,
That's super great.
You're laughing. Let's
Yes.
see and how it goes. That way.
Yeah, and this one. It's super nice. Thank you.
Okay. I added your tag on LinkedIn also on Crossrace, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Anna, send it to me now, please. No, because this is going to help us also connect with the industry.
And if you make the banner that they ask on this presentation, just the banner, follow the communication, what is this how? The banner is for you. They can check the social media to give them the same how to promote them. Let's go and promote them on time. As different percent of the will fall, but you will they can send all the social media through. Banner model is what you target, what you say, what you not say. I will say what you will say. But the banner model will be, so we're okay with them. And after that, I will start. The rest is ours. Coach and Thomas go with you. But we need to prepare this. And we need to force it. Keep in mind you for it before to make combo. The one for forcing on the book. So we are not ready to do it. But yeah, I'm not sure if I have now. I'm right. So I want to make sure that
I'm going to buy them.
let's have it completed by Friday. Now, first day today. Today, I hold this one. I hold then I have the plan, very simple. Two chairs, then I put the next session. Then I put the and then I need the point. And then I hold the group. Huh? What? Where? Yes. No, we put it with the keynote. With who? You put it with the final.
The final. So I posted the final and the keynote together. But it would be very small. It's okay. We are supposed to find papers to them. So that goes to a man. I post all academic work and others. And all what is in okay, and report to the other. Project. Okay. Did you find out how the body from data is? Yes.
What? I don't care, but just because it could have been, yeah, but it's okay. But you put, we have a picture of Yagane there, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's okay.
Porque evidentemente que escogemos vuelo también, que no lo sé ahora, porque no encuentro vuelos para ir a Jaén. Okay. Thank you. I'm not going to send this. I'm not going to send this. Because they are the ones who want it will not pay. It will not pay. Oh, okay. It doesn't look She did, yeah? One thing less on the to-do list. Now I'm trying to, this is the first time I see the budget. And it's for the windows of the Liban and the deadlines in an hour. We will not know. I did the other one for the my brain is not working. The brain health. I looked at it this morning. First time. It's just sometimes we started working on this previous. I mean, we will try our best. It's much more hands-on to work with the culture and the but it's much more hands-on. So I will tell them that, well, Marina will have to live. We don't have very little HR with the student party. We don't have HR. Very little. I have a big problem. I have more. That's what I was telling you. Yeah, we cannot put all the money in the grid. And we have no guarantee that we'll get the money. We have a hard time, yeah. Yeah, but I wouldn't count on it exclusively. Yeah, I can't allow. And now that we are the one declining. Now we have a much better organization, so we have better way. We're trying to prepare a serious project. It's dense. I took the lead. Were you there? There's a nice part. No, but later when you relax and we done yeah, it's not very green. Maybe it depends for who. Yeah. Other people disconnect. Right? I mean, like for example, this even when you have maybe I think we should think about how we spread out. Yeah, we cannot do this. So I was thinking, it's a lot of people they want to see us. So instead of us trying to you can have daily so that we use that. And then we can do half day after. No, but you know what is important is that it is not only one day really between the session. People go walk around and come back. Like this. Imagine no. I'm ready to go. The virus and you were living last time. But this is time for why we didn't in there, we want to I want, almost today. Or, and maybe online, nobody thinks what you have to do. But then inside, and yes, at the middle, then people, the best people, no, that's great. That's why I said everyone is yeah. And then yeah, but it's not like us. The room started to forget at the beginning, that's why I got the tea. It's typical. Sometimes you go there, you have a lot of people. For us, it's for the paper, the whole conference of the day. It's the end. Yeah, how the work has been done. People have said they have a little bit of paper, the way after the paper. There is also next step after the month. If you present your place, then you move on. But then again, I have to provide family and then but then it should have been, I don't know. But then, we each communicate. I have the same. Yeah, two stories to share also. Yeah, but then you can bear. You completely. We will lose everyone. No, they have only food. Yes, I had fruit, but I need more sweet stuff. My head is. Yeah, I know. And then I need to put the cover in the fridge. Okay. I will come actually before. Okay, yeah, 4 from next.
But I don't feel like you.
Okay, we will. Yeah, okay,
I'll say you.
you're leaving. From home. I think they.
Then when after the session, I'll see that.
Hi, Cynthia, how are you?
Hello, Rim.
Are
Hi,
you are you
everyone.
are you recovering?
Halfway.
Always.
I think I got some virus. It's apparently it's quite here we are on a big wave of different viruses from flu to COVID. So
Yeah, back here too, huh? It's everybody sick.
it's yeah. So anyway, glad to see you all at least in video, and
Yeah,
I
good to
hope
see you.
everything is going fine.
Yes, yes, everything is good. We are still in lunch break, so I'm waiting for people to take their seats and then we'll start.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Are you recording or not yet? Yeah. Welcome back to our third day of the EMANES Annual Conference. Pleasure to introduce my dear friend Cynthia Al-Sidi. Cynthia, she is Senior Research Fellow and Head of Economic Policy and Jobs and Skills Units for the Center for European Policy Studies in Brussels. And Cynthia has been the co-founder of the EMANES, which later on became EMANES. Sebs has been a founding member of the network. And also we have been working for now, this is our 10th year, Cynthia, of the annual conference. As you can remember, our first session was in Tunis in 2016. December. Shahir is even reminding me of it. So 10 years have already passed, which is for good. And I think for good. We had
great journey together. And also, beyond this, we have worked, Cynthia and I, in CEPS since many years. Maybe we met in 2008, so we were colleagues and we together now since then, trying really to bridge Europe, the Mediterranean, and Africa. So I'm very, very happy to have you here, Cynthia. Cynthia, she has huge expertise on macroeconomic policy, monetary policy, international finance, international economics and finance, also on labor market and skills. So she has wide experience in all those topics. And today she will talk to us about a very important theme, which is economic security and power challenges for global power politics, challenges for global cooperation. I think these are key topics which will in fact help us to understand what are the new dynamics that we are living in, and also what it means for sustainability. Yesterday we had Enrico Giovannini, who really gave us great insights on whether sustainability is still alive. I do not know to what extent sustainability is still alive, or maybe it's reformulated or will have to be reformulated within this new thinking of economic security and of course the power shifts that we are seeing. Of course, this brings to us a lot of challenges for the Mediterranean region. We are seeing it already. Actually, the first day, Cynthia, we had a session on the economics of degeneration. So I think we might be moving more into a trend of degeneration in the Mediterranean region. Also, interestingly enough, in Africa, we can see that mounting conflicts and armed, specifically armed conflicts, and we can see also that there has been a number of coups in Africa, and this also means that more disruptions. Hopefully next year you will be in Barcelona. This is hopefully that's what, if we are all in good health. So please, Cynthia, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Rim, for the nice words, for the nice introduction. I also remember our first meeting in Tunis, because I met a former colleague who was with us in Tunis, and we were just remembering the conference. So 10 years have passed, so it's quite a lot, but it's a great pleasure to be here with you today. Rim mentioned, I want to touch upon the very global and macro issues, because I think it's important to understand the shifts and the change in the landscape in which we are living, in order to be able to really understand what are the challenges to sustainability. And I know that you have discussed regenerative economy, reforestation. I think all these themes are extremely important, and we cannot abandon them, but really need to know how to rethink, maybe to reshape our approach, given that the global landscape is changing in a quite profound way. I have a presentation. I will share my screen. I hope you can see it. I will go on full screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yes. Just put it on the presentation view, so it's clear.
Because
F5.
F5?
Yes.
Does it work? Did it
Yes.
work?
Huh?
Can you see now? Sorry,
we could go to setting on the top and swap screen.
Wait, because
display setting.
Display settings.
Yes. Swap screen. Swap presenter. Exactly. Perfect.
Can you now you can see it properly, right?
Yeah, all good. Yes, you can start.
Okay, thank you. So as I said, my first point is really trying to identify what are the main elements which define the big changes that we are living in. And I think that there are major geopolitical changes which are related to conflicts. Rim, you mentioned that there is a growing number of armed conflicts in the world. I mean, of course, there is a lot of attention on Ukraine, a lot of attention on Gaza, but actually that there are many different areas, especially in Africa, where conflicts are expanding. And we have this situation whereby the US has been retreating from a global leadership, but President Trump pretends to shape global politics and the global scene by big statements. At the same time, we are seeing signs of potentially new alliances emerging. I'm sure many of you have seen all these pictures and images of Xi Jinping hosting the leaders of the BRICS, but also of other countries in China, and many hands shaking, suggesting that there may be repositioning and new equilibria shaping. At the same time, Europe seems a bit lost in all this change with an uncertain role. So I'll try to take really a global view, but in a few cases I will focus on the challenges specific for Europe and what it means for global coordination. When it comes to the economics, we are also seeing a lot of changes, but maybe one notable one and very relevant is the increasing role of what is called geoeconomics. And basically, what we have seen in recent years, and especially in 2025, I mean, I heard many people speaking about 2025 as the year of weaponization, basically where all economic linkages have been either weaponized or considered to be weaponized. And this is really the core of geoeconomics. It's really this resort to economic linkages or leverage on economic linkages to achieve geopolitical or political objectives, or on the other side, to use political or geopolitical linkages to gain economic advantage. And we have seen President Trump actually doing great use of all these linkages, as I mean, not least with Europe. Now, as I mentioned, 2025 was somehow a watershed year, but the reality is that things had started to change already some time ago. And if you look at the big global economies, if you look at China, the United States, and even India, this idea of reducing external reliances and at the same time affirm the economic domestic interest on a global stage, leveraging on their economic power, has actually been going on for about a decade. In 2015, China announced the dual circulation strategy, which led to Made in China 2025, whereby the new economic strategy actually foresaw development and expansion of the domestic economy, and at the same time reduction in reliance on the external economies, especially the United States, while building strengths and supplying the world in a way that actually other countries could become dependent on China. So if you think of the crucial role that China plays today in relation to raw materials, This is of course related to some natural resources, but a lot is due to processing of natural resources where actually China has control of the global market almost total. So this didn't come by chance. So it is something that it was part of a policy. Even America First and MAGA, that is now taking all the headlines, in practice was already introduced by Trump during his first administration, so 2016, almost 10 years ago. And even China, which is much less developed compared to the United States and China, had put forward this Make in India in 2014. So all the large economies really try to put in place long-term strategies to affirm the power, to become more assertive, but also to reduce reliance on the external world. The exception to this somehow has been the European Union, which has remained faithful to openness and free markets. And it's basically only now that there were some signs of change already a couple of years ago, but this has really changed since the new Trump administration, and this idea of economic security and strategic autonomy have become really a priority. And in the language and the EU language, very often economic security and strategic autonomy have become interchangeable. In reality, they are quite different concepts, but it's clear that economic security, or at least a certain degree of economic security, is precondition for strategic autonomy. So the only way you can actually put in place your own choices relies crucially on the ability to have some economic security. If you are fully vulnerable on the economic side, it's clear that you will not be able to take your own decisions. In practice, it's true that there are elements that are part of both. So, for instance, when it comes to de-risking, when it comes to promoting external partnerships, diversification, basically all these approaches in the end are ways to secure both economic security and strategic autonomy. Now, what are the changes that basically this different economic landscape is producing? And I think the main change that this shifts, basically the return of power politics and this idea of economic security is producing is that two pillars which have worked as the foundation, if you want, of globalization, but also the economic growth of many countries, are basically shaking. And the first one is the rule-based system. So the idea that basically we have principles, that everyone respects the same principles, and this allows us to do trade on a level playing field. So that basically we have certainty and reciprocity. And this is basically almost over. It is over as a global principle. Maybe countries are trying to make sure that these principles still remain among them, but it's clear that it's not certain that the United States nor China will behave respecting the principle of certainty and reciprocity. And possibly other countries, of course. But the two big players have certainly shown that they're ready to deviate. And the second pillar is the market-driven economy, and fundamentally the idea that efficiency drives the allocation of resources. So basically that you are free to operate across the globe, basically on the same level playing field, just choosing the best place according to economic principles. We are really moving away from this situation, and where considerations mostly related to securities become more important. And among economists, basically there was the expectation that this would lead to immediate disruptions. And in particular, for instance, in the case of the United States, the introduction of tariffs would lead quite quickly to inflations, reduced credibility, inefficiency, and this would translate on trade disruptions and broader disruptions on the global economy. Now, the reality is that all this didn't really materialize. So the US economy, well, if we look at the aggregate indicators, is doing quite well. The performance of the stock market is actually quite stunning. And the resilience until now of the global economy is quite impressive. So there is some questions, and actually many politicians are even challenging economists, saying, "You guys, you are not getting right." And this is basically it's really posing the question of whether power politics is trumping economics, or whether we, as I try to put in this small image, is like we are looking at the same things, but we are seeing we are giving two different interpretations. We have two different readings. But this also makes me think of a quite famous, known sentence by Don Bush. Some of you may recall it, which says, "In economics, things take longer to happen than you think they will, and then they happen faster than you thought they could." So we really need to be very careful in belief on our dear politicians. And I think that one of the issues we may see is that in fact things go very fast, they change very fast, but I think that the real economy still takes some time. So we really need to be very careful in distinguishing the very short term from the longer term. And here there may be a divide of views, more optimistic in the short term, less optimistic in the long term. And in particular, there is this dominant short-term view, and especially coming from the United States, whereby, well, okay, we have the tariffs, but it's not that bad. Both the US and the global economy can stand tariffs. AI is doing great. We will have huge productivity growth, especially in the United States. GDP is doing very well, and that there is no serious concern about the US debt. The less optimistic view is that there may be some time lag, and there has been some anticipatory behavior which may have smoothened the short-term impact of big changes like introduction of large tariffs. And also the fact that, and this is something I'm hearing a lot from investors, is that the uncertainty is extremely high and everyone is reluctant to make big changes today, because there is still a sense that we may go back on certain policy choices. The famous taco that has been applied a lot to Trump. At the same time, institutional disruptions and changes may take quite a long time to show their effects. So there may still be some effect to come, but it takes time. But there we need to be very careful, because when institutional change happens, then it takes really it's really difficult to go back. And the second a big change, which is really related to US policies, it relates to the fact that the US is playing a central role in the global financial system, both the US and US-based financial institutions, as well as the dollar. And while there is quite a lot of concern, not much is happening yet, or has happened yet, because there is no real alternative to the dollar. So it's not easy to switch to other things. But it's quite certain that technology and technological changes is going to play a big role in reshaping the future international monetary order. Let's hope that there is order. And at the same time that trust around the US is eroding and there is no alternative yet, other actors are really trying to fill the vacuum. And we can actually see multiple initiatives, especially in Asia, around China. And these initiatives are going to change the global monetary system. So here, really the message that I want to convey is that really need to be quite cautious and saying, well, there are quite a big changes, but the system is very resilient and we are not seeing much impacts. I think it's true in the short term. I think we really need to be more cautious in assessing what the longer term changes could be. And one reason for this and more profound changes is that behind the changes in the US policies, one big driver is the US-China power competition. And the fact that China is really seen as a global rival by the United States. And one big sign of rivalry, if you want, can be recognized in the fact that China is basically the only country which refused to negotiate with Trump. We saw that after the tariffs, all the head of states tried to meet Trump. The only one who refused was actually Xi Jinping. And in the end, Trump was forced to call and to negotiate. And there, I think that there is a combination of global and domestic factors which define the attitude both in the United States and in China. And in the United States, of course, there is a great concern about Chinese imports from China. I mean, we are speaking about amounts close to $500 billion a year. These are huge amounts. But there is also a domestic politics component because while, of course, Trump has been the anti-China guy, in fact, the narrative of China being US enemies is widely shared in the US Congress and bipartisan also among the Republicans. So politically is quite an easy game to play in the domestic policies. But ultimately, it's really the fact that China in this push for technological change and its attempt to take technological leadership is really perceived as a competitor for global influence. On the other side, I think China adds the ability to escalate the trade war because it's self-conscious of its systemic importance in value chains in terms of penetrations. I mean, China is basically involved in most of the global value chains, all of them. It's not a sectoral, doesn't depend on the level of technology. It's really extremely widespread. And then it plays a key role in raw materials. So this gives China leverage. And it has been using it. So we have seen this. The second reason, I think, is that because there is a lot of awareness on the fact that while Trump wants to cut its trade deficits when it comes to goods, US reliance on Chinese goods is just very high. And it's impossible to cut because there is no substitution. And this idea that reindustrialization easily is actually something that is quite unrealistic and something on which China is playing. So the reality of all this, or the consequence of all this, is that there is a lot of uncertainty and things looks quite unpredictable but it's clear that rivalry is very likely to intensify and not going away. Now, as I said, I'm really looking at this also from a European perspective and what this could mean for global order, global cooperation. And I have to say that these recent changes have been extremely important and quite dramatic from the point of view of Europe, which in the end finds itself facing a dual challenge. So it's not that the rivalry between the US and China puts us in a better position. It actually puts Europe in a quite weak position. And one fundamental reason for this is that Europe is an extremely open economy. It's much more open than China and the United States. And it is highly interdependent both on China and the US. On China for trade value chain, so China is key for our imports and for production, while the United States is more important as an export market. And the EU is very dependent on the United States on two areas, finance and technology. So there is basically almost blind reliance on US-centered monetary and financial system. And we depend very much on the US on foreign direct investment. So foreign direct investment is not something only for less developed economies. It's extremely important actually for Europe and is a key source of innovation and export potential. And then, of course, we rely on the US big tech for technology services. This really, this rivalry and this power politics really puts us in a quite weak position because basically Europe is not a military power. The power of Europe over the last decades have really built on economic relations and capacity to set standards, certain not traditional power, so no power in a traditional sense. And in fact, one of the main recent challenges has been the fact that Europe depends on the United States almost completely when it comes to security through the UN. And this dependence and the less reliability on the United States has been a source of major vulnerability and something that has really limited Europe's ability to make its own choices. Look at what happened with trade. Another thing that it's a source of concern, but also a reflection about the way forward is that the US and the EU economy have been traditionally very aligned, and now we are seeing diverging patterns, I would say at least on three different levels. Some short-term asymmetries, so the way the two economies are developing on the short terms. This may be the least relevant in a structural sense, but still important. The US economy seems like buoyant. If you look at the equity markets, the EU looks weak, but still a stable outlook with some fast changes in exchange rate, so in relative prices, which probably are just a sign of high uncertainty. But more fundamentally, I see divergence on two other levels. One is really on the structure of the economy, where we see in the US very high productivity, while productivity has been much lower in the European Union. But at the same time, if we look at the broader level of indicators, we are also seeing that social indicators in the United States have been deteriorating at impressive speed and actually moving very far away from other advanced economies. If you look at life expectancy and other indicators, the US actually is doing extremely poor. while actually the EU has been improving a lot. And the last level is really the policy orientation. So the US has switched towards protectionism, sector-specific deregulation to benefit, for instance, the big tech, more ad hoc state intervention, buying equities in big companies. At the contrary, the US remains still committed to open trade, regulatory stability, multilateralism. So really a divergence in this sense, which poses dilemmas for the EU in its relation with the United States, but also the attitude vis-à-vis multilateral organizations and global cooperation. Now, let me come to a few challenges and then specific challenges for the EU, but which I think are relevant also for sustainability, for the sustainability discussion. Now, I think for the EU that there are, if you want, two sets of challenges. So the first thing is really the fact that when it comes to economic relations, I think it's quite important to distinguish what is purely trade and what is financial or technology kind of economic relations. And I think when it comes to trade, the key actor and the key issue for the EU is not the United States, it's actually China. And the reason for this is despite all the attentions that the US tariff have attracted, this is more a distraction than a fundamental issue. And the reason for this is, I think it's twofold. The first is that basically, even though the US have imposed tariffs, only China and Canada have reacted. The rest of the world has not imposed tariffs. So I think that there is still a large part of the world where there is an interest actually in trading and to have common rules. The second thing is that at least in the EU, maybe we should also look at other countries, the impact of tariffs on EU exports has been much lower than what we expected. So we really need to see what is going to happen in the next months, but it has been limited because in the end there has been a lot of negotiation, a lot of exceptions, and effective rates much lower than the big percentages that have been put on the forward by Trump. I think that the real issue for the EU is really China. And there are two reasons. One is because, as I said, there are a lot of interdependencies. And the two other crucial aspects is that the fact that the Chinese government has been so present in the economy, so through subsidies and policies which basically make Chinese companies operating on a different playing field than the European companies is becoming a real issue. And there is a major concern about the fact that oversupply is pushing down prices at the global level. And in the EU, there is a lot of push for actually having the European Commissions and European governments more proactive to protect European economies. And this actually may be a bad news for the rest of the world as well. The second thing, which I think is quite important, is that given this situation in which the multilateral system is really under stress because two big players are actually moving away from this framework, what we are seeing is an increased number of bilateral agreements. And the EU is really trying to sign agreements with many other countries. You may have heard about agreements with Mercosur, with India. So there is really a question about whether instead of the WTO we are seeing a large number of bilateral agreements, and whether this is going to be successful. Certainly less efficient, but probably seen as the way forward for many countries. I'm going to speed up because I'm running out of time, so I'll try to move to the part which I think is most relevant. Now, I think all these changes and challenges, I think, pose some questions, but also some opportunities. And there is a lot of questions about where to invest. And I think this is quite fundamental. And there is a lot of attention which is given to technology. There is this sort of equation in the mind of many people. You lead in technology, you have economic and geopolitical power. So there is really this need to invest in technology. I think this is something that is important, especially if you depend very much on a partner that is not very reliable anymore. But I actually believe that the big opportunity for Europe could be represented by climate. Here, under the umbrella climate, I try to incorporate anything that actually is related to the green transition. And the reason for this is that the EU is still a global reference when it comes to fighting climate change. And this despite the fact that there are a lot of internal division. You may have heard about all the debate about sustainability reporting and the watering down of sustainability reporting, and the fact that the US opposition to climate policy is moving, is changing Europe's direction. I think actually this is a mistake. Because and this is, I got really this impression by speaking to investors. Investors are still interested in places where fighting climate change is taken seriously. But what is necessary is that the EU gives certainty. I think that the most painful approach, or the most wrong approach that actually you can follow is really to increase uncertainty and not saying anymore or clearly which direction you are going. And the second thing is that I really believe is a necessity. If we look at the occurrence of extreme events, and at the same time the dependency that Europe has on fossil fuel. So this is actually a message that I'm trying to repeat quite often, because I think it's quite important. So all your initiatives, I think, are extremely valuable. Now, my last part is really on global cooperation. And here it is quite clear that we are really transitioning from a system which was US centered, so a multipolar world defined by multilateral organization, towards one which is more multipolar but less multilateral. And this is, I think, is quite a dramatic change, which is going to reduce trust in the global system, with a trigger coming from the inside. And this, I think, has two major consequences. One, which I mentioned already at the beginning, is that the fact that the economic decisions cannot be taken anymore under the assumptions of the full mobility of people, goods, services, capital, and resources. And basically, security concerns become part of the decision-making process. And the second consequence is that we are likely to see the emergence of blocks, geographical blocks, and potentially rival blocks. I'll explain this in a moment. But this basically means that we are going to see major challenges to the global governance, because we have a strong nationalism push, in many countries, large countries, but also many small countries. So this is a more generalized trend where basically everyone tries to defend its own interest, and there is much less propensity to cooperate for the global good. The second challenge is because of a weaker multilateralism, with multilateral institutions in great difficulties, from the UN to the WTO, the WHO, and economic integration that becomes more selective. So globalization doesn't go away, but it is largely reconfigured. And in all these changes, my guess is that actually we will see an increased power of multinationals. So very big corporations, especially in the tech sector, but in fact multinational are actually expanding across multiple sectors, which will try to fill the gap left by weaker institutions. And in this sense, size matters. We know that some of these big corporations are larger than countries. You may have seen data about NVIDIA. NVIDIA has exactly the same capitalization, which is equivalent to the German GDP. So we are really talking about huge corporations which control AI, and this can contribute actually to influence rules, standards, and market outcomes. So the power of corporations is going to increase and in certain cases become larger than states. And this, I think, leads to some risks. The fact that smaller states are less hurt and they will have less places to... Yes? I'm finishing, Rim. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Yes, finishing last slide. For populations, it become very difficult to bring their voice, and of course, higher transaction cost. There will be a lot of time and resources spending in trying to get agreements. And this, I think, brings us to think really of responses and what we can do. So I think we are going to see different institutional arrangements. I talked about bilateral agreements. I think these are going to increase. We will see more coalitions of the willing and regulatory networks. So those who agree actually to respect certain rules, to abide to certain principles, actually coming together. And this may also lead to the emergence of regional blocks, sometimes of variable geometry, but also likely the resurgence of spheres of influence. Thank you very much for listening, and really looking forward to hear your comments.
Thank you very much, Cynthia. That was very comprehensive and also giving stock on what we are seeing today in global politics and global economic trends. But of course, the world, it's not centered on the US and Europe. So this is my first comment. There are other groupings also. Eventually, one needs to look at the global south, whatever this means. I know it's a creation or a construct, but still one needs to look at the view of those countries. Now, my second comment is obviously we are moving. I mean, the reality is we are moving into multipolarity, but then this is not new. We knew this since at least, I don't know, perhaps 2010, already we knew about it. Since the financial crisis, even before the financial crisis, we have been looking at signals about the end of the hegemonic, I would say, duopolar type of global, or call it order, global economic order. So China, we've seen the, we even talked about it when we were at CEPS, that, you know, the 2030, China will be one of the most important economic players together with India. Just looking at the demographic evolutions, not even in terms of the economic, I would say, powers per se, no? So I don't know if any questions from the floor. Otherwise, I have few. Yes, Shahir.
Thank you, Cinzia. Very happy to see you online. Hi. I totally agree with Reem. The presentation was very comprehensive and a bit, how can I say it, discouraging also in the sense that the amount of uncertainty that we face is really increasing. But I have a question and a comment. If we take into consideration the role of China, especially when it comes to critical minerals and the supply of lithium, nickel, graphite, and all this, not only in terms of extraction, but also in terms of processing. And really, we see to what extent China dominates this market in an almost monopoly way. So bearing this in mind and bearing also in mind to what extent China is the source of the majority of goods that are important everywhere. Third, the role of China in Africa in dominating different ports, different mines, and so on. So can we say that at the end of the day, the coercion or the balance of power in favor of China is much higher than that of the US and the EU at the same time? And this can represent a leverage for China to impose its vision, its strategy, its policy, whenever we will call it. And to what extent also the EU and the US are ready to accept this, and or they will have to accept this given their comparative disadvantages in all these points. Thank you very much.
Any more questions? Okay. Yes, Antoine.
Right now, we face this situation where China does indeed produce and process most of these materials, but reality is rare earths are not that rare. And there is a lot of them in Europe as well. The issue is we're not willing to do the pollution that it takes to create them. So this is also something else, whether we're willing to pollute a lot and produce those materials ourselves. So that's another.
Cynthia, one last point I wanted to, maybe it's just a comment, is that the new, what we call the geoeconomics, maybe it's not new. We also knew it from the past, so it's not something we didn't know. We always had those elements much more, say, opaque, hidden. So what we are seeing today is simply all surfacing, and we are just giving, you know, concept to those what we knew before. I mean, this is we just cannot. We know that politics and economics are very interlinked, and this is simply what we are experiencing nowadays. It's a little bit more focus on certain behaviors, which before they were implicit, and nowadays they are becoming just explicit because there is no such a global coordination. So in reality, before they were all diffused within these global organizations or eventually with certain agreements, but nowadays they became much more, you know, visible to the public. So I don't know. I mean, you see, one needs to look at the developments from different perspectives. But all of this, we talked about it years ago. We understand where we're heading. Of course, from the European Union standpoint, there might be a lack of preparedness
Because you see, we only learn when the tide it's already extremely close. And we know all of this. I think we have lived several crises, and we just need to leave the next crisis of eventually these rivalries between the players, because each one wants to take the position number 3 or number 4 now. I don't know. I mean, it's what positions they're fighting for, because clearly China and India, which is another major player, they are heading the scene, and we knew it since at least 20 years. So what is your intake about this?
Okay, many thanks. Many thanks for the question. A bit two points. One on China and one on the rest of the world and the global south. Rim, I'm completely with you. Huh? So a lot of, because now a lot of the global games is changing basically driven by the United States. I mean, de facto, a system which was centered on the United States as the hegemon and supported by multilateral organizations. This is a US creation, huh? Sorry, this is the post World War II global order, which was driven by the United States and now is challenged from the inside by the United States. So this is a bit the big shift, and basically I think for Europe in this situation, one solution, one way to go is really to open up the eyes and say, okay, there is the United States, there is China, but there is a lot outside there in the rest of the world, and in this I think the global south plays a key role, and Africa especially because of the geographical vicinity to Europe. So on this actually I fully agree with you. Now on China, 2 points. It is true, Shay, I agree with you. Huh? So this is China has this leverage, and the leverage was built on a strategy and actions, policy and investment, which have going on for more than a decade. And as I mentioned, I think that one of the reasons whereby in the end Trump had to go to the table and to review its tariffs against China is because of the dependencies on the raw materials. And as you said, it's not only about the resources itself, it's because China basically controls the processing of some products 100%, so it's full monopoly. Now, of course, these things are not set in stone, huh? So it's a problem if you do not have access to these materials maybe for today and then the next year. Now, there is a lot of research in technologies that actually use different kind of materials. There is a huge effort in Europe. I mean, I'm speaking to some startups. Basically, I met them occasionally a couple of days ago. Well, where they're thinking whether we can actually produce technologies using different materials on which would reduce our dependencies, and the same is happening in the United States. So these dependencies may change also quite fast. So it's not set in stone. And there was also this comment that actually underground in Europe we have some of this lithium, for instance, in France. The point is that our regulatory system is such that actually we do not want to take it out because it's polluting, it's disruptive, and so on and so forth. So quite a few things can change. But it's clear that at the moment, and especially in the short term, China has a strong leverage. But things can change quite quickly. And again, I think it boils down a lot who has control on technology, who has the leadership on technology. And again, on this, it's of course about countries, but also about companies. And this for me, it's really a pivotal change. It's really the major change that big corporations actually can take and even replace states. Maybe the very last point, Rim, on geoeconomics. It's true. This is really power politics. Huh? I use my power to shape politics, to shape how I relate to others. Maybe it's It's not so new, but it has become quite extreme and basically something that you do not necessarily do with your allies out of the blue. So, and basically this is what has been doing Trump with the European Union, no? So it's, okay, you need to do this and to accept this trade deal, otherwise I withdraw my support on defense. And basically this is a big problem. So is this idea of really instrumentalizing any dependency to achieve your objective, and basically you use this vis-a-vis anyone. And now that there is mapping, many countries in the EU, but also the US, they are doing the mapping of all possible products or substances which could affect our security. And I was in a meeting a few days ago, and the United States basically depends 100% on China for a component of a very basic antibiotic. So basically, China could decide to stop its export to the United States for this substance. It could put at risk the life of many people, really many people. So maybe there is an escalation of paranoia, but there is also an increasing awareness that actually we are very exposed one to each other, and even small products or small substances actually can be used to achieve political some political objectives. So, and this is basically, I think it's just killing trust at global level and really making cooperation much more difficult. So identifying those who you can trust and continue to cooperate may make actually a huge difference.
Thank you very much, Cynthia, and also ending on the erosion of trust. And I think this is essential also for economics and also financial markets. That's key. So I think we will see for sure future disturbances. So it would be nice to have more time to talk to engage a little bit more on sustainability and where we go post SDGs and role of SDGs and so on. But we don't have enough time, Cynthia, so thank you very much. There's a lot for us to think, and eventually we can have another meeting mainly focused on this within the EMANES network. But thank you very much for your time, and I hope we see you soon face to face. So
thank you. Thank you very much. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
So I would like to introduce our next chair, and also for the last session about regional integration and regeneration. I mean, we're trying really to also think how we could have trade and global regional value chains that are regenerative. So we look at the positive end of it. Roger Albignana, he's the managing director of EUMED, European Institute of the Mediterranean, and also member of our advisory board and a dear friend. So I hand over to you. This is the last session. So please, to you.
Thank you very much, Rim. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you to EMEA, to Yagane, in particular to you, for this wonderful invitation. Apologies for not being able to share with you more of the very interesting program that you have prepared. We know that preparing and putting together a program over 3 days is not an easy thing. So congratulations on that. But good news is that even if I was in Brussels, I could follow part of your program, and that's thanks to a very good web streaming service that you have offered to us. So congratulations to George, who is the trigger of this. Your capacity of pulling different topics from different disciplines, economics, but also biology. And by the way, we are now trying to pull for this final session these two very important concepts. On the one hand, economic integration, and on the other, regeneration, which is a term that doesn't belong to the realm of economics, as we are all economics economies. I think that we can recognize this fact. Well, over the past couple of days, you have explored a wide spectrum of challenges and opportunities shaping the transition towards more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient economies across Europe, the Mediterranean, and Africa. This session, or this final session, invite us to bring all these threads together and consider how economic systems themselves, through trade, global value chains, and policy design, can become engines of regeneration rather than merely areas of competition. As we reach the final day of our discussions, certain themes have been consistently addressed by you, such as the urgency of climate action, the need for structural resilience, the importance of social inclusion. But one dimension underpins all of this: the architecture of economic integration. Why economic integration matters for regeneration. Today's world is characterized by profound interdependence, as, by the way, Cynthia recalled to all of us, which can be a source of fragility, as we've witnessed geopolitical tensions, supply chain disruptions, commodity price shocks, but it can also be a source of resilience and renewal if addressed strategically. Regeneration, therefore, requires more than ecological restoration. It requires to reimagine how economies connect to each other. Whereas traditional economic integration has often prioritized efficiency and competition and the removal of barriers, including the trade barriers, these remain important still, but we now face other areas such as long-term value creation, sustainable participation in global markets, alignment of trade rules with societal goals, and the ability to innovate and upgrade to higher value activities. Yet all these challenges can be tackled if we broaden our scopes, as you are doing. They depend heavily on policies, institutions, and agreements that shape how countries engage with each other economically. Will be presented. As we are running out of time, I think that we can decide to allocate 10 minutes to each author to present the paper, and then 5 minutes for the discussion. And all these three papers, they come to a very nuclear and central question, which is how can the mechanisms of economic integration be harnessed to support regenerative development? We'll begin with a paper by Dina Ragab from the Cairo University, which examines whether public procurement can serve as a catalyst for firms' participation in global value chains, an important question for inclusive industrial development. And then I will have the discussant Yasmin Asa from the American University of Cairo. So, Dina.
Hello, everyone. You can hear me?
Yes. So the floor is yours for 10 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'm Dina Ragab Ibrahim, Assistant Professor at Faculty of Economics and Political Science, Cairo University. My paper is examining the effect of participation in public procurement market on the firm chance to participate in global value chain using an evidence from developing countries. This paper is already accepted manuscript at Journal of Public Procurement. First of all, governments are significant purchaser in developing country, representing about 1/3 of GDP, their purchases, and over half of total government expenditure. Policymakers in developing countries are using public procurement to stimulate innovation and job creation and economic growth. From this point, I believe that and also participation public procurement market can help a firm and stimulate their internationalization strategies and enable them to participate in global value chain. First of all, competition in or strong competition in public bid give a firm incentive to upgrade their production strategies, quality standards, marketing and organizational structure, their investment, research and development. Moreover, winning a public contract beside the competition, winning a public contract enlarge a firm profit, economies of scale, and market power and reputation, enhance their in turn their existence in foreign market and their adoption of international quality standard and their internationalization. Last one also, public purchases reduce information asymmetry about local and sometimes an international market and enable firm reduce market uncertainty, especially for technological good that the government is buying. So it can enable the firm also to upgrade their production and such product. So what I mean here by global value chain is the participation of the firm in many activities related to international market regarding being two-way trader, exporting or importing, and also the definition of global value chain include those firms that adopting international quality standards and adopting foreign technology licensing. Global value chain refer to is representing a key characteristic of world economy. It hit a momentum in international business study. It's very important to study such dimension and add a contribution to the literature. Therefore, I decided to discuss the link between participation public procurement and participation global value chain. Especially, it's a very rare and doesn't it's a very rare literature on determinants of public demand related to global value chain. There is no previous paper studied such research question before, and also I'm interested in this paper in discussing the heterogeneous effect of the public procurement of the participation of public procurement on global value chain. I'm interested in understanding or examining how the main effect is changing across different firm size, age, young or old, and also country income level. Moreover, I'm discussing also a specific transmission channel through which public procurement participation can affect the global value chain. More specifically, alleviation of credit constraint can be a significant transmission channel that can explain why have a government customer or even competing for contracts can stimulate the firm participation in global value chain. Regarding the literature, as I have said, theoretical and the empirical evidence on the link between public procurement and the global value chain is very rare, and for theory, it does not exist exact theory on such relation on how having government customer can enhance fair participation, global value chain, or even in trade. However, I have utilized two theories to try to explain how this effect might happen, to give some intuition about the mechanism. For example, a resource-dependent theory I'm utilizing in my paper to show that public purchase can enable a firm to accumulate financial resources. Having government customer can help a firm to accumulate financial resources, which they can use to buy imports or to buy foreign technology and upgrade their performance in global value chain. Also, in signaling theory, I utilize in my paper to show that having government customer can enable a firm to have good reputation and being more able to export, being more able to be financially better and have better access to finance. Regarding the empirical evidence, there is no also existing paper on the link between public procurement and the global value chain. However, there are two macro level papers discussing the effect of public procurement on trade. Both studies are at the country level, not the firm level. The first one is a paper written by Kono and Ricard in 2014. They find that democratic government are more likely to adopt discriminatory public procurement than an autocratic government, which in turn reduce the country imports from foreign supplier. Another paper also written by Kelvin and Birch in 2009. They examined whether public purchases or have a government or the procurement by the government, whether it can work as a non-tariff barrier that reduce country imports or not, and they found that there is no negative or significant effect on foreign imports using country level data in Estonia. Regarding the scarcity of the literature on the effect of public procurement on global value chain, I have filled the literature and added some literature on the link between public procurement and innovation and the productivity. Especially innovation and productivity is already documented in previous study as a strong determinant of participation in global value chain. So I didn't find any problem to also add some previous study on how public procurement can give us some intuition about the positive effect on firm innovation or productivity. And for a paper written by Slavchev and Witherholt, they documented a positive effect of the technological content of non-oriented research and development public procurement on private research and development expenditure using a state-level data in United States. They proved that the government customer can play an important role in enhancing private research and development expenditure through increasing the local demand. Moreover, another paper is written by Dornitsky and other in 2020. They show that the legal reform that occurred in Germany in the procurement law in 2009 had a positive effect on upgrading and increasing innovative demand in the public purchases, and which in turn stimulated incremental rather than radical innovation in using firm level data in Germany. Also, Gerzoni and Reiteri in 2015, they confirmed the outperformance of innovation-oriented public procurement as a policy instrument than supply-side R&D policies, such as the R&D tax credit and the R&D subsidies. They confirmed the outperformance of innovation-oriented public procurement on the private research and development expenditure. Regarding productivity, also there is a modest literature documenting the positive effect of public purchase on firm total factor productivity. For example, Cheng in
Dina, excuse me, could you please move to the concluding part?
Okay. You mean that?
Well, we need to see we need to see the development, but yeah, move on.
I'm sorry, but in the email, it was sent to me, and the duration of the presentation is 20 minutes. So now I don't understand why I have to go to conclusion part, because the email, it was 20 minutes for presentation.
Because I've been told that that we are behind the schedule and we don't have more time.
It's an update, so it's not like what have sent to me. Okay. So you need from me now to conclude the main message.
You can show the results and then conclude. Yes.
Okay, no problem. The main result here is that in participation in public procurement market defined in this paper as securing a public contract or trying to secure oil participation in public bid has a positive effect on the firm probability to upgrade participation in global value chain. And this result is already confirmed through using probit model and an instrumental variable approach to address the ingenuity issue. Also, the paper is confirming that the effect is heterogeneous across different characteristics. For example, the effect is stronger for a larger size firm and older firm than younger firm or medium or small firm, and this makes sense. إنه the larger and older firm are more likely to have positive effect and more economic advantage of participation in public procurement than others. To conclude about the main result, and to give some policy implication, the participation in public procurement market can be utilized as a policy instrument to support a firm. So the government should allocate more money to subsidize the firm, to give them more market demand, more innovation incentive, so it can help them to participate in international market. Also, public procurement can play an important role in reducing the financial instability through signalizing the credibility and trustworthiness of the firm, so alleviate their financial market, and this is already proved in the tables that I have shown before. Also, my paper, for the conclusion part, my paper is confirming that internationalization policies should be linked with public procurement. I mean that there should be more incentives that given to the firm to enhance their internationalization, like a modification on trade regulation, better business climate, better infrastructure that enables them to internationalize. And that's it. Yeah. And this is the main conclusions that I have in my paper according to the time limitation.
Thank you, Dina. Thank you for adjusting a bit your initial presentation to the current time limitations. And now I'll give the floor straight to Yasmin Asa from the American University of Cairo for the discussion.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Hello, everyone. I'm happy to be within you, even if online. Dina, thank you for your presentation. I'm very happy to hear the news that the paper is already accepted. But maybe I would share with you something that you can do in future versions of the paper regarding the topic. I enjoyed reading the paper. Let me just share. I have just a few slides, but I will not go over them all. Yes, so as Dina presented, the paper is showing the effect of the government procurement on the participation of in global value chains using different measures of GVCs. And it is showing the positive effect, and it also shows that the public procurement plays a role in facilitating the access to finance. And the results are particularly important for the larger and older firms and for middle income groups. The conclusion makes sense to me. However, I would like to see how would the public procurement agreement of the World Trade Organization can play a role, because many countries are not part of this agreement, especially the developing countries. So the paper has mentioned the role of competition, that the competition of the bidding would enhance the firm to upgrade and to innovate. However, this raises questions regarding the countries that are not abiding with the agreement, and therefore they don't have the enforceability of the law. And in many cases, the state-owned enterprises can have the main share of the government procurement. We can also see heterogeneity across sectors. So, for example, sectors like the construction and the infrastructure are possibly having large shares of procurement. However, they're not expected to participate in GVC. So I would like to see this maybe in a future paper. And for the small firms, the results are not clear. And this actually raises a question, maybe a new research question, regarding whether the public procurement can enhance the gap between SMEs and large enterprises. and make the small and medium enterprises more disadvantaged to enter the foreign markets, as they are not making use of the public procurement. And also it's raising concerns on the fact that the public procurement can relax the financial constraints, because the smaller the enterprise is, the larger the constraints to access finance. And therefore, the results here may be having a discrimination against the small and medium enterprises, which may be interesting in a future research. I will skip the suggestions regarding the instrument and the methodology, and maybe I will again highlight the importance of having a sectoral analysis to see the effect is relevant across the manufacturing sectors, maybe, or again the sectors that are already self-selected in the public procurement, like the infrastructure and construction again. And the analysis why the effect is less for GBC3 and GBC4 would have been very interesting to me. For example, a country like Egypt, maybe the public procurement for the industrial policy reasons are going more to the local firms and not to the foreign firms, and maybe this is why the effect is less when you are adding the foreign shares in the GBC measures. So again, maybe this is for a future work, and the paper is really interesting. I learned from it a lot, and congratulations for the acceptance of the paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasmin. Now I'll open the floor for comments, questions from the audience side, in case there is none. No? Oh, Shahir. Yes.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you, Dina, for the presentation, and Yasmin for the comments. Perhaps I was wondering, as Yasmin said, it's for future work, because in the World Bank Enterprise Survey as well, we can identify whether the firm includes in its board a manager or a CEO that is politically connected. And I was wondering whether those political connections, they matter also for public procurement, because in general, they can be highly correlated. Thank you.
Very relevant question. So, Dina?
Thank you so much.
Would you like to answer also Yasmin's points? Yes.
Thank you so much for Dr. Yasmin and Professor Dr. Shahir for their comments. I will just pick some comments to reply for. For example, Yasmin, first of all, was talking about violation of an instrumental variable. External audit might have indirect channel through which affect participation global value chain. I just understand your point, and therefore in other revision of the manuscripts, I have modified the control variable, and I have added more business obstacle regarding corruption, regarding business climate. Unfortunately, political connection, I couldn't use it as a control variable due to the limitation of the data on whether I can identify the CEO or manager of the firm as have a political connection or not. I couldn't identify this. However, it's still a very important information that should be considered. Regarding country fixed effect at absorb macro level, freedom, trade, business, financial freedom. I argue that in the country fixed effect here is absorbing country specific time invariant characteristics. So controlling for the score of freedom is already time variant, so it's not absorbed by a country fixed effect. regarding more information about the firm that are might make a procurement and not participating in global value chain, I have a tabulation. It's not included in. I didn't have time to include it in the paper that I have sent to you to comment on. However, in another revision, after a new revision, I have added a table to show that there is common firm in every industry that is having that are participating in public bid and at the same time participating in global value chain. So I don't have a bias in industry distribution. The different industries that are I have data on in the surveys already represented well in global value chain. And again, regarding Professor Dr. Shahir about the political connection, thank you so much for your comment. However, I'm lacking such information in enterprise survey. However, this information is already in PEEPS survey and about the political connection between the firm and firm manager. However, the data limitation constrained me to control for this. However, it's still a very important comment that has to be considered. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you, Dina. Thank you, Yasmin. Let us now move to the second paper that will be presented by Shahir Zaki from the University of Orléans on how labor provisions in trade agreements impact the copper industry, a sector that has significant implications, both social and environmental. So, Shahir, the paper will be discussed by Dina again. So.
Thank you, Roger. So I'll try to make it in 10 minutes. So this paper is co-authored with Camélia Turcot and Eric Pujol from the BRGM, and we try to see to what extent having labor provisions in trade agreements can improve labor conditions in especially in copper sites. So it's not working. As part of the paper because of time. So basically in this paper, the idea is that we try to see to what extent, given that we have this literature on shallow agreements versus deep agreements, shallow agreements that just focus on tariff removal and deep agreements that go beyond tariff removal and include environmental provisions, they include labor provisions, among others, and how these provisions, they can make trade agreements more development friendly. So the main idea of this paper is that we try to see whether a trade agreement includes such labor provisions. They can improve labor conditions with the I mean, a special focus on copper sites. Why copper sites? Because of demand and supply issues, in the sense that now we have seen that there is a race for those critical minerals in order to extract them, to process them. And therefore, in general, in most of the developing countries, especially Chile, in the case of copper, cobalt in the case of Congo, and so on, labor conditions are very bad. So we take the case of copper because it's abundant everywhere. It's not as rare as cobalt or graphite or rare earth. So it's more abundant. We have more data on copper in different countries. In terms of demand, it's very high because we need it for both the digital transition and the energy transition. And we make use especially of the Standard & Poor database that helps us track the different mines across the world in different countries. So we bridge the gap between two strands of the literature. One strand is on working conditions in mines, and there is a large literature in this regard. It focuses on artisanal mines in Africa and also in industrial mines in different countries. That's the first strand of the literature. And the second strand of the literature is about the role of trade agreements. A few studies, they focused on the content of trade agreements and to what extent whether trade agreements include labor provisions can improve working conditions in the country of origin or not. And this has been done, for instance, in the paper of Céline Carrère and her co-authors, where they found that basically labor provisions, they don't matter, they don't affect child labor. We can do observe child labor in some countries, even if they sign trade agreements with labor provisions. In the paper of Rémi Basilier and his co-author, they found that the inclusion of labor provisions in trade agreements can matter for labor conditions in the country where the goods are processed. And we build more on this argument in the sense that to see how this can, if I trade with a country and my trade agreement includes labor provision, to what extent I will have to abide by these rules, and therefore it will improve the working conditions in the country of origin. So we argue in this paper that trade agreements can influence working conditions, and we measure it through labor productivity in exporting countries through 4 main mechanisms. First, they can be a binding criteria for the institutional quality. If we have bad institutions at the domestic level, perhaps in this case, the substitute will be a trade agreement that includes labor provision. A second mechanism is the role of trade partner, in the sense that if I'm trading with a trade partner who has better institutions, I will have to abide by his rules, and therefore I will improve my working conditions in the country of origin. And this argument was advanced by Treffler in his paper of 2004. Whether the mine itself has a label, and those labels in general are related to responsible mining, in the sense that whether social and environmental considerations are taken into consideration in the mining itself. And finally, whether multinational corporation, they have to abide by this because they are exposed, and if they do not abide by good or relatively good working conditions, they can be subject to campaigns of name and shame. And this, for instance, that was the case of the Rana Plaza, where most of the multinationals were producing ready-made garments there, and then the building collapsed because of bad working conditions. And since then, several very well-known brands have been subject to those campaigns of name and shame. So in this paper, we try to examine what is the impact of labor provision in trade agreements on labor outcome in different copper mining sites. We use site-level data from the Standard & Poor's data set between 2011 and 2022. That's for the mines part. And for the trade agreements part, we use the deep trade agreement database of the World Bank that includes the different types of provisions and whether they are legally enforceable or not. And we test to what extent those labor standards in trade agreements, they improve labor productivity on the one hand. What are the transmission channels through having those labels of responsible mining, whether the firm is a multinational or not, and whether what is the role of the quality of institutions of the country, the partner country, and what exactly a type of provision matter more than others. And to do this, we use mainly a mixed multi-level approach, because we are combining macro data, which is trade agreement, with micro data, which is the site's data. What we find basically, so while the existence of labor provisions per se does not matter, it's their intensity that matters, in the sense that if I have an agreement, it's not the likelihood of having the provisions or not that matters, but more the intensity of those provisions, because this can give a signal for the strength of those labor provisions. Second, in general, the provisions that are related, and perhaps I will come back to this point later, I will skip it now, but in general, the most important mechanisms that we find is whether the mine itself has a label or not. This means that signing this agreement with a labor provision and having a social and environmental responsible mining label will increase the impact of those provisions on the labor productivity. Whether the firm is a multinational or not, and it's mainly about multinationals who can abide by those labor provisions because they are much more exposed. And finally, if I sign an agreement with a trade partner that has a better institution than myself, then in this case, I will have to abide by his rule because my institutions are relatively deficient, and therefore trade agreement can be can counterbalance the deficiency of institutions. And the results are in general robust for different estimation techniques. So let me just show you. I will skip all this. So this is the map of different mines that we look at that are mainly concentrated in Asia, to a lesser extent in Africa, than Latin America and the US. And this is the trade network that that shows how different mines trade together. And we can see here the circle shows the intensity of trade and the mine, and then in dark blue non-OECD origin and light blue OECD origin. And we can see that in general here, as you can the role of China in the network of trade is key. And then if we look at the distribution of provisions, of labor provisions in trade agreements, we can see that in most of Latin America, Africa, and Asian countries, trade provisions are almost very weakly present, right? So here it's mainly an issue of the US. What is the idea of those provisions? They pertain to 4 types of provisions, either provisions that are related to the objective of the agreement itself, or the working conditions, or the overseeing institutions who will monitor the implementation of those provisions, or whether they are related to international rules like the ILO rules, for instance. Those are the details of the provisions that we have in the database. So that's the estimation, the baseline specification that we have. And our dependent variable here is labor productivity, measured at the level of the site I in country C in year T, with a vector of controls at the site level, then the labor provisions that are observed at the country year level, with a set of fixed effects, time fixed effects, country fixed effects to control for unobservables. And the errors are clustered at the country and year level, given that all provisions in the same country, given that all sites in the same country, they face the same provisions, right? I will skip this. So we examine the heterogeneity for different types of provision, for the site size, whether we have large sites versus small sites, whether the site has a label, as I said, the responsible mining or not, what the quality of institution, and with whom we are trading. A glimpse of the results. So as you can see here, the probability of having the labor provision does not matter, but the intensity matters for labor productivity, which means that if I sign a trade agreement that includes labor provision, I'm likely to have a higher labor productivity, right? What are the types of provisions that affect more this labor productivity? We find that it's mainly the overseeing institutions and the objective of the agreement that matter more than the working conditions in general. If we look at the details of each provision, we can see that there is a different effect, but the same conclusion holds. It's the intensity of the provision that matters, not their likelihood, right? This conclusion is more valid for mainly large sites than small sites and medium sites because they are more exposed. It matters more for, let me show you this first, for sites that have a labor provision, a label related to responsible mining, and more for multinationals compared to non-multinational firms. Again, it's the same argument because they are more exposed. One final thing related to the quality of institutions. Here we calculate the absolute difference of institution between the quality of institution where the site is located and the quality of institution of the owner of this site. So for instance, if we have a site in Chile, right, and they are trading with the US, so I will calculate the difference, not trading, sorry, and the site is owned by a US firm, so I will calculate the absolute difference between the US as an owner and China and Chile as the location of the site. And we can see here that the absolute difference of the quality of institutions matter in the sense that it reduces the effect, and therefore the inclusion of provision will partially reduce this negative effect of the quality of institution. In other words, it will represent a counter balance for deficient institutions in the country that host this mine. Then we run a set of different robustness tests. I will skip them. So our main findings show that the number of provision matters. The main transmission channel through which this effect can be observed is having this label, having, I mean, responsible mining label, being a multinational that are more exposed. What we're still working on is to control for the quality of the national labor legislation itself in the country, in the sense that we can have some countries that might have more stringent labor rights compared to other countries. We're still suffering with this because the data set of the ILO is not very comprehensive, so it's still work in progress. And in a nutshell, we can see that trade agreements can go beyond really the tariff removal paradigm that we focus on, and they can be much more development friendly and therefore lead to a sort of regeneration related to the human capital itself of the countries in question. It was a roller coaster, but thank you so much.
Thank you for reducing your time presentation, and now I'll give the floor straight to Dina.
Thank you so much, Professor Shahir, for this interesting presentation, and on time also. Here are comments just to improve the paper. The versions that have sent to me in the email, your paper is already lacking theoretical and empirical, strong theoretical and empirical literature about the topic. So you mentioned some literature in the introduction. However, it was better to work this as a separate section, literature review theoretically and empirically, to give some intuition about how your contribution is strongly based on previous in complementing previous studies. Also, I'm wondering if whether if you can disentangling some information about environmental provision or environmental clause to be controlled, as well as the social clause that you are using as a main explanative variable. Also, environmental provision can affect the labor productivity and their cost, and they can be a very important provision to be controlled for. Also, addressing an ingenuity is something very important. I know that you have used high dimensional fixed effect and you have used too strong fixed effect. However, it's very important to address an ingenuity also using an instrumental variable approach, especially high dimensional fixed effect cannot capture or absorb all macro level time varying variables that can bias the results. So there are two main sources of ingenuity in your empirical analysis. You have to take care about time varying unobserved country characteristic, and also there might be a type of reverse causality. So it's better to use an instrumental variable, and here I prefer to maybe use a labor provision of trading partner as an instrumental variable. Also, heterogeneous analysis should be taken into consideration more. I mean, it's better to improve your paper in terms of heterogeneity to get rid of or drop some part of the sample on a south to south agreement, or to split the sample into two subsample, north south agreement and south to south, because you have to take into consideration agreement between south to south lack enforcement and implementation. It can affect the significance also of results. Here also I يعني I ask for also taking into consideration the fact of the social clause of the trade agreement. Maybe it will be interesting if you take care about the reported violation of social clause or labor provision in a trade agreement. It will be very interesting to do it, especially it has done also by previous studies. So you can import such idea to because the enforcement of social clause is very important to be examined, not only propensity or intensity of social clause and trade agreement, also control variable at the country level. We can improve it more and more, especially high dimensional fixed effect in the paper was not clear at all. So results regarding it in the paper have sent to me. I couldn't track the information well about it, so it's better to work more on country time vary control variable to eradicate any omitted variable bias. Also, policy implication and avenue for future research, and the conclusion needs more improvement and more work. The conclusion was very short. And I don't know whether يعني I feel إنه data can enable you also to use alternative measure of labor productivity, not also concentrating on the existing utilized measure. It's better to use alternative measure in your empirical analysis. Thank you so much again for your interesting paper.
Thank you, Dina. Is there any other comment in the room? Yes, please.
Thanks, Shahir, for the presentation, the paper. Congratulations. A very specific question. If you have considered or wondering, how do you consider the role of labor unions and difference between public, hybrid, and private enterprises on mining? If you have explored there, or is this already part of quality institutions? How do you deal with these differences on your sample? Eva.
Shahir, very nice paper. Just wanted to ask whether there is any way to get specific data on China multinationals and just test, the behavior of China in this public procurement. Whether we could find any, probably differences in the assessments. So it would be interesting to see, particularly your data. It's mainly in Asia, so you could look at this eventually, looking at Chinese-led type of multinationals, because just to let you know, they're not in the copper industry, but then in gold or any other minerals, particularly the multinationals in China, and they are all public sector financed, although they are multinational, but they're still public sector financed. So I'm not sure how much of the procurement they make, to get contracts and also trades. So these are all opaque contracts over the counter. And I think there was, I don't remember which was the organization that really tracked all those contracts. So you have them. If you look somewhere, they exist, but then it's a proprietary data set which tracks. No, but I think you need to have agreement with them. Maybe you can have a paper, an additional paper on it, so they are part of it. I think it's I don't remember if it's Oxford Group or but I can look for it. So that would be very interesting, because you can have tracking of all the contracts, and these are not at all public procurement. They are just bilateral contracts with governments for mining, and then obviously, I don't know to what extent they are underpinned also with trade agreements. I'm not sure. But then this is the bulk of the minerals. They go like this between in bilateral agreements.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Shahir, for your very interesting presentation. I really enjoyed listening it. I just have one question about one of the results that you obtained about the negative association between energy and labor productivity. Which indicator did you use for energy, and how can you interpret these results? Thank you.
Thank you for all the comments. I'll try to be brief also. Thank you, Dina, very much. So the version that we sent you is really a work in progress. So that's why some sections are still not complete. On environmental provisions, we tried, but in one of the robustness checks, we included them, but it didn't work at all because the provisions that matter more are those of labor. But we check this on endogeneity, not necessarily, we test this econometrically, but we didn't have real endogeneity for two reasons. First, because we are those provisions are imposed at the macro level, and our sites are at the micro level. So there is no real risk of endogeneity. On the other, we tried to remove from our sample the top percentile of the sites, in the sense that large firms, perhaps they can form some lobbies and affect the government decision whether to include or not labor provision, because they simply don't want to have this extra cost. And the results are still robust. A very nice idea for distinguishing between the agreements north-north, south-south. We can do this. Control variables, we include country fixed effects to control for country unobservables. However, at the site level, we don't really have the luxury of including more controls, because the Standard & Poor's database is very comprehensive in terms of coverage, but not very comprehensive in terms of the variables themselves. Tiago, for labor union, very nice suggestion. We are still searching for variables in general that measure the quality of labor rights in the country of origin. We found different database, but most of them, they are still second best, but very nice suggestion. Private versus public sites, unfortunately, you can't have this distinction in the database. Reem, excellent suggestion. I think we can remove, actually, to run some robustness checks by removing China as the owner or the trade partner, because both of them, they can affect. And this is a really good suggestion. So if you find this bilateral contracts and public procurement, this would be very useful. And for Ivan, I didn't explain at all the tables of the regressions, but here, that's the energy spending at the site level, which means that it's a measure of the capital intensity, more or less. So which means that the more the capital, the site spends on capital, the less it will spend on labor. So that's why they are negatively associated with the labor productivity. And I will stop here. Thank you, Roger.
Thank you, Shahir, and congratulations on the work done so far. Let us now move straight to the third and last paper that will be presented by Yasmin Issa from the American University of Cairo. This paper explores how trade policy can become more innovation-friendly, supporting the transformations for regenerative economy. Unfortunately, the discussant is gone. So hopefully we'll have some Q&A and points to be taken in the room after your presentation. So Yasmin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very happy to be presenting today a co-authored work with Shahid Zaki on the effect of the trade agreements and the different types of the trade agreements on the innovation. And in this respect, we are seeing whether the trade agreements foster innovation performance at the country level or not, and if yes, which type of agreements matter. So the motivation of this work is coming from the fact that the innovation per se is very concentrated in advanced and in high-income countries. So in 2013, more than 90% of the patents were concentrated in high and upper middle income countries. Of course, we have the exception of China, where by the year 2010, it had 10% share of the global patents. And according to the WIPO data set in 2023, it was the first runner of innovation in terms of the application of patents. And again, we are still, of course, having a lot of economies like the African countries that are persistently low in innovation, where the share is 0.1 and 0.2% of the global patents. And given the fact that trade agreements are increasing over time and They are including different provisions. Some provisions have to do directly with trade, and other provisions have to do with different developmental goals. And therefore, we are trying to see whether the different types, whether the trade agreements that have to do with the trade integration matters more, or the non-trade related provisions. So the motivation, again, we are going beyond the shallow trade agreements. We are going beyond the tariffs. And in this respect, we do expect that the enforcement of the intellectual property rights can have an effect on the innovation performance, and also the institutional dimensions in the trade agreements can close the gap between countries in terms of the innovation because of the knowledge spillovers. So again, we are dividing the provisions in the trade agreements to the agreements that have to do with the trade, and which are the WTO plus, and the provisions that are going beyond the obligations of the WTO, which are WTO extra provisions. Again, we are expecting that both the trade-related and the non-trade related would foster the innovation performance, because trade by itself leads to knowledge spillover, and the foreign knowledge that is gained through trade fosters innovation. And again, as I mentioned, the other provisions that are directly connected to innovation are expected to foster innovation as well. So the research questions are: do RCAs help to close the innovation gap across countries? And if yes, which type of the provision would matter? And we are also checking if there are mediating conditions that can foster or strengthen the trade agreement effect on innovation. So we can have different effects. At the one hand, the result can be positive because, as I mentioned, we have a lot of literature on the learning by exporting, and that exporting leads to the innovation and higher upgrading due to the competition effect of trade. And the inputs are also coming with capital and with knowledge and with foreign inputs to innovation. Again, the institutional alignment, any policy that have to do with competition, with innovation or cooperation are expected to foster innovation performance. And on the other hand, maybe the compliance, cost, and abiding by multiple trade agreements would lead to shaky results in terms of innovation. We have in the literature the spaghetti bowl effect. We have inconsistent rules of origin, and therefore the effect can not be clear given these dimensions. So in order to assess whether the trade agreements matter for innovation, we are differentiating between different measures for the provisions in the trade agreement. We have the breadth measure, which is the number of the different provisions across the categories. And we have two depth measure, the horizontal measure, which is the intensity of the provision, and the vertical depth, which is the enforceability, or to what extent are the provisions stringent. And the mechanisms of the mediating effect includes, or what we are checking are the effect of experts, imports, foreign direct investment, and human capital. So in order to do that, we are merging the World Bank Trade Agreements dataset with the pattern data from the World Development Indicators. We end up with a data set of 83 countries spanning the years 1990 and 2019. And what we find briefly is that the WCO plus, which are the provisions that have to do directly with trade, matters to innovation. However, we don't see the evidence of the positive effect of the WTO extra provisions. And the depth of the provision matters. However, it only matters for the WTO plus. And the highest category that foster innovation are the non-tariff measures and the institutional provisions. And for the transmission channels, we can see that the human capital is the main channel that is affecting the innovation, even with WTO plus and extra. And the foreign direct investment is working only for the WTO plus provisions. So very briefly, I would like to show you some data representations. And as we can see that the number of signed trade agreements is increasing over time, and we can see the higher slope, of course, which is the WTO effect after 1990. And all of these agreements are coming with multiple trade-related and non-trade-related provisions. I would like always to analyze this graph because it's showing that the innovation measured and the level of development measured by GDP per capita were really going hand in hand. The slope is always the same. However, before 2010, we can see that the slope is steep for the level of development, and the slope is flat, sorry, and it is much steeper for the innovation. And this means that there are multiple determinants for innovation now, other than the level of development of the countries. Here, this graph is showing us on average over the 30 years of the data set, how innovation is really concentrated in high and upper middle income countries. These are the different areas for the WTO plus, which are 14 policy areas, including the non-tariff measures, services, and institutions. For the WTO extra provisions, the policies are much more. We have more than 35 extra provisions, and we can see that they are including provisions that have to do directly with innovation, like the innovation policy, competition policy, and IPRs. I will skip the increasing provisions over time and the clustering at the regional level for the sake of time. And this is the econometric specification. The dependent variable is the resident path per capita. And we are here alternating between the different types of the provisions. And we are including multiple control variables, the R&D stock, which is the main determinant of innovation, the GDP per capita to control for the level of development, the control for the country size. We also include the tariff in order to control for the shallow effect of the trade agreement. We are including the index from our previous work, where we measured the intensity of the knowledge through GDC. So this is a knowledge skill over measured in GDCs. And we are also controlling for percentage of oil experts, which is expected to affect innovation negatively. So for the further analysis, again, we are analyzing the different effect of horizontal versus vertical depth. We are also going deeper and zooming to see the effect of the specific groups of provisions. And again, we are seeing the transmission channels of experts, impairs, FDI, and human capital. For the robustness checks, we are using alternative dependent variable for innovation, which is the weighted knowledge in the total inputs. And we are using an instrumental variable approach in order to control for the indigeneity effect. And the instrument we are using is the quality of institutions of the main trading party. So for the first finding, again, we can see that the WTO plus provisions is the type that fosters innovation, and the effect is muted for extra provisions, and the effect is also muted when we add all the provisions together, the extra and the plus provisions. The second finding is that the depth of the agreement measure and the vertical depth measure, which means that the enforceability of the provision also affects the innovation and not only the number or the intensity. And for the dimensions within the WTO plus that matters, we can see that the non-tariff measures and the institutional provisions matter the most. As you can see here, the significance is highest for the NTNs and the institutions and lower in services. And maybe this is because the dependent variable is the patent data, which means that the good has to be a tangible good. For the mechanisms and the transmission channels, we can see that the human capital matters when we add it in the regression for all the types of the provisions. The foreign direct investment matters, but only for the WTO plus, as you can see. And for the robustness checks, again, we can see that the significance is happening only for the WTO plus measure. And for the instrumental variable when we are using the instrument of the quality of institution of the main trading partner, we don't see that the positive effect is diluted. And to conclude, the conclusion of the paper is that behind the border trade-related provisions, such as the non-tariff measures and the institutions matter to innovation, and the policy areas that particularly matter to innovation are the NCMs and the institutions. Both human capital and the FDI are important, and they are key transmission channels. And the results are robust when we control for the endogeneity of the trade provisions and when we use alternative dependent variables. So the policy implications have to do with the prioritizing of behind the border trade-related provisions, and of course to invest in human capital and the FDI as they are important transmission channel. I hope I did not exceed my time. I tried to make it fast. Thank you very much for your attention. I stop here.
You did it extremely well and very much on time. So as we don't have any discussant, perhaps the audience would like to raise points or ask any questions. Yes.
Yasmin, very nice paper, very nice idea. So I have one question on your last slide on the conclusion. I want just to think a bit further on maybe the extension of the paper, if you are trusted to do it. You know that there is, of course, one needs to attract FDIs, and of course, eventually FDIs, they are a vehicle to keep technology in the hosting country eventually. And then you also mentioned there that you have also the variable human capital.
Yes.
So, I mean, of course, it's interesting to attract FDIs, but what is even more interesting is to retain FDIs. So FDI retention is, in fact, essential when you have certain trade agreements. So this is really the interaction between trade policy and investment policy through, in fact, enhancing human capital in the receiving country. So, and even eventually having this rotation, you know, from country to country to enhance the technological transfer and know-how. So my question to you, as you rightly saw in your assessment, how can we assess, in fact, this retention of FDIs and through eventually connecting to human capital?
Okay.
Any other points? No? Then back to Yasmin.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Reem, for the interesting question. Of course, I can see from where the question is coming that both the human capital and the FDI are correlated channels. This would be a very interesting dimension to see. However, we are alternating between the two measures in the transmission of the knowledge through the trade agreements on innovation. But we are not really studying the interplay of the two measures together. But this could be a very interesting dimension to study. Shahid, do you have something to add?
Actually, I think one point that perhaps we can try to do in order to address this two things, because there is a new data set on the modes of FDI, mode 1, mode 2, mode 3, mode 4. And I think this can help us really distinguish between the part that is related to perhaps human capital or the manufacturing sector, for instance, in general, given that most of the knowledge that will be embedded through the innovation in the manufacturing sector. And I totally agree with you on the complementarity between investment policy and trade policy, in the sense that I mean, the retention of FDI can be also a channel that improves human capital in the country of destination.
Will be a reverse causality, yeah, there.
Yes.
but is interesting to see, in fact, the intensity of this. So it means that in the country where, for example, you retain more FDIs, you could explain certain dynamics between countries. You see, for sure, if you have a different country analysis, then you could see which country retain more. Just a way to, to have an assessment through countries.
Yes, I think what we did, but also I skipped it from the presentation, is the heterogeneity of the effect across income groups. Maybe this would tell if the effect, we can see that the effect is higher for the middle income countries. But again, maybe we can use the different modes of FDI, like Shahid mentioned, and see which income group benefits the most from the retaining of the FDI. Thank you.
You might even could look at the wage policy, because some countries are very low wages and other are a bit higher wages, right? So we could infer that the countries that have lower wages, companies or whatever, they go there to reduce their cost on the manufacturing side. This could be an interesting way if you don't find data.
Okay.
If no other points are to be raised, then I'd like to thank Yasmin, and I would also like to thank Shahir and Dina for a very constructive session, for sticking to the time. We are only 7 minutes past the deadline. So with that closing, then I'm happy to hand over the floor to Rim for the concluding remarks and the closure of the conference. So thank you very
much. Sharing this session. So our conference is coming to an end. I will not hold you much more. So I have only 5 points to address for the closing. It won't be long. So we went through 3 days, quite intense, in which we had practically 18 papers. So I would like to thank all the chairs of the sessions. We had 7 academic sessions, and also we had 2 project sessions and 1 policy session. So I would like to thank all the chairs of those sessions and also the presenters of the papers. I know that some of them, they were online, they couldn't join us. And some have been here, so thank you for taking the time and sharing your work. Also, all the discussants who have given very constructive comments on the papers, and all the panelists that have been with us to share their insights on key topics, which is these new pathways for inclusive, sustainable and resilient development in Europe, Mediterranean and Africa. We had 5 keynote speakers. I think all keynotes were super inspiring, first, second, and third day, very complimentary, and it gave a lot of food for thought for our research. And also it invites all the researchers to think outside the box. Once again, every year I say it. Integrating other disciplines also will allow us to have different insights in our research. This year, innovation in this conference was mainly to try to connect practical cases once again through our projects to the economic research that we normally do. We need to really think, what is my research, why my research is interesting for the private sector, not for the private sector, but mainly for the real economy. I mean, private or not private, it doesn't matter, but what is the use of my work, spending hours writing papers? What is the use for the societal challenges that we are confronting? So this is really an appeal to economists and beyond to work together and then really think what is the problem and what is the solution and how we are going to upscale it. So this is also really important appeal based on the challenges that we are facing. So we are part of the solution rather than, just wasting our time. So on the academic sessions, as every year, we have an award for the best papers. And the choice was really difficult on the 18 papers that have been presented. Of course, we selected 20 papers. 2 haven't been able to present this time. In every session, we have, especially the first sessions, which are part of the thematics of the regenerative economies for this year. So we have 6 academic sessions, and we have selected 1 paper per session. Okay. So I will announce the 2 papers that got the award. So the first paper was presented in the, which session, this one? In the 3rd session. Okay, that was on Wednesday. And this is paper 3.2, which is conflict exposure and human capital formation of children in selected sub-Saharan African countries. Now, the authors are Tekalin Gotu Sekata from the German Institute of Development. Yes, I know, he left. He had his flight, but then we will communicate this news to him. So his paper was really very interesting because, first of all, it shows that the conflict exposure and of course, the human capital formation, specifically for children, is really essential to a study by economists. And then there was a latest survey that I shared with the team on the increasing level of conflicts and violence, women and children. So these are real societal challenges that we are facing. And this has tremendous implication on human capital, but beyond this, which is, of course, human capital is an economic construct, but then brain capital. So imagine the children who are facing conflicts and facing all this armed conflict that we've seen, and Cynthia has explained to us that there is an increasing uncertainties. This, of course, have serious implications on our future and resilient future particularly. So that's why research like this is very important to find the appropriate solutions for what we call well-being. Now, the second paper is also is awarded this year, and this is on the session of ESG and technology. So the paper is on frontier technology adoption, energy equity, and environmental quality of life, again in sub-Saharan Africa. So this paper is tackled very important points, and there were 3 of them in the heart of the discussion of these 3 days. Of course, the paper needs a lot of improvement, but hopefully this award will help the researcher to go to conferences to improve his research and eventually publish this research in good academic journals. So another announcement that I would like, first of all, because I'm going fast too, so I want to liberate myself and you. I congratulate the 2 winners of the award this year. So please get in touch with Yagane, and then you will get all the information from the team. So the next EMANES Conference 2026, hopefully the same time, December 2026, call for papers will be following next year. And of course, this will, of course, as every year, we will try to focus on a topic of societal challenges and then work with our partners and collaborators. Now, the thanking part, and I'm done. I would like to thank my co-chairs, Carlos Sessa, Faye Selimi, and then Martin Lukac, Cynthia Alcidi, Giovanni Ferri, who have been with us also as keynotes those days. that we have worked on this conference since months now. Big thank you to Yagane. Everybody help me. Wait. No, wait. I'm not done. I didn't say anything. I go step by step. So Yagane has been really of great help this year. Of course, Sandra was not here this year because she had a baby, and hopefully next year she will come with her baby to the conference 2026. I would like to thank all the team members, Dani, Paula, Marina, George, Maria, Christine, Anna, Yara, everybody who have been really extremely active in the preparation of this conference, like every year. And I thank all the participants who have been with us, and hopefully I'll see you again next year. So now we are all liberated.
Just one thing, Reem, and we want also to thank you because during the last 10 years, we have been seeing really the expansion at all levels of both EMEA and EMANES with new concepts, new conferences, new ideas. So really big applause for you also.
Alone, I cannot do anything. It's with all of you. So thank you all for this great collaboration. And then we liberate each other now. Thank you.